Chapter 1438. No. Qin Feiyang and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at each other. The Ant Emperor smiled bitterly and said, "Look here, there's not even a blade of grass. How can there be pills?" "That's not right. Since ancient times, many people have entered the divine ruins. Haven't you obtained any pills?" Qin Feiyang said. "There must be. However, the divine ruins only open once every 10,000 years. The pills obtained are not enough for us." The Ant Emperor said. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded, took out a Spirit Sea pill, and threw it to the Ant Emperor. The Ant Emperor looked at the Spirit Sea pill in surprise. It actually had 6 pill patterns? It looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Did you refine it?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Not to mention 6 pill patterns, he could even refine 7 pill patterns now. "Amazing. You must be a big shot in the outside world." The Ant Emperor said in admiration and swallowed the Spirit Sea pill. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a majestic energy that surged into his energy sea. His energy sea immediately began to repair. "Big shot?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, then he shook his head and smiled. This guy was quite cute. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house also smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Did you forget something?" "What?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. "Think about it yourself," the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Qin Feiyang frowned and lowered his head to ponder for a moment. Suddenly, he slapped his head and finally remembered that he hadn't removed the slave seal for the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. He didn't hesitate and immediately removed the slave seal for the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. Seeing Qin Feiyang so straightforward, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was also surprised. "I thought you would take the opportunity to negotiate with me. What kind of person am I? You and your mother didn't pursue the matter of me snatching the divine crystal. Whether you believe it or not, I'm grateful in my heart. How can I repay kindness with evil?" Qin Feiyang said unhappily. "So you're saying that I'm gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion laughed. "You're not a villain. You're a woman." Qin Feiyang laughed mischievously. The Longfeng Pavilion's young lady's face turned black as she said angrily, "Are you seeking death? You even dare to take liberties with me? So what if I teased you?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand disdainfully. "How is it?" The miss of the Longfeng Pavilion muttered. The corners of her mouth gradually curled up into a teasing smile as she muttered, "Little fellow, you'll know in the future." Immediately after, she gathered her thoughts and asked, "Where are we going next?" "Looking for the white-eyed wolf." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at the Ant Emperor and said, "Prepare to set off immediately. If you have any instructions, go and tell them quickly." "All right." The Ant Queen nodded her huge head and ran to the side. She called a few 9-star combat Emperor Blood Ghost ants and whispered to them. Not long later, the few 9-star combat Emperor Blood Ghost ants suddenly raised their heads and roared. All of the Blood Ghost ants immediately burrowed into the ground. "Emperor, take care. We'll wait for your return." After exhorting the Ant Emperor, the few 9-star combat Emperor Blood Ghost ants also burrowed into a crack in the abyss and disappeared. To think that this emperor with such a noble bloodline would actually be reduced to being the subordinate of a human. How sad. The Ant Emperor sighed deeply, turned around and ran to Qin Feiyang, and said flatteringly, "We can set off now." Qin Feiyang did not answer, and looked at the Ant Emperor from head to toe. "Why are you looking at me?" The Ant Emperor was suspicious. Qin Feiyang suddenly shook his head, and said indifferently, "I really don't know. How is your bloodline noble?" "How do you know what I'm thinking?" The Ant Emperor was bewildered. Qin Feiyang did not answer. He leaped up and landed on the Ant Emperor's back. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house also jumped up and stood beside Qin Feiyang. She secretly laughed. "Why don't you tell it that you can peek into its inner thoughts? If I tell it, won't I be unable to know what it's really thinking?" Qin Feiyang secretly replied, then waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The Ant Emperor ran towards the northeast with a stomach full of suspicions. With its enormous body, it was like a heavy-duty motorcycle. Wherever it went, the earth trembled and rumbled. However, right now, its qi had not recovered, so its speed was relatively slow. Qin Feiyang was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged on the back of the Ant Emperor and consumed a battle qi pill to recover his lost battle qi. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was also recuperating. The scorching high temperature roasted the earth. Both of them were drenched in sweat. Especially after the previous battle, the water in their bodies was severely lacking. Their lips were already dry and cracked. Especially the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, and some parts of her body were stuck to her skin. But now, Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to pay attention to this. He only wanted to find a water source as soon as possible and soak in it comfortably for a while. After the Ant Emperor's qi was repaired, although it was unable to fly, its speed was as fast as lightning. About half an hour passed. The end of the plains finally appeared in front of them. Qin Feiyang stood up and looked up, only to see that outside the plains, there was an endless mountain range. Mountain streams rose and fell. There were giant peaks that were thousands of feet tall. There were mountain ridges that were hundreds of miles long. But without exception, the mountains were the same as the plains. Not a single blade of grass grew on the dry and cracked earth, causing people to stop in their tracks. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Ant Emperor, has it never rained here before?" But it's very rare to encounter one. To be able to rain once every 8 or 10 years, to the living beings of this continent, it is already a blessing from the heavens. The Ant Emperor said. Then how do you survive? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said. On one hand, we are already used to this kind of harsh environment. On the other hand, we all live underground because it's cooler underground. Not only us ghost blood ants, but also the creatures of other places. As for places with water sources, at this point, the Ant Emperor fell silent, a deep sense of fear appearing in his eyes. Continue speaking, Qin Feiyang said. The Ant Emperor sighed. Places with water sources are usually guarded by powerful berserk beasts. They occupy the water sources and do not allow any living beings to approach them. If anyone dares to force their way in, they will definitely die. So domineering? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, Then what kind of berserk beast is guarding the water source that you are bringing us to? It's a ferocious crocodile. The Ant Emperor said. How is your cultivation? Qin Feiyang said. 9-star War Emperor Peak Realm. The Ant Emperor said. Qin Feiyang asked, Aren't you also a 9-star War Emperor Peak Realm? Are you still not its match? If I could beat it, I would have already occupied the water source. That crocodile is very scary. Not only is it very strong, it also has a holy artifact. No living being can hurt it. The Ant Emperor said powerlessly. From its tone, it seemed that it had suffered a lot in front of that crocodile in the past. Holy artifact. Qin Feiyang looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. A berserk beast actually had a holy artifact? What an inconceivable thing this was. He didn't expect that just as he entered the divine ruins, he would actually receive news of a holy artifact. Qin Feiyang asked, How far are we from the water source? No matter how strong that crocodile was, he was determined to obtain that holy artifact. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house also became excited. The Ant Emperor thought for a moment and said, Leaving the plains and passing through the mountain range in front of us is the location of the water source. It is estimated to be more than 20,000 miles away. That's not very far. Qin Feiyang muttered and shouted, Speed up. The Ant Emperor nodded, waved the claws under its abdomen, and flew towards the mountain range. Rumble. Dong dong. Its body was simply too huge. No matter where it went, the mountains would shake and the earth would shake. Rustle, rustle. At the junction of the plains and the mountain range, there was a 50 to 60 meter tall mountain ridge. At this moment, a group of black spiders was climbing up the mountain ridge from below. But they were different from ordinary spiders. They were very big. The smallest was comparable to a wash basin. The biggest one was several meters long. They gathered on top of the mountain ridge, forming a black mass. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor from afar, their long and narrow eyes flickered with a cold light. As they got closer, Qin Feiyang and the other two also noticed those black spiders. "What the hell is this?" the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house exclaimed, her scalp going numb. "It seems to be the ghost magic spider?" Qin Feiyang carefully sized him up and said with a frown, "They are the ghost magic spider," the Ant Emperor said. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other, their expressions becoming serious. Because this was another creature that was as famous as the ghost snake. Moreover, the ghost magic spider, like the ghost snake and the ghost blood ant, also had an extraordinary ability. That was the spider silk they spat out. This kind of spider silk was very thin, but extremely tough. It also carried a strong poison that could numb the nerves of people, including fierce beasts. At first glance, there was nothing to be curious about. After all, there were many poisonous insects or poisonous beasts that had this ability. However, the venom of these poisonous insects and poisonous beasts was far inferior to the ghost magic spider. It could even be said that there was a difference between heaven and earth between the two. No matter who it was, as long as it was a creature of the same realm, once it touched the ghost magic spider's venom, its entire body would instantly enter a state of paralysis. Watch carefully. It was not the same realm, but the same realm. In other words, if there was a 1-star War Emperor's ghost magic spider in front of you, then even if you were a 9-star War Emperor, you would be instantly paralyzed. Unless your cultivation had already surpassed the War Emperor. Its ability was actually very similar to the White-Eyed Wolf's innate ability, and could be said to be unsolvable. You don't have to worry. I have a good relationship with the Spider Emperor. As long as I tell it later, it will immediately let us go. Just as the two of them were worried, the Ant Emperor's voice sounded from beneath their feet. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house asked, "Really? We ghost blood ants and their ghost magic spider have been entrenched here for generations. Our relationship is so good that we are like brothers." The Ant Emperor laughed proudly. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house was immediately overjoyed. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and secretly laughed. "Listen to me, right? If you had killed it just now, then we would definitely be facing a difficult and bloody battle right now." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Chapter 1439. The densely packed demon ghost spiders were lying on the mountain ridge. Their appearance of baring their fangs and brandishing their claws made one's scalp go numb. The Ant Emperor carried Qin Feiyang and ran to the bottom of the mountain ridge and said proudly, "Quickly go and inform your emperor that an old friend has come to visit." "Just you wait." One of the demon ghost spiders glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, then turned around and quickly disappeared. Not long after, boom, a terrifying might erupted from the depths of the mountain range. Following closely, the earth began to shake violently, and the giant peaks of the mountains were also shaking. It was as if a huge monster was walking towards them. About 100 breaths passed. A giant spider gradually appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor. Its body was over 100 feet long, and its entire body was pitch black. It was filled with an astonishing amount of hostility, and the dozen or so claws below its abdomen were like sickles, emitting a bone-piercing sharpness. The Ant Emperor waved his claws and laughed. "Old brother, we haven't seen each other in a while. How have you been?" The Spider Emperor did not reply. His fierce gaze turned as he sized up Qin Feiyang and the others. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said in a low voice, "This guy's cultivation is the same as the Ant Emperor's, a 9-star War Emperor at the peak of the realm." Qin Feiyang nodded. He had not closed the kill formula yet, so he could see through the Spider Emperor's cultivation with a glance. A cold light flashed past the Spider Emperor's eyes as he looked at the Ant Emperor and said in a deep voice, "Why did you bring 2 humans here and let them ride on your body?" "It's a long story. I'll tell you slowly after this." The Ant Emperor sighed helplessly. The Spider Emperor looked meaningfully at Qin Feiyang and the others, and asked the Ant Emperor, "Do you need help?" No. I'm willing to do it." The Ant Emperor quickly waved his claws and laughed. "Now, I'm going to bring them to find a water source." Brother, please make an exception. Find a water source. The Spider Emperor's pupils shrank as he said angrily, "Don't you know that the water source is guarded by that damned crocodile? You still want to bring them there? Do you want to die?" The Ant Emperor replied, "I'm only responsible for leading the way for them. Don't worry, everything will be fine." Listening to the conversation between the two beasts, it could be confirmed that their relationship was indeed not ordinary. "You really don't need any help?" The Spider Emperor asked again. Even though the Ant Emperor said that it was willing to do so, it felt like the Ant Emperor was forced to do so. "No need, no need." The Ant Emperor hurriedly shook his head. "All right, since you don't need it, I won't meddle in other people's business. Little ones, make way." The Spider Emperor shouted. The fiend spirit spiders on the mountain immediately retreated to the side. "Thank you, old brother," the Ant Queen said gratefully before leading Qin Fei Yang into the mountain range. After entering the mountain range, the Ant Emperor didn't continue chatting with the Spider Emperor. Instead, it dashed towards the other side of the mountain range. The Spider Emperor stood in front of the mountain ridge and looked at the Ant Queen and Qin Fei Yang from afar. After the Ant Queen and Qin Fei Yang disappeared, a fiend phantom spider the size of a wash basin crawled in front of the Spider Emperor and asked, "What do we do now, Emperor?" The Spider King said solemnly, "Act according to the plan." Understood. A group of fiend phantom spiders immediately burrowed into the ground. "Old brother, I'm sorry," the Spider Emperor murmured as it waved its claws and broke the ground, disappearing without a trace. "How was it?" "I'm still useful." In the mountain stream, the Ant Emperor smiled smugly as it ran. Qin Fei Yang was stunned. Was it trying to claim credit already? The lady of the Dragon Phoenix house couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Don't be too proud. Continue to perform well. When Qin Fei Yang is in a good mood, he might give you a great fortune." "What great fortune?" The Ant Emperor was surprised. "A fortune that you can't even dream of." The lady of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled. "Can't even dream of? Is it that exaggerated?" The Ant Emperor immediately pondered. Time passed quietly. About half an hour later, the Ant Emperor led Qin Fei Yang and the other into a large canyon. The canyon was very long, and the mountains on both sides were undulating and extremely steep. But it was very narrow inside. It was basically only enough for the Ant Emperor to pass through. Looking down from the sky, the canyon was like a dry river, winding and stretching to the end of the earth. The Ant Emperor said, "After passing through this canyon, we'll be almost halfway there." Qin Fei Yang nodded and looked up. For some reason, when he entered the canyon, he felt a sense of uneasiness. Gradually, they had already gone deep into the canyon. At this moment, on the mountain peaks on both sides of the canyon, an ear-splitting sound suddenly rang out. The entire canyon began to shake at this moment. Hearing the movement, the Ant Emperor immediately braked and stopped. It raised its huge head and scanned the mountain peaks on both sides. Qin Fei Yang and the lady of the Dragon Phoenix house also hurriedly looked up. At this moment, the sense of uneasiness in Qin Fei Yang's heart also became extremely strong. This was a premonition of danger. This kind of premonition had appeared many times in the past, and every time it appeared, something was bound to happen. Under the gaze of the two men and one beast, on the mountain peaks on both sides, accompanied by rumbling sounds, magic ghost spiders gradually appeared. Seeing these magic ghost spiders, the lady of the Dragon Phoenix house's face immediately turned pale. Because those magic ghost spiders were extremely large. Each of them was 50 to 60 feet tall, like a small mountain. And there were a lot of them. They lined up neatly on both sides of the mountain peaks, like a well-trained army of vicious beasts. Because of their size and number, the mountain peaks could not withstand their weight and were collapsing bit by bit. No less than 2,000, all of them 9-star war emperor. Are they coming out in full force? What do they want to do? The lady of the Dragon Phoenix house spoke with difficulty. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, in front of him, another loud explosion suddenly sounded out. Qin Fei Yang and the Ant Emperor hurriedly lowered their heads to look, only to see the ground in front of them cracking. The Spider Emperor crawled up from the ground and stood in front of them. The Ant Emperor looked at the Spider Emperor in confusion and asked, "Old brother, what are you doing here? Are you escorting me?" Escort? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched fiercely. What was with this guy's eyes? Didn't he see that this Spider Emperor had ill intentions? Moreover, even if it was an escort, there was no need to go all out. Be careful. Qin Feiyang secretly warned the lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. The lady of the Dragon Phoenix house nodded. The Spider Emperor looked at the Ant Emperor, then directly looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. What do you mean? It's coming for us? Seeing this, the lady of the Dragon Phoenix house asked in surprise. Impossible. We've never seen it before, let alone provoked it. Qin Feiyang said. Little ones, do it. Suddenly, the Spider Emperor roared without any warning. Poochie. The fiend spectre spiders above immediately opened their bloody mouths and spat out sheets of white spider silk. Chapter 1440. More than 2,000 demon spirit spiders spat out silk at the same time. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it covered the sky and covered the earth. Brother, what do you mean by this? The Ant Emperor roared anxiously. The Spider Emperor remained silent. Qin Feiyang teased, didn't you say that you two are like brothers? Do you feel like you've been slapped in the face? The Ant Emperor was rather embarrassed. Qin Feiyang ignored it and raised his head to look at the Spider Emperor, saying, I don't care why you're ambushing us here, but let me give you a word of advice. It's best if you get out of the way immediately. The consequences aren't something you can bear. The Spider Emperor was indifferent. The Ant Emperor roared again, Brother, with our relationship, you can't do this. What is the reason? The Spider Emperor looked at the Ant Emperor and said, This has nothing to do with you. I want the two of them. It's really coming for us? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said, It's impossible for it to attack us for no reason. There must be something strange about this. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, Then let's beat it at its own game and see what the reason is. What do you mean? The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix house was suspicious. Qin Feiyang secretly said a few words. After hearing this, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix house immediately said, This is too risky, I don't agree. Don't worry, it's fine. Qin Feiyang comforted her and secretly took out the Chang Shui. Then, he sent it directly to the castle with the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix house. In the blink of an eye, the dense spider webs had already pounced over. You asked for it. Qin Feiyang stared at the Spider Emperor, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and a red sword chi roared out. 50 sword shadows appeared in the sky in an instant. Guiyuan sword technique. Immediately, tens of thousands of sword chi pounced towards the spider webs. The terrifying sharpness was like an avalanche, tearing apart the mountains and the earth. The canyon was instantly razed to the ground. Clang. However, when the sword chi struck the spider web, an ear-piercing metallic sound rang out, and even sparks appeared. Every strand of spider silk seemed to be forged from divine iron. It was suffused with a dense white light and was incomparably tough. Qin Feiyang's face was full of surprise. One had to know. The Guiyuan sword art was a perfect battle art, but it was unable to cut through the spider silk. However, Qin Feiyang's current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. As for the demonic spirit spiders, they were merely 9-star combat emperors. As such, the stalemate did not last long before the scales of victory tilted towards Qin Feiyang. Strands of spider silk and spider webs were crushed by the sword chi one after another. Impressive. The Ant Emperor's eyes were filled with admiration. However, right at this moment, the Spider Emperor's enormous body trembled. He opened his mouth wide, and a waterfall of spider silk gushed out from his mouth and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Pumph! Qin Feiyang snorted from his nose. With a wave of his hand, 50 sword shadows suddenly cut through the sky, carrying a shocking sharpness, and slashed towards the spider silk. Clang! A deafening loud sound immediately reverberated between heaven and earth. The 50 sword shadows and the spider silk were destroyed together. Qin Feiyang's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Spider Emperor also retreated, blood spurting out from his mouth. However, at the same time, the other demonic spirit spiders once again spat out spider silk, forming an airtight large net that enveloped Qin Feiyang. "Be careful," the Ant Emperor warned. Qin Feiyang glanced at the large net from the corner of his eye, and a cold smile flashed across his eyes. Then he pretended to be caught off guard and was enveloped by the large net. The moment Qin Feiyang was enveloped by the large net, his entire body entered a state of paralysis. He couldn't even move his fingers. The Ant Emperor under Qin Feiyang's feet was not spared either. Moreover, after the large net enveloped them, it immediately began to tighten. So, the man and the beast were like dumplings, bound to the ground and unable to move. "With just this bit of strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of this emperor?" The Spider Emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang in disdain, raised his head to look behind Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor, and said respectfully, "Welcome, Master." "Master?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. The Ant Emperor's heart was filled with disbelief. After knowing the Spider Emperor for so many years, no one knew the situation of the Spider Emperor better than it. There was no master at all. Moreover, with the Spider Emperor's arrogance, he would not submit to anyone. But how could there be a master all of a sudden? However, although they were shocked, their entire bodies were paralyzed and they could not turn their heads to look. They could only hear footsteps. Steady and powerful footsteps approached from afar. Moreover, there was more than one person's footsteps. Judging from the sound, there should be 5 people. Wait, these auras, suddenly, Qin Feiyang sensed a disgusting bloody aura from the aura of these people. This made him involuntarily think of the blood fiend pill, because in this world, only the aura of the blood fiend pill made him feel disgusted. Moreover, one of the auras was especially familiar. The sound of footsteps had already arrived behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang could even clearly feel that those people were staring at him, and their eyes were filled with dense killing intent. One of their eyes was filled with unresolvable resentment. Finally, the footsteps bypassed the Ant Emperor and arrived in front of him. A few figures also entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. There were exactly 5 of them. The person in the lead was a purple-clothed youth with the cultivation of a 3-star war emperor. His figure was tall, and his appearance was heroic. His facial features were also extremely handsome, but there was a shocking hostility between his brows. Behind the purple-clothed youth, there were 4 burly men. Their upper bodies were exposed, and their lower bodies were only wearing a pair of large underpants. Their muscles were bulging, and they were filled with a valiant aura. And the aura they exuded was extremely terrifying. They were all Peak Realm 9-star war emperor. The purple-clothed youth sneered, "I really didn't expect that the insufferably arrogant Qin Feiyang would actually fall into the hands of a group of animals." Qin Feiyang looked at the purple-clothed youth, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he sent a sound transmission. "Indeed, I didn't expect to meet you so soon, but I don't understand, why would the magic ghost spider call you master?" This spider silk was truly terrifying. Not only could he not move his body, he could not even move his lips and tongue. Therefore, Qin Feiyang could only communicate with the other party through sound transmission. It's a long story. I'll just tell you briefly so that you can die with understanding. At that time, I entered the divine ruins and descended here. Before I could figure out the situation, I was surrounded by these magic ghost spiders. I thought that I would definitely die this time. After all, these magic ghost spiders are too strong and there are too many of them. However, just as I was trapped by the spider silk and was about to die under their claws, the 4 people behind me suddenly attacked. So they were the same as me, descending in this mountain range. Don't you think that I'm very lucky? The purple-clothed youth sneered. You're quite lucky, Qin Feiyang said. The purple-clothed youth smiled and asked, you should be able to guess who they are, right? Apart from the Imperial Tutor's henchmen, who else can stand beside you? Qin Feiyang harumphed coldly. Lackeys? Whatever you say. Anyway, you're already dead. They're from the inner hall of the enforcement hall, and they're also the Cloud Ancestors' confidants. Therefore, when they saw that I was in danger, they immediately came to save me. They also found the Spider Emperor and destroyed its cultivation. Then I used the Blood Soul technique to control it. At first, we were going to ask the Spider Emperor to bring us to find a water source, but we didn't expect you to appear at this time. So, I set up a trap and asked the Spider Emperor to let you in first before coming here to ambush you. The purple-clothed youth said. Since he addressed the Imperial Master as the Cloud Ancestor, his identity was clear. He was Zhuge Mingyang. So that's what happened. Qin Feiyang muttered. In other words, the Spider Emperor was forced to do this. He immediately began to plan in his heart. At this time, the Ant Queen looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "Then why did you choose to ambush us here?" Because he was afraid. Although he controlled the magic ghost spiders, you have your own subjects. If he chose to attack at the intersection of the plains and the mountain range, it wouldn't benefit him at all. Qin Feiyang said. I see. If he chose to attack here, I wouldn't be able to summon my subjects. The Ant Queen murmured. This human was too terrifying to be able to calculate so carefully. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the Ant Queen, then looked at Qin Feiyang and gave him a thumbs up. He smiled brightly and said, "Brother Qin, you're really smart. But what's the use of being smart? You're still in my hands now. Brother Qin, tell me, how do you want to die?" The four burly men behind him immediately laughed sinisterly. What should we do? The Ant Queen panicked. Don't panic. Answer my question first. You know the Spider Emperor. If I help it get rid of this person's control, will it be grateful to me? Chapter 1441. Of course. Not only will it be grateful to you, but it will also attack these people immediately. The Ant Queen transmitted her voice without hesitation. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. The Ant Queen continued, however, can you really help it break free from this person's control? Qin Feiyang nodded. Then I beg you to help it. We've been friends for so many years. I can't bear to see it being manipulated like this. The Ant Queen secretly said with a pleading tone. Qin Feiyang was rather surprised. The Ant Queen actually begged him for the sake of the Spider Emperor. It seemed that the relationship between the Ant Queen and the Spider Emperor was indeed not ordinary. Answer me. How do you want to die? Or are you so desperate now that you don't know how to answer me? Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't answer, Zhuge Mingyang said impatiently with a mocking look on his face. Qin Feiyang still didn't answer. However, his gaze was as if he was looking at a clown. The Spider Emperor glanced at the Ant Queen and Qin Feiyang, then looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, Master, your target is that human. I've already captured him for you. Can you give the Ant Queen a way out and let it go? Zhuge Mingyang said, anyone who is with Qin Feiyang, be it a human or a beast, must die. The Spider Emperor hurriedly said, but, however, before it could say anything, Zhuge Mingyang waved his hand and said coldly, do you think you have the right to negotiate with me in your current situation? I advise you not to challenge my patience again. Otherwise, I'll kill you as well. Hearing this, the Spider Emperor's eyes immediately filled with hostility. However, it could only endure it due to the deterrence of the Blood Soul technique. Zhuge Mingyang smiled disdainfully. He sized up Qin Feiyang and said, do you know how much damage you've done to me over the years? Then I'm really sorry. Qin Feiyang chuckled. You think you can settle this with just an apology? Do you know how everyone is talking about me behind my back? He said that I, Zhuge Mingyang, am no match for you, Qin Feiyang, no matter how hard I try. They said that I, Zhuge Mingyang, am destined to be trampled under your feet for the rest of my life, Qin Feiyang. You even said that I, Zhuge Mingyang, was a complete piece of trash. In the past, my cultivation was so much higher than yours, but in the end, not only did you catch up to me, you even left me far behind. Do you know how much pain I feel every time I hear those words? How much does she hate you? The more Zhuge Mingyang spoke, the more agitated he became. His hands were tightly clenched, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was like a wild beast that had gone mad. What they said is also the truth. Facing the truth, shouldn't you accept it? Qin Feiyang said indifferently with a playful smile on his face. Bullshit facts. If you don't have the potential pill, what are you? If you don't have the castle in Changshui, Who knows how long you would have been dead? Would you still be so arrogant? Qin Feiyang, you have to remember that it's not that you are more talented than me, Zhuge Mingyang, but that you are luckier than me. However, luck will run out one day. For example, right now, I can trample on you and torture you however I want. Zhuge Mingyang laughed and took out a dagger. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang said with a hint of panic in his eyes. What am I doing? All these years, the humiliation you have brought me, and the blood feud of the Zhuge family. Today, I will settle it all with you. From now on, there is no Qin Feiyang in this world, only I, Zhuge Ming. Not long after, I, Zhuge Mingyang, will replace the little prince and become the emperor of the great Qin dynasty. By then, the great Qin dynasty will no longer be surnamed Qin, but Zhuge. Zhuge Mingyang snickered. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He thought that the Grand Preceptor was trying to usurp the throne because he wanted to be the emperor. He didn't expect that it was to pave the way for Zhuge Mingyang. Are you surprised? That's right, because you will never know that I am the real chosen one. Zhuge Mingyang sneered. Chosen one? Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. What an ignorant person. He said calmly, what about the little prince? He is your brother after all. After usurping the throne, what do you plan to do with him? The people of the Zhuge family didn't know that the little prince was actually the emperor's son. In front of the throne, power, what is family? Take the first prince for example. Although he is also my father's illegitimate son, and although my father and ancestor Yun asked me to assist him, when the time is right, I will still kill him. Zhuge Mingyang sneered. Qin Feiyang sighed. You are really cruel. Zhuge Mingyang said, to achieve great things, one must have courage and means. A soft-hearted and righteous person like you will never achieve great things. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, then do you believe that I will definitely live longer than you? Live longer than me? Zhuge Mingyang was stunned. He couldn't help but laugh, but there was a hint of mockery in his laughter. You can still say such stupid things at this point. It seems like you still don't understand your current situation. Go and remind him. Let him have a taste of what it is like to live a life worse than death. Zhuge Mingyang waved his hand, and the dagger landed in the hands of a burly man beside him. The burly man smiled sinisterly, grabbed the dagger, and walked towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, did you forget something? I sent the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house to the ancient castle? Of course not. But she is just a 9-star combat emperor. What can she do? You must know that we have 4 9-star combat emperors here, and they are all Peak Realm super experts. If she doesn't come out, she can live a little longer. Zhuge Mingyang said disdainfully. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed softly. Why are you sighing? Zhuge Mingyang raised his eyebrows. I am sighing because I am disappointed. Think about it, Zhuge Mingyang. You are such a smart person, but why do you look so stupid in front of me? You've suffered a lot in my hands before, right? Why don't you learn from your mistakes? Do you know? In the past, I still regarded you as an opponent, because I felt that although you are a sanctimonious villain, you can also be considered a formidable person. However, what I did not expect was that you were actually refining the blood demon pill. From that moment on, I truly understood that you, Zhuge Mingyang, are actually no different from the Imperial Preceptor. Qin Feiyang sighed. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. Regardless of what methods you use, only the winner in this world has the qualifications to stand in the clouds and look down on the common people. Zhuge Mingyang said, is that so? Then let me tell you, the person standing in the clouds in the end will definitely be me. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a bone-piercing cold light. Zhuge Mingyang laughed loudly, looked at the burly man who was walking towards Qin Feiyang, and shouted, tear his mouth for me, let's see how arrogant he can be. The burly man nodded. Stupid. Qin Feiyang muttered in his heart. Just as the burly man approached Qin Feiyang and raised the dagger in his hand, Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly emitted a strong cold light. At the same time, his thoughts moved. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house appeared out of thin air, her beautiful eyes flashing with killing intent as she slapped her palm towards the burly man. You don't know life from death. Zhuge Mingyang and the other 3 burly men immediately looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, their faces full of ridicule. As for the burly man who was about to attack Qin Feiyang, he also smiled contemptuously, raised the dagger in his hand, and turned to attack the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. You are the ones who don't know life from death. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said coldly. From within her sleeve, a graceful figure suddenly flew out. It was Chang Shui. What? It's actually Chang Shui. Why is Chang Shui in her hands? Zhuge Mingyang immediately crawled up with a face full of disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house grabbed Chang Shui and charged forward. Chang Shui and the dagger instantly collided. With a loud clang, the dagger broke on the spot. Is this Chang Shui? As expected, it lives up to its reputation. The burly man's face was filled with shock. Retreat! Zhuge Mingyang was also startled awake by the sound of Chang Shui and the dagger colliding. Then, he hurriedly shouted to the burly man. Too late. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled coldly. She flashed forward and stabbed the burly man's head with her saber. Puchi! Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard in this place. At this moment, the entire blade of Chang Shui had sunk into the burly man's head. Blood shot out like a blood arrow. This thunder-like method caused the burly man to fall into a momentary daze. Zhuge Mingyang and the other 3 burly men were also dumbstruck. For a moment, this place entered a state of dead silence. However, in the next moment, the burly man suddenly let out a miserable howl. His voice was like a pig being slaughtered, resounding through the world. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house sneered and pulled out Chang Shui. The burly man immediately collapsed powerlessly, and his life force quickly dissipated. Damn it! Kill her for me! Zhuge Mingyang roared as if he had gone mad. Boom! The 3 burly men behind him immediately unleashed their peak auras and charged towards the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. However, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house turned a blind eye to them. She turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor, waving the Chang Shui in her hand. 10,000 strands of sword energy, invincible. The tough spider silk was like a withered tree, quickly shattering into pieces. The entire process was smooth and fluid, completed in one go. She landed steadily on the ground again. The 3 burly men also charged over at this moment. They raised their fists in unison and punched towards the back of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. Battle chi surged, destroying everything in all directions. Pumph! The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house snorted from her nose, grabbed Chang Shui, and waved her hand. Seeing this, the 3 burly men hurriedly retracted their arms. None of them dared to fight with Chang Shui. At the same time, although the spider silk had been shattered, the numbness on Qin Feiyang's body did not disappear. Without the restraint of the spider silk, he also collapsed on the back of the Ant Emperor, feeling weak all over. Useless thing. Seeing this scene, Zhuge Mingyang flew into a rage. He glared fiercely at the 3 burly men, then turned to look at the Spider Emperor and shouted, "Quickly order your subjects to attack. As long as you can kill those 2 humans, I will promise to let your brother, the Ant Emperor." All right. The Spider Emperor nodded and roared, "Little ones, attack." Chapter 1442. The canyon here had already been razed to the ground. The ghost fiend spiders that had gathered on the mountain peak were now standing on the ground, surrounding not far away. Hearing the Spider Emperor's roar, they immediately roared into the sky, carrying a monstrous ferocious aura as they charged towards the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion raised her eyebrows and jumped up again, landing in front of Qin Feiyang. She took out an antidote pill with 5 patterns and placed it in Qin Feiyang's mouth. Because the spider silk contained poison, it needed an antidote pill to remove it. Only after the poison in his body was removed could Qin Feiyang regain his freedom. "Hurry up, I can't hold on for long." After saying this to Qin Feiyang, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion turned around and scanned the surrounding ghost fiend spiders. Boom! Her aura swept through the sky like a rainbow. With a wave of her jade-like hand, An icy aura appeared and turned into a stream of water. With a bone-piercing cold current, it rolled out in all directions. Li Water Sutra's first move, weak water. Wherever it went, cold air roared in all directions, and frost covered the ground. The spider's silk spat out by the ghost fiend spiders instantly shattered when they encountered the weak water. Divine technique. Zhuge Mingyang's pupils constricted as he looked at the three burly men and said angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack." The three of them suddenly came back to their senses and immediately performed their battle arts. A giant python, a giant black tiger, and a golden battle sword appeared out of nowhere. They were all perfect battle arts. With a shout from the three of them, the three great battle arts shook violently, releasing a world-destroying aura that charged towards the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. "You overestimate yourself." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion snorted coldly and waved her hand. The second move of the Li Water Sutra, Shocking Waves, appeared. The giant python, the giant black tiger, and the golden battle sword were instantly shattered by the waves. The three of them spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly retreated to Zhuge Mingyang's side. "Young Master Zhuge, although our cultivation is higher than hers, she has a divine technique. We are not her match. I suggest that we retreat immediately." The three of them said solemnly. "Retreat?" Zhuge Mingyang looked at Qin Feiyang, who was on the back of the Ant Queen, and said angrily, "I finally got this chance, and you want me to retreat? Useless trash." After saying that, he turned to look at the Spider Emperor with a ferocious expression and roared, "Tell your subjects to attack. Kill them even if you have to self-destruct. Don't go too far." The Spider Emperor finally couldn't hold back his humiliation any longer. He glared at Zhuge Mingyang with his long, narrow eyes. "You still dare to disobey me? Believe it or not, I can cripple your bloodline power right now." Zhuge Mingyang roared. The Spider Emperor's actions had undoubtedly infuriated him. Boom! But at this moment, a monstrous killing intent erupted. Zhuge Mingyang hurriedly looked over and saw Qin Feiyang slowly getting up. His blood-red hair danced in the wind and his entire body was shrouded in a murderous aura. He was like a god of death that had returned, making people tremble. Oh no! The three burly men tensed up. Swish! In the next moment, Qin Feiyang leaped a few hundred feet and landed on the back of the Spider Emperor. He said with a voice transmission, "Don't move, I'll help you get rid of his control." The Spider Emperor originally planned to attack Qin Feiyang immediately, but he was overjoyed when he heard Qin Feiyang's words. Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands and the enslavement seal appeared instantly and entered the Spider Emperor's head. The Spider Emperor immediately roared. "Don't resist!" Qin Feiyang shouted. "Enslavement seal? What is he trying to do?" Zhuge Mingyang was shocked. But soon, his body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. "How is this possible?" Blood soul art. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes were lifeless, his face was filled with disbelief. "Young Master Zhuge, what's wrong with the blood soul art?" The three burly men looked at Zhuge Mingyang in shock. The Spider Emperor's blood soul art has actually been broken. Zhuge Mingyang said, "What?" The three burly men's expressions changed. "Hurry up and leave." One of the burly men anxiously roared and brought Zhuge Mingyang with him as they turned around and fled without looking back. Seeing this, the other two burly men also hurriedly chased after them. As the Emperor of the Magic Ghost Spider, and with the cultivation of the 9-Star War Emperor realm, he must have accumulated a lot of resentment when he was captured by Zhuge Mingyang. And now that the blood soul art had been broken and the Spider Emperor had regained his freedom, whether it was Zhuge Mingyang or them, they would definitely face the wrath of the Spider Emperor. The Spider Emperor and the Magic Ghost Spider were already difficult enough to deal with, not to mention Qin Feiyang, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, and the Ant Emperor. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House had grasped the divine art. As the Emperor of the Spirit Blood Ants, the Ant Emperor's strength was definitely not inferior to the Spider Emperor's. As for Qin Feiyang, they were all too clear about this person's methods. He was even more terrifying than the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, the Ant Emperor, and the Spider Emperor combined. Not only did he have a large number of divine arts, he also had a divine weapon like Chang Shui. It was no exaggeration. With Qin Feiyang's current state, just his strength alone was enough to wipe them all out. So, escaping was the wisest choice right now. Looking at the Spider Emperor again, seeing the three burly men frantically fleeing with Zhuge Mingyang, there was a trace of apprehension in its eyes as it asked, "Has the blood soul art really been broken?" Qin Feiyang jumped down and landed in front of the Spider Emperor. He looked into the Spider Emperor's eyes and nodded. "It's been broken, now you can do whatever you want." Roar! The Spider Emperor immediately roared in excitement. The surrounding magic ghost spider also immediately stopped their attacks on the myths of the Dragon Phoenix house and roared in wild joy. Shua! Following closely behind. The Spider Emperor looked at Zhuge Mingyang and the other three, killing intent gushing out of his eyes as he laughed sinisterly. "You damned humans, you actually dare to capture this emperor. Little ones, stop them for this emperor. Kill!" The surrounding groups of magic ghost spiders immediately swarmed towards Zhuge Mingyang and the other three, their killing cries shaking the heavens. At the same time, the ground in front of Zhuge Mingyang and the other three cracked crazily. Groups of magic ghost spiders surged out from the ground. Their cultivations were not strong, ranging from 1-star to 8-star War Emperor. In front of the three burly men, they were as insignificant as ants. With a wave of their hands, they could kill a large number of them. However, they did not care about their lives and pounced towards Zhuge Mingyang and the other three. They used their lives and bodies to forcefully stop the four of them. Fresh blood stained the ground. This place was filled with a murderous aura. Qin Feiyang and the myths of the Dragon Phoenix house were the first to arrive, one in front and one behind, blocking the four of them. Accompanied by a series of tremors, the Spider Emperor and the Ant Emperor, who had already regained consciousness, rushed over one after another, blocking Zhuge Mingyang and the other three. The group of magic ghost spiders of the 9-star War Emperor also arrived one after another. With Qin Feiyang, the myths of the Dragon Phoenix house, the Ant Emperor, and the Spider Emperor as the leaders, they surrounded Zhuge Mingyang and the other three. "Why is it like this?" Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the densely packed magic ghost spiders around and muttered to himself. Why was the blood spirit technique broken out of nowhere? The three burly men sandwiched Zhuge Mingyang in the middle to protect him, vigilantly looking at Qin Feiyang and the group of beasts. Suddenly, Zhuge Mingyang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stared at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Could it be that the disappearance of the blood spirit technique has something to do with your slave seal? You're finally smart for once," Qin Feiyang said. "How is this possible? They are both secret arts that can control living beings. Why can the slave seal suppress the blood spirit technique?" Zhuge Mingyang was in extreme disbelief as he roared at Qin Feiyang. "Because the slave seal is a divine art." Qin Feiyang sneered. "It's actually a divine art too." Zhuge Mingyang's gaze trembled. The three burly men were also trembling in body and mind. Divine Dragon secret art, and Ruin's secret art, Eclipse Moon, Kill's secret art, and so on. These divine arts were already shocking enough, and now they were actually telling them that the slave seal was also a divine art? Just how many divine arts were hidden in this little bastard's body? Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them, then looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "Do you know why I kept saying that you were stupid before?" Zhuge Mingyang looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily. He really wanted to know. "You and I have known each other for so many years, and we have also fought for so many years. Don't you know my methods? Just the spider silk of the ghost demon spider, how can it trap me so easily?" Qin Feiyang sneered. His words awakened the dreamer. Zhuge Mingyang suddenly realized. That's right. Qin Feiyang had so many divine arts and divine items, how could he be so easily trapped by the spider silk? Without a doubt. Previously, it was Qin Feiyang who had set up a trap to lure the snake out of its hole. The snake was him. When the Spider Emperor attacked us, I felt that it was strange. It was so close to the Ant Queen, so why would it ambush us here? The result surprised me. This Spider Emperor was actually targeting me. At that time, I was puzzled. I had no enmity with it, So why would it target me? After thinking about it carefully, I began to suspect that someone was behind it. So I beat them at their own game, secretly took out Chang Shui, and sent Chang Shui and the miss of the Longfeng house to the castle. But what I didn't expect was that the person behind it was actually you. Although you were annoying in the past, you were open and aboveboard. But now, how did you become so sinister and despicable? If you want to kill me, just come and find me. I will accompany you at any time. Is it necessary to use such underhanded means? Of course. What you want to do is your freedom. I have no right to ask. I just want to say that the current you is not worthy to sit at the same table as me, Qin Feiyang, let alone be my opponent. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Zhuge Mingyang clenched his hands, and his eyes were as scary as the eyes of a snake. Don't be unconvinced. With the gap between us, I can kill you with one finger. Qin Feiyang said. Faced with such naked sarcasm and contempt, Zhuge Mingyang's entire body couldn't help but tremble. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, Don't worry, I will do something that will make you even more desperate. The state preceptor is also desperate. Heard. Zhuge Mingyang immediately looked at Qin Feiyang warily. Chapter 1443. Why are you looking at us? The three men looked at each other and couldn't help but feel nervous. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them for a moment and asked with a smile, You should also be controlled by the blood-soul technique, right? The three of them nodded instinctively. Qin Feiyang asked, Then is Zhuge Mingyang controlling you or the Imperial Preceptor controlling you? Of course it's the Imperial Preceptor. The three of them said. That's easy. Qin Feiyang muttered and said with a smile, Then answer me now, do you want to live? The three of them nodded without hesitation. But immediately after, a trace of suspicion crept up in their eyes. What did this person want to do? You follow the Imperial Preceptor for nothing more than power and cultivation resources, and I can give you all of these, even more than the Imperial Preceptor can give you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The three of them looked at each other. Was he trying to bribe them? That's right. I am bribing you. I believe you more or less know the character of Qin Feiyang. I can do anything to my enemies. But I treat the people around me better than I treat myself. Qin Feiyang said. The three of them fell silent. This point was indeed undeniable. Because Qin Feiyang was good to the people around him. This was something everyone knew. Looking at Zhuge Mingyang again. He looked at the three men with incomparable apprehension in his heart. If this was the great Qin Empire at this moment, even if the three of them betrayed him, he wouldn't care. Because he could ask the Imperial Preceptor for help at any time. But now, this was a miracle. He was on the first floor. The Imperial Preceptor was on the second floor. There was no way to contact between the two floors. Taking a step back, even if the Imperial Preceptor had the ability to calculate his current situation, he wouldn't be able to come to his rescue. So, now the three of them were very important to him. If the three of them really betrayed him and followed Qin Feiyang, it would be a disaster for him. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhuge Mingyang, then looked at the three people and said, To be honest, you don't have to hesitate because there are too many people in this world who want to follow me. If it weren't for the fact that we're in God's domain, you wouldn't even be ranked. The three of them were still hesitating. Of course. I don't like to force things. If you really don't want to, you can just say it. There's no need to make things too difficult. However, you must think carefully. Should I continue to stay by the Imperial Preceptor's side as cannon fodder? Or follow me, Qin Feiyang, to the peak of the world? Qin Feiyang laughed again. When the three of them heard this, their bodies shook violently. They shook their heads and said, We don't want to be cannon fodder. Bastard. Over the years, the Cloud Ancestor has spent countless efforts and resources to nurture you. Now, with just a few words from Qin Feiyang, you all betrayed us. Do you still have a conscience? What a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Zhuge Mingyang roared angrily. We've already seen through the Imperial Preceptor's character. Although he has been nurturing us, isn't it for his own selfish reasons? The worst thing is that we're peak 9-star combat emperors, but before we left, he ordered us to protect you with our lives. At the end of the day, no matter how strong we are, how capable we are, or how loyal we are, we're still not as good as you, the direct descendants of the Zhuge family. The three of them said angrily. The resentment that had accumulated over the years could finally be vented. Zhuge Mingyang clenched his fists and was about to go crazy. In the past, we didn't dare to resist because of the threat of the blood spirit technique. But now, Your Highness can break the blood spirit technique. Of course, we won't help you anymore. Your Highness, we're willing to turn over a new leaf. Please help us. The three of them knelt down on one knee in front of Qin Feiyang and pleaded. Turn over a new leaf. I have to say that you're aware. I admire you very much. Qin Feiyang laughed. Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of resentment and he said unwillingly, even if you follow him, he will still use the slave seal to control you. You'll still be slaves and cannon fodder. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. One of the burly men snorted. I think they're obsessed. Zhuge Mingyang sneered and looked at Qin Feiyang. Do you think they're sincerely following you? They're just after the potential elixir. Hearing this, a hint of panic appeared in the eyes of the three of them. That's right. The biggest reason why they chose to follow Qin Feiyang was because they could open the door to their potential. But they didn't expect Zhuge Mingyang to expose them directly. They looked at Qin Feiyang nervously. Qin Feiyang lowered his head in silence, but suddenly smiled and looked at Zhuge Mingyang. Who in the world doesn't want to open the door of potential? It's human nature for them to have this intention. After saying that, Qin Feiyang added, moreover, as long as they serve me sincerely, what's wrong with helping them open the door of potential? The three of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and said, quickly abolish your cultivation. I'll immediately help you break the blood soul technique. Although the three of them seemed to be sincerely following him, they were after all the people around the state preceptor. He didn't dare to fully trust them. What if the three of them suddenly resisted when he broke the blood soul technique and controlled them? Wouldn't he suffer a backlash? So, abolishing their cultivation was the safest way. The three of them nodded. Without hesitation, they raised their arms and slapped each of their lower abdomens. As they spat out a mouthful of blood, their qi was of course shattered. It was also at this moment. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he charged towards the three of them like lightning. The three of them immediately changed their expressions. Now that their cultivation was crippled, it would be easy for Zhuge Mingyang to kill them. You'd better be honest. But at the same time, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house took a step forward and instantly landed in front of Zhuge Mingyang. Her jade-like hand shot out explosively and slapped Zhuge Mingyang's chest. This chest instantly caved in and was badly mutilated. With a blood-curdling scream, Zhuge Mingyang flew out and smashed into the ground like a meteorite, spitting out blood. His heart was torn into pieces. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and ignored him. His hands quickly formed a seal. Buzz. 3 slave seals quickly condensed and turned into streams of light that entered the top of the 3 people's heads. At the same time, the second floor, in a certain mountain range, the Imperial Preceptor was running alone. To be exact, he was running for his life. His hair was unkempt and his body was in tatters. Behind him, a terrifying beast roared in the sky. Its body was thousands of feet long, like a towering mountain. Every step it took caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. A terrifying, ferocious aura swept out in all directions. It was it that was chasing after the Imperial Preceptor. Even the Imperial Preceptor, a peak-stage false god supreme existence, could only run for his life. One could imagine how terrifying the second floor was. But suddenly, the Imperial Preceptor, who was running away, froze and spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Someone's blood soul technique was forcefully broken? Could it be Qin Feiyang's doing again? His old face was full of surprise. Roar! The beast roared like thunder, and its divine might shook the heavens, instantly waking the Imperial Preceptor up. Without time to think, he began to run for his life again. The first floor. The blood soul technique was broken. The slave seal was also completed. Qin Feiyang took out 3 spirit sea pills and threw them to the 3 of them. "Thank you, Your Highness." The 3 of them hurriedly thanked him. "Your Highness." Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be absent-minded. He hadn't heard this name for many years. He sighed and said, "You'd better call me young master like everyone else." "Greetings, young master." The 3 of them looked at each other and bowed. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "What are your names?" "Wang Deshang, Li Jian, Zhou Zheng." The 3 of them said one after another. Qin Feiyang silently remembered it in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "Go to the side and repair your sea of qi first." "Yes." The 3 of them took the spirit sea pills and retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, looked up at Zhuge Mingyang, and said jokingly, "Not long ago, you asked me how I want to die. Now I ask you, how do you want to die? As long as I can satisfy you, I will satisfy you." "I want you to die first," Zhuge Mingyang said word by word. Qin Feiyang said, "This can't satisfy you. Since you can't think of a way, I'll help you think of a way to die." "Ha!" Zhuge Mingyang suddenly laughed. "You can still laugh now?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Was this person still hiding some tricks? "You won't kill me?" Zhuge Mingyang shook his head and said, "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Because I know everything you don't know." For example, why did the emperor destroy your cultivation in the first place? Why is Emperor Hong doing this to you now? For example, why did the Liu family not dare to intervene in the affairs of the capital all these years? Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of playfulness. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, stepped forward, grabbed Zhuge Mingyang's clothes, and shouted, "Tell me everything you know." "Beg me." Zhuge Mingyang grinned. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a fierce light, raised his fist, and punched Zhuge Mingyang's lower abdomen. Zhuge Mingyang immediately let out a miserable howl. His sea of qi shattered. "Are you going to say it or not?" Qin Feiyang shouted. "I won't say it. If you have the guts, kill me. But you have to think this through. If you kill me, the truth of all this will leave you." Zhuge Mingyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Qin Feiyang provocatively. Qin Feiyang's face was as heavy as water. Seeing that the situation was not good, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house hurriedly stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Feiyang, calm down. Don't be bewitched by him." Qin Feiyang looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and took a deep breath. His anxious heart finally calmed down. He looked at Zhuge Mingyang again and said, "Even if you really know, even if I really don't kill you, you won't tell me, right?" Zhuge Mingyang did not deny it. "Using my weakness to continue to waste time with me, waiting for the other confidants of the Imperial Preceptor to save you. I have to admit, you really have a good plan. I almost fell for your trick. But fortunately, I was reminded in time," Qin Feiyang said. Zhuge Mingyang immediately looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house with hatred. What a damn woman. Chapter 1444. She was indeed qualified to do so. After all, her cultivation was much stronger than Zhuge Mingyang's. Zhuge Mingyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, "You really want to kill me? You won't regret it? Since you won't tell me, why should I waste my time with you?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Zhuge Mingyang was not the only one who knew the truth. His mother, second grandpa, third grandpa, fourth grandpa, and so on also knew. It was just that they were unwilling to tell him because the time was not right. After this incident, he had thought it through. Since no one was willing to tell him, why should he painstakingly search for the answer? It was better to cultivate and work hard to improve his strength. In short, now he had to put these things aside for the time being, and completely so as not to let others seize his weakness and affect his mood like Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh. Looking at Zhuge Mingyang, he said, "Let's end the grudge between you and me here." "No," Zhuge Mingyang suddenly screamed in despair. "From this moment on, everything will be in the past." Qin Feiyang murmured. He slowly raised his arm. The battle qi was surging at the tip of his index finger. "No, I don't want to die. Please, I beg you, let me go," Zhuge Mingyang screamed in horror and struggled madly. But Qin Feiyang was indifferent. His eyes were extremely cold. The battle qi, like a sharp arrow, shot out from the tip of his finger and entered between Zhuge Mingyang's eyebrows. Ah! With a shrill scream, Zhuge Mingyang's blood splashed in the air. A finger-sized bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows and blood spurted out like a fountain. Except, Zhuge Mingyang screamed weakly. Before his voice died away, he fell to the ground and died. So what if you can't accept it? This is fate. You cannot escape the shackles of fate, and neither can I. Actually, at the end of the day, everyone's fate is similar. Life or death, Qin Feiyang murmured. With a wave of his hand, battle qi surged forth. With a boom, a deep pit appeared on the ground. Subsequently, Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Deshang and the other two and said, "After all, he was once my opponent. Let him rest in peace." The three of them understood and walked over. They lifted up Zhuge Mingyang's body, turned around, walked to the side of the deep pit, and threw it down. "Take away his Qiankuan bag," Qin Feiyang said. "With Zhuge Mingyang's status, there must be a lot of pills and herbs in his Qiankuan bag. There might even be some kind of treasure hidden there." After Wang Deshang entered the deep pit and took away the Qiankuan bag, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the soil surged, quickly covering Zhuge Mingyang. This also meant that a genius of a generation had fallen just like that. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion smiled and said, "We've just entered the divine ruins, and we've already gotten rid of a huge threat. He's just a small fish. The Imperial Preceptor is the big fish," Qin Feiyang said, his eyes shining. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, "With your ability, it's only a matter of time before you get rid of this big fish." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's easier said than done to get rid of a peak false god. Nothing in this world is difficult for those who are willing. Look, in the past, Zhuge Mingyang was also an invincible existence in your eyes. Now, he still died in your hands. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned to look at the miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and asked, "How do you know that Zhuge Mingyang was stronger than me in the past?" "Of course I heard about it. Not only Zhuge Mingyang, my mother and I know about your experiences in the Great Qin Empire." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion rolled her eyes at him. Qin Feiyang was stunned once again. He chuckled and said, "I didn't expect you two to be such gossipy people." "What do you mean? Are you scolding us in disguise?" The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's face darkened. No. How would I dare to scold you? I can't even hide in time." Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. "That better be the case. Otherwise, the heavens will strike you to death." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion snorted coldly. "What does this have to do with the heavens?" Qin Feiyang didn't understand. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and leaned in front of the miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He smiled slyly and said, "Let me ask you something." "What is it?" The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "What is the relationship between your mother and my ancestor? Why are you asking this?" The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, "I'm just curious. You won't tell me that this is also a secret, right?" "This is a secret." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, "Then what's your name? After all, we still have to be together for a long time. I can't always call you Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." He only knew that the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was called Ruo Shuang, but he didn't know her surname. He seemed to have asked before, but the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion didn't seem to answer him directly. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, "Just call me Ruo Shuang." "All right." Qin Feiyang was helpless. He really couldn't figure out what was so bad about this surname. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion urged, "The matters here are settled. Let's hurry up and continue on our way." It was as if she was diverting Qin Feiyang's attention, not wanting Qin Feiyang to continue asking. Qin Feiyang didn't think too much about it and nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, he swept up Wang Deshang and the other two and jumped onto the Ant Emperor's back. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion glanced at Qin Feiyang and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She also jumped onto the Ant Emperor's back. But at this time, the Spider Emperor stood in front of them and said, "Human, don't go yet." The Ant Emperor's expression changed as he hurriedly sent a sound transmission. "Old brother, what are you trying to do? You've seen the strength of these people. They're not people you can afford to offend." The Spider Emperor glanced at the Ant Emperor, then raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "That person called Zhuge Mingyang said that the enslavement seal can also control living beings. This emperor wants to ask, when you were helping this emperor break the blood soul technique, did you take the opportunity to control this emperor?" "I'm just helping you break the blood soul technique," Qin Feiyang said. "Actually, that was not the case. Using the enslavement seal to break the blood soul technique would also control the target. In other words, the Spider Emperor was now under his control. He didn't say anything because he didn't have any other intentions. He just wanted to keep a trump card in case the Spider Emperor suddenly attacked." "No," the Spider Emperor muttered as a fierce glint appeared in the depths of his eyes. Suddenly, it quickly retreated and shouted, "Little ones, surround them." Don't. Immediately, the surrounding magic ghost spiders surged over and surrounded Qin Feiyang and the rest. The Ant Emperor was shocked and said angrily, "What are you doing? Get out of the way." Wang Deshang and the other two also became nervous. Qin Feiyang and the miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked at each other and couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said, "Why are you doing this? Don't forget, I was the one who saved you just now. Otherwise, your little life would still be in Zhuge Mingyang's hands. That's a different matter. You saved this emperor. This emperor is very grateful to you. If there's a chance, this emperor will repay you. But now, you must release the Ant Emperor," the Spider Emperor said. Qin Feiyang had a look of surprise, so it was to save the Ant Emperor. The Ant Emperor was also very touched. "I admire your loyalty to the Ant Emperor. But now, I really need it to lead the way. When we reach the water source, I promise to let it go." Qin Feiyang looked at the Spider Emperor and said. The Spider Emperor snorted, "The words of humans can't be trusted. Old brother, thank you, but this is voluntary. Don't get involved." The Ant Emperor hurriedly said. It didn't want to implicate the Spider Emperor. This was because it had personally experienced Qin Feiyang's strength. Even if it joined forces with the Spider Emperor, it would only be at a disadvantage. However, the Ant Emperor's words angered the Spider Emperor. It glared at the Ant Emperor and said angrily, "What are you afraid of? What kind of storms and waves have we not seen over the years? At most, we'll die." The Ant Emperor lowered its head and fell silent. It was extremely ashamed. The Spider Emperor snorted and looked at a 9-star battle Emperor Ghost Demon Spider beside it, and said, "Go to the plains immediately and call all the spirit blood ants to come and help. I don't believe that with the combined strength of our two races, we can't do anything to a few humans. Feiyang, don't make too much of a fuss. If the spirit blood ants really come and join forces with the spirit fiend spider, then even if we kill all of them in the end, we will probably die of exhaustion." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion sent a voice transmission. The Spider Emperor's meaning was obvious. Either let the Ant Emperor go or fight to the death. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth lifted and he said with a smile, "Fortunately, I held back, otherwise it wouldn't be easy to end this." Wang Deshang and the other two looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Pull back? What did he mean?" Qin Feiyang didn't explain. With a thought, the originally valiant Spider Emperor suddenly lay on the ground and cried out in pain. "What's going on?" The Ant Emperor was shocked. The surrounding spirit fiend spiders also panicked. Qin Feiyang sneered, "Actually, you are already under my control. If I want to kill you now, it will be as easy as flipping my hand." "You are so despicable." When the Spider Emperor heard this, he immediately raised his head and glared at Qin Feiyang. The surrounding spirit fiend spiders also stared at Qin Feiyang, their eyes flashing with an astonishing ferocious light. Wang Deshang and the other two looked at each other with a hint of joy on their faces. This young master was really shrewd. If he hadn't held back, this matter would have been really difficult to deal with. Just from this point, it could be seen that he was indeed stronger than Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said indifferently, "This is not called despicable. It is called being careful. Facing beasts like you, I have to be careful." "Then what do you want now?" the Spider Emperor said in a deep voice. "If you didn't make things difficult for me just now, I wouldn't have made things difficult for you. When we leave this mountain range, I will naturally remove your slave seal. But now, it's not that easy. You will accompany us to the water source." Qin Feiyang laughed. Hearing that they were going to the water source, the Spider Emperor's huge body suddenly trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Old buddy, I told you not to act recklessly, but you just wouldn't listen. Now, even you can't escape." Chapter 1445. The Spider Emperor looked at the Ant Emperor, then looked at Qin Feiyang's group. He slowly lowered his head and let out a sigh. This was really like the old saying, "The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear." Looking at the dejected look of the Spider Emperor, Qin Feiyang shook his head in amusement. "Don't act like you've been wronged. Look at Wang Deshang and the others. Their cultivation is not weaker than yours, but aren't they still willing to follow me? What does this mean? It means that I'm a person worthy of you following. Cut the crap. Do you have anything to say? If not, we'll set off." Qin Feiyang said. "Worthy of following?" The Spider Emperor snorted disapprovingly. He looked at the surrounding fiend spirit spiders and shouted, "When I'm not here, you guys have to guard this place well. Don't run around and don't cause trouble." The surrounding fiend spirit spiders replied in unison. The Spider Emperor sighed again and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Let's go. Let's go." Qin Feiyang stepped on the Ant Emperor's back gently. The Ant Emperor immediately rushed forward with Qin Feiyang and the others. The Spider Emperor followed beside them. Along the way, his head drooped and he was unhappy. "Old buddy, now that things have come to this, you should get over it. At least this human didn't make us cannon fodder like that Zhuge Mingyang." The Ant Emperor comforted him secretly. "You're silly." The Spider Emperor glanced at the Ant Emperor and sighed. "What do you mean?" The Ant Emperor was puzzled. "Although he didn't make us cannon fodder now, don't forget that we're going to the water source. You and I both know the strength of that fierce crocodile. This human must be worried that he can't beat that fierce crocodile, so he brought us along to work for him at the critical moment. He's not as good as you think." The Spider Emperor thought. "It can't be." The Ant Emperor suddenly felt uneasy. "It can't be? Just wait and see. None of the humans are good. They're all selfish bastards." The Spider Emperor snorted. At this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If I really wanted to use you as cannon fodder, I wouldn't just bring the two of you. I would definitely bring all your subjects with me." "How did you know what we were thinking?" The Spider Emperor looked at him in shock. The Ant Emperor was also extremely bewildered. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Could it be that this person could read minds? Otherwise, why would this human know what they were thinking? Qin Feiyang didn't explain. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't think too much about the human heart. There are still good people among humans." "A good person?" The Spider Emperor stared blankly for a moment before replying disdainfully, "Are you talking about yourself?" The Ant Queen chimed in, "People who claim to be good people are often worse than anyone else." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. Looking at the three people, he said, "Give me Zhuge Mingyang's Qiankuan bag." The three of them looked at each other and felt a sense of helplessness. Seeing that Qin Feiyang hadn't mentioned the Qiankuan bag for so long, they thought that Qin Feiyang had forgotten about it. They were even prepared to find time to clean up the Qiankuan bag and divide it among themselves. But unexpectedly, Qin Feiyang hadn't forgotten. Wang Deshang took out the Qiankuan bag and respectfully handed it to Qin Feiyang. "As a qualified subordinate, you should take the initiative to hand over the spoils of war. You don't need me to remind you." Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He grabbed the Qiankuan bag and lowered his head to check it. Hearing this, The three of them couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It wasn't until now that they realized that Qin Feiyang hadn't forgotten. He was deliberately testing them. Just as Qin Feiyang was checking Zhuge Mingyang's Qiankuan bag, an invisible force suddenly emerged from the place where Zhuge Mingyang's body was buried. But this force was very weak. Even if he tried to sense it carefully, he might not be able to sense it. However, as soon as this power appeared, it spread out in all directions like a ghost. In the mountain range, there were still many magic ghost spiders wandering around. As soon as the power came into contact with the demonic spirit spiders, it silently drilled into their bodies. As for this abnormality, none of the magic ghost spiders noticed it. On the back of the Ant Emperor, the mists of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "How is it? Did you find anything valuable?" Qin Feiyang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a blood fiend pill appeared. The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house's gaze trembled. Qin Feiyang said solemnly, "There are at least 500,000 blood fiend pills in this Qiankuan bag." 500,000 blood fiend pills were equivalent to 500,000 lives. This did not include the blood fiend pills that Zhuge Mingyang had refined in the past. This bastard deserved to die 1,000 times over. The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house asked, "Other than the blood fiend pill? There are also more than 100,000 battle chi pills, enough for us to use for a period of time." As for the rest, at this point, Qin Feiyang was suddenly stunned, a trace of suspicion creeping up between his brows. "What's wrong?" The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house asked. Qin Feiyang did not answer, and directly took out a palm-sized jade box from his Qiankuan bag. "What is it?" The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house was suspicious. Wang Desheng said, "I've seen this jade box before. It was given to Zhuge Mingyang by the imperial tutor before we came to the miracle." Qin Feiyang and the mists of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at each other, their eyes shining. It was actually given to Zhuge Mingyang by the imperial tutor? Then the things inside must be very valuable. What could it be? Qin Feiyang muttered and slowly opened the jade box. Boom! Just as he opened a crack, a wisp of divine might surged out from the jade box. Divine might. Their gazes trembled. Wang Desheng and the other two were also extremely shocked. When the Ant Emperor and the Spider Emperor felt the divine might, they immediately stopped and turned to look at the jade box in Qin Feiyang's hands. It was actually divine might. Could it be that there was a divine artifact inside the jade box? Qin Feiyang calmed himself down, grabbed the lid, and opened it in an instant. A jade slip immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The jade slip was the size of a baby's fist, and its entire body was black and gray, with strands of hazy divine light on it. And on the jade slip, there was a pattern of a giant dragon. It's not a divine artifact. Wang Desheng and the other two looked at each other. Qin Feiyang nodded, "Yes, this is not a divine artifact, but this is a divine art." Divine art. The three of them trembled both physically and mentally. Although it was not a divine artifact, the divine art was still tempting enough. I didn't expect this guy's Qiankuan bag to be hiding a divine art. What a surprise. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. He immediately grabbed the jade slip, sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind into it. A huge amount of information immediately surged into his mind. The Lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion glanced at Qin Feiyang, then turned to the Ant Emperor and the Spider Emperor. "Let's continue on our way." "All right." The two beasts nodded. Then, they sped forward while secretly communicating with each other. The Ant Emperor said, "Old friend, if we can get the divine art in Qin Feiyang's hands, do you think we'll have a chance to kill that fierce crocodile? You're really good at dreaming. Would he give something as precious as a divine art to us?" The Spider Emperor rolled his eyes. The Ant Emperor smiled. Chapter 1446. At the same time, Wang Desheng and the other two were also looking at Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, Wang Desheng said, "Li Jian Zhou Zheng, now that our Sea of Qi has been repaired, shall we take the opportunity to kill them? As long as we kill him, not only his divine arts, but also all his treasures, including Chang Shuer and the castle, will be ours." Hearing this, Li Jian and Zhou Zheng were not tempted. Instead, they glared at Wang Desheng. What? Wang Desheng looked at them in confusion. The Ant Queen and the Spider Queen don't know, but don't you know that his seal of slavery can see our inner thoughts? You'll get us killed if you say that, they said angrily. So that's the reason. Wang Desheng smiled and said, you worry too much. He's checking the divine arts now. How can he have the energy to peek into our inner thoughts? We can't say that. Anyway, now I don't want to be Qin Fei Yang's enemy. Li Jian said. Look at those who are Qin Fei Yang's enemies. Which one of them has a good ending? It's not easy for us to build a relationship with Qin Fei Yang. I don't want to ruin our future like this. Don't say that again. Zhou Zheng said secretly. You two are really cowards. Wang Desheng snorted. Swish. However, at this moment, Qin Fei Yang suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at Wang Desheng. Two cold lights burst out of his eyes. Wang Desheng's eyes trembled. Had he found out? Qin Fei Yang sighed deeply. He stood up and said, you are underestimating me too much. I am just checking on the divine arts. How much energy can I waste? Thinking back, he had done many things at once. Wang Desheng suddenly panicked. Qin Fei Yang slowly put away the jade slip, looked at Wang Desheng, and said with a smile, Li Jian and Zhou Zheng are not cowards. They are sensible. As for you, you're really courting death. Plop. Wang Desheng's body softened. He knelt directly in front of Qin Fei Yang and begged, young master, I won't do it again. Please give me another chance, okay? Seeing this scene, Li Jian and Li Qie rejoiced. Fortunately, they hadn't colluded with Wang Desheng before. Otherwise, Wang Desheng wouldn't be the only one kneeling and begging for mercy. The young lady of the Longfeng house turned her head and looked at Wang Desheng suspiciously. Then, she looked at Li Jian and Wang Desheng and immediately understood what was going on. She ignored it. This kind of person who pretended to be obedient but opposed in secret deserved to be killed. Moreover, she and Qin Fei Yang were in the same boat now. If something happened to Qin Fei Yang, she couldn't run away. Just now, I was blinded by greed and confused for a moment. Young master, can you be magnanimous and give me another chance? I swear that I will serve you wholeheartedly in the future. Wang Desheng looked at Qin Fei Yang pitifully, his heart full of regret. Why was he so stupid to have such thoughts? Wasn't he courting death? Who in the world didn't know what kind of person Qin Fei Yang was? How could he tolerate a two-faced person staying by his side? I've already given you a chance. It's you who didn't know how to cherish it. Qin Fei Yang said expressionlessly. I really know I was wrong. I really don't dare to do it again. Please, let me go this time, just this time. If there's a next time, I won't complain if you kill me. Looking at Qin Fei Yang's cold expression, Wang Desheng cried out in despair and kept kowtowing. His head smashed on the thick shell of the Ant Queen with a bang. The Ant Queen said angrily, Hey, can you be gentler? My shell isn't as hard as you think. Will you compensate me if you break it? Her words were full of schadenfreude. The Spider Emperor was speechless. If such a thick shell could be broken, Wang Desheng's head would have been blown off long ago. Li Jian glanced at Wang Desheng and couldn't bear it. He looked at Qin Fei Yang and said carefully, Young master, why don't you give him another chance? It hasn't been easy for him to come this far. Besides, with his strength, he can still help you. Zhou Zheng also said. Swish. Qin Fei Yang suddenly looked at the two of them, his eyes flashing coldly. Young master, we didn't mean anything else. Please forgive us. Their expressions changed, and they hurriedly knelt to the side. They regretted it. They couldn't even care about their own affairs, so why did they care about the life and death of others? Weren't they digging their own graves? Qin Fei Yang glanced at the two of them and said, Let me see how loyal you are to me. The two of them looked at each other anxiously. How could they prove it? Suddenly, the two of them looked at Wang Desheng in unison with a trace of ruthlessness on their faces. What are you doing? Wang Desheng looked at them in shock and anger. You're a traitor with glib words. People like you deserve to be killed. Killing intent surged in their eyes as they pounced forward. Li Jian punched Wang Desheng's head. Zhou Zheng slapped Wang Desheng's chest. He didn't show any mercy. You're actually using killing me to prove your loyalty. You're simply bastards. Qin Feiyang, if you don't let me go, I won't let you have an easy time. Die with me. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone a person. Wang Desheng roared, his eyes flashing with madness. A destructive aura roared out from his body. It was obvious. He wanted to self-destruct and die with Qin Feiyang and the others. We can't let him self-destruct. Li Jian shouted. If Wang Desheng really self-destructed, they would die no matter how many lives they had. The Ant Emperor and the Spider Emperor were also quite nervous. However, Qin Feiyang and the mists of the Longfeng house remained calm. Because Qin Feiyang could completely erase Wang Desheng's soul before he self-destructed. However, he didn't do that. On one hand, he wanted to test Li Jian and Zhou Zheng's loyalty. On the other hand, he wanted to test Li Jian and Zhou Zheng's ability to adapt. The destructive aura was like an avalanche as it spread out crazily in this place. Mountains collapsed and the earth caved in. The mists of the Longfeng house couldn't help but become nervous. If Li Jian and Zhou Zheng couldn't kill Wang Desheng before he self-destructed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Die! Li Jian, Zhou Zheng, and Wang Desheng roared at the same time. That destructive aura had already reached its peak. Seeing that Wang Desheng's body was about to self-destruct, Li Jian and Zhou Zheng finally arrived. Battle chi surged and killing intent soared into the sky. Accompanied by a scream, Wang Desheng's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered across the sky. His heart was also smashed by a palm, his flesh and blood a mess. Without any suspense, Wang Desheng died on the spot. His entire body flew out like a meteorite, crashing into a mountain ridge not far away and drowning in soil and rocks. That was close. Chapter 1447. The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house was finally relieved. She glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Don't do such crazy things in the future. My heart can't take it." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Would he let Wang Desheng self-destruct? Definitely not. If the two of them really couldn't stop it, he would erase Wang Desheng's soul without hesitation. Therefore, the problem that the mists of the Dragon Phoenix house was worried about didn't exist at all. The two of them also heaved a sigh of relief. They turned to Qin Feiyang and asked nervously, "Young master, can this prove our loyalty?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Perform well and you will benefit greatly in the future." The two of them were overjoyed. Although Qin Feiyang didn't answer directly, the meaning behind his words was obvious. There should be a lot of blood fiend pills in your Qiankuan bags, right? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said. The two of them were shocked. Qin Feiyang said, "I hate blood fiend pills the most in my life." Hearing this, the two of them quickly took out their Qiankuan bags and took out the blood fiend pills inside. Then, without saying a word, they crushed them all. "Young master, please check." The two of them handed their Qiankuan bags to Qin Feiyang. "No need. But if I find out that you are secretly refining blood fiend pills behind my back, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Qin Feiyang said. "We don't dare." The two of them quickly shook their heads. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and turned his gaze to the mountain range in front of him. The two of them couldn't help but wipe their cold sweat. They put away their Qiankuan bags and stood respectfully behind Qin Feiyang. The mists of the Dragon Phoenix house asked, "What divine art was that just now?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "The Black Dragon scripture has a total of 4 moves. I took a look and found that it is somewhat similar to Zhuge Xingfeng's Blood Dragon art. It is very suitable for Fatso to use." "So, you want to leave it for Fatso?" the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded. "This Fatso can be considered to have accumulated good karma from his ancestors to have met you. Otherwise, with his talents, he would probably still be at the bottom of the county of Yen, struggling to make a living." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled. "You can't say that. Although I was the one who made him what he has also helped me a lot over the years." Qin Feiyang said. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked deeply at Qin Feiyang and did not say anything else. Dong. The Ant Emperor and the Spider Emperor were like two huge mountains as they moved swiftly across the ground. Gradually, a long mountain ridge appeared in Qin Feiyang's sight. The mountain range was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. It was like a giant python that stretched across the land, emitting a majestic aura. That is the end of the mountain range. After crossing the mountain ridge and passing through a swamp, we will reach the water source. The Spider Emperor said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Spider Emperor said in a deep voice, "That swamp is not an ordinary place. There is a group of ferocious crocodiles lurking in it, and there are no less than 1,000,000 of them." "What? So many?" Li Jian and the other man were dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang was also rather surprised. He asked, "What is the relationship between the ferocious crocodiles in the swamp and the one guarding the water source?" "They are its subjects," the Spider Emperor said. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Since there is a swamp, there must be water. If there is water, then it shouldn't be so hot." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, she had really had enough of the temperature here and wanted to find a cool place as soon as possible. The temperature there is indeed not as high as here. But unfortunately, we can't stay in the swamp, the Spider Emperor said. But the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house raised her brows. Because there is a poisonous gas in the swamp. This poisonous gas can confuse people's minds, causing them to hallucinate and so on. If we don't pass through quickly, there is a high chance that we will die in the swamp. The Spider Emperor said, his eyes filled with fear. If even he was so afraid, it was enough to show that the actual situation in the swamp might be even worse than what he said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and said with a smile, "Why don't I send you to the castle? It's very cool in the castle. I'll call you out when something happens." "Can I?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. In fact, she had thought about this question long ago, but she couldn't put down her face and was afraid that Qin Feiyang wouldn't agree or say that she was delicate, so she didn't take the initiative to ask. "Of course," Qin Feiyang chuckled and shook his head. "No. Bastard, are you playing with me?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was furious. "You're the one who's stupid." "I don't believe it either. There's no one in the castle right now. How can I let you in without worry?" Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Although this mother and daughter pair were very friendly to him now, there were times when he had to be on guard. This was an instinct that had been nurtured through life and death situations for many years. In short, before the mysterious madam and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house revealed their true identities, he would definitely not trust these two people 100%. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house glared at Qin Feiyang angrily and scolded fiercely, "Little bastard, just you wait." "I'll wait." Qin Feiyang's indifferent attitude made the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house even angrier. "Don't." While they were talking, the Ant Emperor brought them to the front of the mountain. Without stopping, the two beasts climbed up the mountain and stood at the edge of the cliff, looking ahead. As expected, on the other side of the mountain was a swamp that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the swamp, other than the smelly mud, there was not a single flower or tree. It looked extremely desolate. Standing on the mountain ridge, Qin Feiyang and the rest could already smell the hallucinatory poisonous gas. "How do we get past such a big swamp?" Li Jian asked worriedly. If they could fly, crossing this swamp would be a piece of cake for people of their level of cultivation. But the problem now was that the power of the rules of the miracle made it impossible for them to fly. Being unable to fly meant that they had to walk. But now, as far as their eyes could see, they couldn't find a solid piece of land. Without solid ground, how could they set foot on it? "There's a way, but you guys have to follow me closely and don't get entangled with the crocodiles in the swamp. Because with our strength, if we're not careful, we'll destroy that path. In short, try your best to avoid battle." The Spider Emperor scanned the swamp and said in a serious tone. Zhou Jing asked, "Is there no other way?" "Go around the swamp. But if we go around it, it'll take at least a month for us to reach the water source," the Spider Emperor said. Then how long will it take to cross the swamp? Qin Feiyang asked. If we don't delay on the way, it'll take at most 2 days. The Spider Emperor thought for a moment and said, 1 month, 2 days. Chapter 1448. The Spider Emperor led everyone along the mountain ridge for about a dozen miles. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he scanned the swamp below, his eyes filled with vigilance. The swamp was very calm. Only a few places were bubbling. It was also very quiet. But it was so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. Qin Feiyang and the others also lowered their heads and looked at the swamp below. Inside the swamp, there was a small path that was 2 to 3 meters wide. It was like a winding path that led to the depths of the swamp. The Spider Emperor observed for a moment, and seeing that there was no movement in the swamp, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the others and said, "This is the path I'm talking about." As it spoke, its body was also rapidly shrinking. Li Jian and Zhou Jing looked at it suspiciously. The bigger the body, the bigger the target. In the past, every time the Ant Emperor and I passed by here, we would shrink our bodies. The Spider Emperor explained. So it's like that? Li Jian and Zhou Jing nodded their heads in realization. These beasts were quite smart. Actually, how could a beast that had cultivated to the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm be stupid? It wasn't an exaggeration. Their minds were even sharper than some humans. The Ant Emperor turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a flattering smile, "About that, I'll have to trouble you to come down and walk by yourself." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. It seemed that this fellow was indeed quite frightened by the methods he had displayed. Otherwise, with its unruly personality, how could it be so polite? Qin Feiyang jumped down and landed steadily on the ground. Miss Longfeng, Li Jian, and Zhou Jing also jumped down from the Ant Emperor's back and landed beside Qin Feiyang. The Ant Emperor's huge body also immediately began to shrink. Finally, whether it was the Ant Emperor or the Spider Emperor, they all became the size of a thumb. If they retracted their auras and hid in the soil, they wouldn't be discovered without looking carefully. Qin Feiyang sized up the swamp, pondered for a while, and said, "The more people there are, the bigger the target." As he spoke, he turned to look at the 3 people from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and said, "You guys go to the castle and wait there first. You're going to play with me again? I won't fall for your trick." The young lady of Longfeng House snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "I'm serious this time. But I'll say the ugly words first. Don't mess around in the castle, or I'll throw you directly into the swamp." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion pursed her lips in disdain. Li Jian and the other man looked at the swamp, their eyes filled with dread. It would be best if they could go to the castle. At least they wouldn't have to risk their lives outside. As for acting recklessly, did they have the guts to do so now? Qin Feiyang glanced at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young lady and secretly sent a voice transmission to Li Jian and the other 2. "You can send me a voice transmission when you are in the ancient castle. Keep an eye on her. If she shows any abnormalities, inform me immediately." "Understood." The 2 of them secretly replied. Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, the 3 of them disappeared. The Ant Emperor and Spider Emperor's eyes flickered with surprise when they witnessed this scene. Ancient castle? What the hell is this thing? He seemed to be very impressive. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 beasts and said with a smile, "Come on my shoulder." The 2 beasts were stunned for a moment, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. "Hurry up, don't waste time," Qin Feiyang urged. "Is this okay?" the Ant Emperor asked. "What's wrong with this? I've already said that I'm not the kind of person you think I am. You don't have to be so reserved in front of me. And now, you guys have become so small. If you lie on my shoulder, your vision will be a little wider," Qin Feiyang said. The 2 beasts looked at each other in disbelief. There was actually such a kind human in this world? In their understanding, humans were selfish animals. They had always been arrogant towards beasts like them. Even for some humans, having a ferocious beast lying on their shoulders was a form of humiliation. But this man in front of them actually took the initiative to invite them? When he was fierce, he was more ferocious than anyone else. Even beasts like them were afraid. But when he was friendly, he was more amiable than anyone else. What kind of human was this? Why was it so difficult to see through him? Qin Feiyang said impatiently, "Hurry up, it's not the first time my wife got on the sedan. Why are you dilly-dallying?" The two beasts were stunned. They then looked at each other and finally let go of the worries in their hearts. They jumped up and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulders. Their favorable impression of Qin Feiyang instantly increased by a lot. In fact, Qin Feiyang did this to improve the favorability in the hearts of the two beasts, because he wanted these two guys to always stay by his side. One has to know. The number of spirit blood ants and spirit spiders commanded by these two beast emperors was definitely no less than 1,000,000. If he could make them sincerely submit, Qin Feiyang would be sitting on 1,000,000 beasts army. 1,000,000 beasts army, what kind of concept is this? Not to mention sweeping across the first floor of the miracle, at least it could deter those who wanted to plot against him. Looking at the path in the swamp, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, jumped, and swooped down. "Keep your movements quiet," the Ant Emperor hurriedly transmitted. "Don't worry," Qin Feiyang secretly said. In midair, the wind whistled in his ears. When he was about to land, Qin Feiyang turned in the air and landed steadily on the edge of the swamp without making the slightest sound. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang restrained his aura and immediately entered the path. Following the path, he rushed forward. The two beasts also restrained their aura to the extreme, looking around, listening in all directions. And not long after Qin Feiyang left, somewhere on the edge of the swamp, a huge head floated out of the mud. It was the head of a fierce crocodile. Its mouth was slightly open, revealing sharp fangs. It looked at Qin Feiyang's back. Its bell-like fierce eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. It quietly dived back into the mud and disappeared. The temperature in the swamp was indeed lower than outside. However, it was also stuffier here than outside. It was hot outside, but it was stuffy here. Miasma, humidity, and poisonous gas filled every corner. Facing such a harsh environment, even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but gradually feel irritated. His clothes had long been soaked in sweat. His long hair was also dripping wet. However, although this was a tiger's den, it was peaceful along the way. Time flew. 9 scorching suns set in the west one after another. Night fell. Without the scorching sun, the miracle of the night became much cooler. However, just as night fell, the originally calm swamp gradually became active. Roar! The deafening roars of beasts could be heard from all directions. The Ant Emperor said in a deep voice, "Although it's stuffy here during the day, it's the safest. Once it's dark, the fierce crocodiles here will come out. We can be attacked by them at any time. Be careful." The Spider Emperor warned. Chapter 1449. The night of the miracle was not like the day, where there were 10 suns and only 1 full moon. The moonlight shone down, and the earth seemed to be wrapped in a layer of silver. Qin Feiyang carefully sped along the small path. The Ant Emperor and the Spider Emperor were also paying attention to the movements of the swamp on both sides, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. But until midnight, what they were worried about did not happen. Although there were the roars of the crocodiles all around, not a single one of them came out to block their way or ambush them. However, this kind of situation made Qin Feiyang feel uneasy, because on the way he saw some fierce crocodiles, and these fierce crocodiles also discovered him and the Ant Emperor. But in the end, those fierce crocodiles only silently glanced at them a few times before quietly retreating. Discovering them but not making a move? No matter how he looked at it, it was a bit strange. After a day of traveling, Qin Feiyang had almost entered the central area of the swamp. Not long after, a 3-way road appeared in front of them. Qin Feiyang rushed to the intersection, looked at the fork in the road in front of him, and asked suspiciously, "Which way?" "Isn't there only one way?" The Spider Emperor was suspicious. "One way?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. His expression was immediately stunned. The 3-way road in front of him had actually disappeared without a trace, leaving only a small path that led straight to the end of the swamp. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang was startled. The Ant Emperor pondered for a moment, as if he had thought of something. His gaze suddenly trembled and said, "You should be hallucinating." Hallucination? Qin Feiyang was shocked. My current cultivation is the same as yours, at the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm, but why am I the only one who is hallucinating? Qin Feiyang frowned. Because this is your first time here. And we have been here many times, so we have a certain immunity to the poisonous gas here. The Ant Emperor said. Looks like we have to speed up. Qin Feiyang muttered. There was still half the journey to the water source. In other words, he still had to stay in the swamp for another day. If he were to hallucinate now, it was hard to imagine what would happen next. He didn't know when he would hallucinate again. Moreover, hallucinations in this place were fatal. For example, just now. If it wasn't for the Ant Emperor and Spider Emperor reminding him, once he chose the wrong path, he would fall into the swamp. You have to know. Who knew how many crocodiles were lurking in the swamp? Falling into the swamp was equivalent to falling into the bloody mouth of a vicious crocodile. It was a narrow escape. Shaking his head, Qin Feiyang used phantom steps and sped along the small path. Wherever he passed, he left behind a series of afterimages. At this speed, if there are no accidents along the way, we will arrive tomorrow evening. The Spider Emperor smiled. The Ant Queen scanned the swamp suspiciously. What's strange? In the past, when the two of us came in, it was never as peaceful as it is now. And did you notice that the number of crocodiles we met along the way seems to have decreased a lot? Also, the crocodiles we met weren't very strong either. The Ant Emperor said. The Spider Emperor was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he said in surprise, "It seems to be the case. What's going on?" The eyes of the two beasts were filled with surprise. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he also paid close attention. Very soon, they found two crocodiles beside the small path in front of them. The two crocodiles only revealed their heads and stared at Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor. Their fist-sized eyes flashed fiercely. However, they had restrained their auras and were unable to see through their cultivation. The Spider Emperor and the Ant Emperor looked at each other and their auras exploded. The two crocodiles were also frightened and instinctively released their auras. The Spider Emperor and the Ant Emperor's eyes widened. The aura that these two crocodiles released was only at the level of a 5-star combat emperor? The two crocodiles didn't jump out to block the way. They jumped into the mud and disappeared. Qin Feiyang didn't stop and continued forward. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. They found dozens of crocodiles one after another. But what was strange was that these crocodiles were only at the level of a 1-star to 5-star combat emperor. They didn't see a single 6-star combat emperor crocodile. What's going on? Where did those 8-star and 9-star combat emperor crocodiles go? The Ant Emperor and the Ant Emperor became more and more bewildered. All of this was too unusual. They sped forward for a distance. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped and looked ahead in bewilderment. What's wrong? The two beasts were shocked and immediately became vigilant. Qin Feiyang said, "Quickly listen, is there any sound in front of us?" He did hear a sound coming from ahead, but he wasn't sure, because he was worried that it was another illusion. Sound? The two of them were stunned. They looked ahead and listened carefully. Rumble gradually. They could faintly hear a series of rumbling sounds coming from ahead. There's a sound. It seems to be the sound of a battle. The Ant Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Then it doesn't seem to be an illusion." Qin Feiyang muttered. "However, it's very strange. Why is there a battle here?" The Ant Emperor was suspicious. Suddenly, the Spider Emperor seemed to have thought of something and urged, "Hurry up and take a look." Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor looked at it in surprise. The Spider Emperor said in a deep voice, "If there is really a battle in front, then there is only one explanation." "What explanation?" Qin Feiyang asked. The Spider Emperor said, "It's you humans who are fighting with the crocodiles here." Yes. The Ant Emperor also quivered and nodded repeatedly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Because the beasts in this area, including me and the Spider Emperor, do not dare to fight with the crocodiles here. Humans, Qin Feiyang muttered. Who could it be? The next moment, he used the phantom steps and rushed forward. As he got closer, the rumbling sound became louder and louder. At the same time, the mud on both sides of the swamp was also slowly surging, like waves on the water surface. Obviously, this was caused by the battle in front. But because of the distance, the swamp's surging was not obvious. Time passed breath by breath. Qin Feiyang was getting closer and closer to the battlefield. The rumbling sound became more and more deafening. The mud in the swamp was also rolling more and more fiercely. In some places, there were even waves of mud that were half a meter high. Moreover, there were also more and more crocodiles. The cultivation of the crocodiles was also getting stronger and stronger. Just now, Qin Feiyang had seen hundreds of 6-star combat emperor crocodiles and even dozens of 7-star combat emperor crocodiles. They were like a school of big fish in the swamp, crazily swimming forward, setting off waves of big waves. And the direction they were heading was also where the battle was happening. Obviously, they were rushing to support. It seems that those 8-star and 9-star combat emperor crocodiles have all been attracted by the battle in front. To be able to make so many crocodiles rush to support, I think that the human who is fighting with the crocodiles must be quite terrifying. Chapter 1450. The Ant Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Can you guess who it is? The people who came in this time are all very powerful." "I can't tell yet." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Suddenly, in the swamp not far away, a few 7-star combat emperor crocodiles roared at Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor. Qin Feiyang's body and mind tensed up. The Ant Emperor's eyes turned cold as he stared at the crocodiles and shouted, "You know my methods. You'd better not provoke us." "And me." The Spider Emperor's ferocious aura erupted, covering the sky and earth. The crocodile's pupils shrank as they turned around and continued to rush towards the battlefield. But before Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor could heave a sigh of relief, an even louder roar rang out. Crush! Following that, a giant crocodile leaped out of the swamp, stirring up huge waves. Its body was 20 to 30 zhang long, like a small mountain. It appeared in the mud and stared at Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor. At the same time, the few 7-star combat emperor crocodiles that had left also turned back and gathered behind the giant crocodile. Moreover, the surrounding 6-star combat emperor crocodiles also stopped and surrounded Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor. "It's over. An 8-star combat emperor crocodile has appeared. The other crocodiles have found their backbone and might attack us." The Ant Emperor stared at the giant crocodile and said in a low voice, "With their cultivation, they are actually not a threat to us. However, I'm afraid that they will destroy this small path. Without a place to rest, no matter how strong we are, we will be finished." The Spider Emperor transmitted, "Don't panic, act according to the situation." Qin Feiyang thought. The giant crocodile sized up Qin Feiyang, its fierce eyes glowing with a terrifying light, and said, "Ant Emperor, Spider Emperor, why is there a human?" Obviously, it also knew the two beasts. The Ant Emperor said, "He is our friend." "Friend?" The giant crocodile was stunned and sneered, "Do you think I'm stupid? With your personalities, would you be friends with humans?" The Ant Emperor said, "You don't have the right to interfere in our affairs." "How dare you? Do you know where this is? Even if you are the emperors of the blood spirit ants and demonic spirit spiders, you have to behave yourselves here." The giant crocodile shouted. The Ant Emperor and Spider Emperor both immediately erupted with fearsome baleful auras upon hearing this. As a beast emperor who ruled over a region, they would never tolerate an ordinary ferocious beast like the giant ferocious crocodile showing off in front of them, because this was trampling on their dignity. "I can ignore all of you, but you must leave that human behind," the giant crocodile said with a murderous aura. That tyrannical attitude left no room for negotiation. The Ant Emperor said gloomily, "What if I say no? Then you can all die with him." The giant crocodile said, "Arrogant." The Emperor Ant and the other two beasts were enraged. They shouted, "If it weren't for the Crocodile Emperor, you would be a corpse by now. I advise you to stop being so presumptuous." Ant Emperor, you think too highly of yourself. Lord Crocodile Emperor, when have I ever put you in my eyes? Face? Don't you think it's ridiculous? The giant crocodile suddenly laughed wildly. That's right. Every time you meet Lord Crocodile Emperor, you're the ones who run away like rats. If it weren't for Lord Crocodile Emperor being too bored and wanting to find some fun, he would have already killed all of you. You still dare to be arrogant in front of us? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? The surrounding crocodiles also sneered. I can't take it anymore. All of you, go to hell for me. The Ant Emperor was furious. Battle Chi surged wildly, turning into a huge wave that covered the sky. With a destructive aura, it rushed towards the crocodiles on both sides of the swamp. Ant Emperor, you're courting death. Lord Crocodile Emperor will not let you go. Little ones, let's go. The crocodile roared loudly. A group of crocodiles immediately drilled into the mud. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang did not dare to stay for a moment. He immediately used phantom steps and rushed forward. This was because the Ant Emperor's attack was enough to destroy the small path under his feet. Boom! The battle chi blasted into the swamp. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In this place, the mud suddenly surged, covering the sky and the moon. At the same time, cries of agony could be heard coming from the swamp. No one knew how many crocodiles died under the Ant Emperor's battle chi. In just an instant, the swamp within a radius of hundreds of miles was dyed red with blood. The pungent smell of blood, coupled with the stench of the swamp, made one nauseous. Ant Emperor, you damn old bastard, we won't let you go. Little ones, destroy that path and let them die in the swamp together with that human. The giant crocodile's roar exploded under the swamp. Roar! In all directions, the beast's roar shook the sky. A group of crocodiles, with fierce eyes, opened their bloody mouths and pounced crazily towards Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor. Some of the crocodiles also attacked the small path crazily. Boom! The path in front of Qin Feiyang collapsed and sank into the swamp. It's my fault. I shouldn't have angered them. Seeing this scene, the Ant Emperor blamed himself. It's okay. A fierce battle between us and them will break out sooner or later. It's just brought forward now. We'll talk about it later. They've humiliated you so much. If we don't do anything, won't it make us look too weak? Qin Feiyang sneered. The Ant Emperor and the Ant Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. They thought that Qin Feiyang would blame them for being reckless, but they did not expect that he would support them. His favorable impression of Qin Feiyang instantly increased by a large margin. Roar! The army of crocodiles covered the sky and covered the earth. Their cultivation levels were between 6-star combat emperors and 7-star combat emperors. In this place, the mud waves rose hundreds of feet high. What should we do? The Ant Emperor and the Ant Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang helplessly. Qin Feiyang stopped and glanced at the crocodiles around him. He said in a low voice, "The path in front has been destroyed. We can only retreat." But before he finished speaking, with a loud bang, the path behind them was also destroyed by a few crocodiles. We won't die like this, right? The Ant Emperor was burning with anxiety. The word death has never existed in my Qin Feiyang's dictionary. Qin Feiyang snorted and glanced at the crocodiles in front of him. He shouted, I have a way to cross over. Don't worry about anything. Just kill. But the two beasts nodded. Boom. Qin Feiyang's aura, which he had been hiding, suddenly burst out of his body. Along with the aura, a shocking murderous intent appeared. It was like a surging torrent that swept across the sky for thousands of miles. His whole body was surrounded by a bloody aura. His bloody hair was fluttering. His bloody eyes were like a pair of eyes of the god of death, shining with a ruthless and bloodthirsty light. The word kill between his eyebrows was like a bloody moon, emitting a blazing bloody light. The heaven and earth here were dyed with a layer of bloody red, as if it had become a purgatory. This murderous intent, is he still human? Chapter 1451. What are you all standing there for? Kill them quickly. The giant crocodile shouted again. but there was no sign of it. Obviously, this was a master who was afraid of death. It did not dare to show itself and hid in the dark to give orders. Roar! When the frightened crocodiles heard this, they immediately went crazy and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor. Qin Feiyang looked around and his blood-red eyes flickered. Attack! Suddenly, he shouted coldly and stepped on the ground. With the help of the force, he jumped high into the air. Boom! The small path under him also shattered and was drowned in mud. One had to know that this was the only place he could stand. In other words, right now, Qin Feiyang already had no way out. The problem he had to face now was how to find a safe place to set foot in this endless swamp. Kill! At the same time, the Spider Emperor and the Ant Emperor also attacked crazily, killing the crocodiles that pounced from all directions. Both beasts were super powerful peak 9-star combat emperors. The strongest crocodiles in this area were only 8-star combat emperors. To the two beasts, it was naturally a massacre. Blood flowed like a waterfall. One by one, corpses fell from mid-air and smashed into the swamp, setting off huge waves. Looking at Qin Feiyang again. At this moment, he was like an agile monkey, stepping on the corpses of the crocodiles and rushing toward the location of the giant crocodile. That's right. This was his plan. Although there was no place to stay in the swamp now, there were many fierce crocodiles. As long as the Spider Emperor and the Ant Emperor killed their way there, he could use the corpses of these fierce crocodiles to jump continuously. I see. The Ant Emperor and the Spider Emperor were also enlightened. In their hearts, they were full of admiration for Qin Feiyang. In such a dangerous situation, he could still be so calm and think of a solution immediately. This kind of temperament was not comparable to ordinary people. Wait. Are we going in the wrong direction? Suddenly, the Ant Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and asked. Logically speaking, in this situation, they should be heading straight ahead, because this was the only way to get out of danger as soon as possible. But now, Qin Feiyang was actually running to the left. What was he trying to do? The direction is right, Qin Feiyang said. Right? The two beasts looked at each other. I know what you're thinking. But have you ever thought of another question? If these fierce crocodiles all dive into the swamp in an instant, what kind of situation will we face? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. The two beasts felt a chill run down their spines. Now, there was no place to stay in the swamp. They were completely relying on the carcasses of the fierce crocodiles as stepping stones. But if, just as Qin Feiyang had said, all the vicious crocodiles here had suddenly dived into the swamp, who would they find to be their stepping stone? That was because there was nothing here other than the vicious crocodiles. Without a stepping stone, there was only one ending for them, which was to fall directly into the swamp and be swallowed by it. In the end, all of them died under the fangs of the vicious crocodiles. Thinking of this, the two beasts immediately looked at Qin Feiyang nervously and asked, "Do you have any solutions?" Find a vicious crocodile as a mount. This is also the only way I can think of so far. Qin Feiyang thought. Is it possible for them to be our mounts? Heard of it. In the hearts of the two beasts, a sense of despair immediately rose. They knew the temperament of these vicious crocodiles too well. It was impossible for them to submit to them. Moreover, even if these vicious crocodiles were willing, they wouldn't dare to stand on their backs. Because this was simply courting death. If the vicious crocodile beneath their feet suddenly sank into the swamp, wouldn't they also sink in? Qin Feiyang said, I'm not sure about the other vicious crocodiles, but the vicious crocodile that is secretly giving orders can definitely do it. The Ant Emperor asked, Are you talking about the 8-star War Emperor's vicious crocodile from before? This guy, ever since the two of you made your move, it has been hiding in the dark. This means that it is a coward who is afraid of death. Later, as long as I use the slave seal to control it, it will definitely listen to my orders. Qin Feiyang transmitted. So that's how it is. From such a small detail, he can actually think of so much. What exactly is in this person's head? The two beasts exclaimed. Don't think about those messy things. Quickly find the location of that vicious crocodile. Qin Feiyang used the corpse of the vicious crocodile to jump while carefully scanning the swamp. The ant emperor and the two beasts looked at each other. They were also slaughtering while searching. Bang bang bang. The group of crocodiles advanced one after another. Blood stained the sky. At this moment, there were at least thousands of crocodile corpses floating on the swamp, but they were all sinking into the swamp one after another. This bastard, where exactly is he hiding? After not seeing any trace of the giant crocodile for a long time, the ant emperor and the two beasts couldn't help but become angry. Don't worry. Just kill as much as you want. These vicious crocodiles here are all acting under his orders. Sooner or later, he will give orders again. As long as he makes a sound, we will be able to find him. Qin Feiyang comforted. Of course. These words were all secretly transmitted through voice transmission. After all, the vicious crocodiles here were all intelligent. If they were to hear those words, then Qin Feiyang's plan would definitely fall short of success. Every word that Qin Feiyang said was like a reassuring pill. Especially when they saw Qin Feiyang's calm attitude, the two beasts felt a lot more at ease. Boom! Ferocious power surged. Murderous aura was monstrous. They slaughtered crazily, ending the lives of the vicious crocodiles one after another. And just a few miles away, a huge head was hidden among the corpses of the vicious crocodiles, watching Qin Feiyang and the ant emperor. I didn't expect these bastards to be so difficult to deal with. That's right. It was the giant crocodile. What should we do? Looking at the ant emperor and the ant emperor that were killing in all directions, its expression was full of irritation. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in its eyes, and it let out a burst of laughter, roaring, "Little ones, retreat." It finally made a sound. Qin Feiyang and the ant emperor immediately turned around and instantly locked onto the giant crocodile's body. Following closely, Qin Feiyang took a step forward, stepped on the back of a vicious crocodile, and went straight to the giant vicious crocodile. A few miles of distance to the current him was nothing. In the blink of an eye, the giant vicious crocodile was stunned and quickly dived into the swamp. Boom! Qin Feiyang's body shook, and the purple gold dragon's soul appeared out of nowhere. Innate divine ability, immediately activated. Emperor Divine Prison. An invisible force rushed towards the giant vicious crocodile. In just a moment, the giant vicious crocodile was imprisoned, unable to move at all. Qin Feiyang landed steadily on the head of the vicious crocodile. Seeing this, the surrounding group of crocodiles all turned around and pounced over. Qin Feiyang stepped on the head of the vicious crocodile, his entire body filled with killing intent, and shouted, "If you don't want to die, make them stop immediately." Feeling the bone-piercing killing intent, the giant vicious crocodile's eyes trembled and hurriedly roared, "All of you, stop." The sound was like a bell, shaking all directions. At this moment, the incoming vicious crocodiles came to a sudden stop, but the murderous light in their eyes did not dissipate, staring straight at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not waste any time, and directly took out the slave seal, entering the head of the giant vicious crocodile. Roar! The giant vicious crocodile immediately howled in pain. But soon, it stopped screaming, its eyes filled with shock, and said angrily, "What did you do to me?" "This is the slave seal. Now that your soul has been controlled by him, if you want to live, you have to listen to us." The ant emperor sneered. "Control the soul?" The giant vicious crocodile was skeptical. "It seems that I have to make you suffer for a long time before you believe me." Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, and with a thought he activated the slave seal. The giant vicious crocodile howled again, feeling as if its head was about to split open, and the aura of death enveloped it. It hurriedly roared, I believe, stop quickly." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and stopped operating the slave seal. The pain immediately disappeared. The giant vicious crocodile exhaled with lingering fear and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Seeing the giant vicious crocodile submit, the two beasts finally heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the danger was averted. Qin Feiyang said, "Take me out of this swamp." "Sure. But you have to promise not to kill me." The giant vicious crocodile didn't even think about it and said, "Of course. But in advance, don't play any tricks." Qin Feiyang said, "My little life is now in your hands, how would I dare to play any tricks?" The giant vicious crocodile smiled bitterly, and the lower half of its body floated out of the swamp. Then, it took Qin Feiyang and swam forward. The ant emperor glanced at the vicious crocodile, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a flattering smile, "You are really too awesome. How about I acknowledge you as my boss, and you take me out to explore?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The spider emperor also looked at the ant emperor in surprise. He never expected that the ant emperor would take the initiative to ask to follow this person. The giant vicious crocodile was also stunned, and then said disdainfully, "The dignified phantom blood ant emperor is actually licking his face to please a human. You are really a disgrace to us beasts. You have such a backbone, but aren't you the same now, obediently submitting to Boss Qin?" The ant emperor retorted. The giant vicious crocodile immediately lowered its head in shame. "Boss Qin, how is it?" The ant emperor looked at Qin Feiyang with an expectant face. "Of course I welcome you to follow me because this way, I will have another good brother, but what about your subjects?" Qin Feiyang was full of smiles. Along the way, he had done so much just to make the ant emperor follow him willingly, didn't he? Now that the ant emperor had asked, he naturally wouldn't refuse. The ant emperor said, "These are all small problems, I will go back and tell them when the time comes. Since you want to follow me, I will definitely not treat you badly." Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then took out a potential pill and handed it to the ant emperor with a smile. "This pill is called a potential pill, it can open the door of potential, keep it well." "What? Open the door of potential? Really?" The ant emperor looked at the potential pill in disbelief. "Of course it is. The people and beasts around me, including myself, have already opened the door of potential." Chapter 1452. The ant emperor was overjoyed and immediately prepared to take it. "You can't take it?" Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped it. The ant emperor looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang gave a simple explanation of the various conditions required to consume the potential pill. "So that's how it is." The ant emperor muttered. Swoosh! An iron box appeared. The ant emperor carefully put the potential pill into the iron box like a treasure and then kept the iron box in its chi-si. The spider emperor looked at the ant emperor with envy in his eyes. "What a shame!" The giant crocodile snorted coldly, but it also yearned for it. What a joke! In this world, which creature didn't want to open the door of potential? The ant emperor ignored the giant crocodile's mockery and turned to look at the spider emperor. It said happily, "Old friend, did you see that? This is the benefit of following this human." The spider emperor was silent. "Don't be embarrassed. You have seen this person's strength and methods, as well as his attitude towards us beasts. He won't treat us as cannon fodder." The ant emperor laughed secretly. The spider emperor pondered for a moment and glanced at Qin Feiyang. He said, "This is not a game. Let me think about it." "All right, think about it carefully. But as a friend, I really advise you to follow him. After all, in this world, he is the only human who will treat us beasts as brothers." The ant emperor said. The spider emperor nodded. Back to Qin Feiyang. Although he didn't say anything, he was secretly happy, because he had been peeping at the inner thoughts of the two beasts. Although the spider emperor hadn't made up his mind yet, in his opinion, it was only a matter of time. Boom! The sound of battle ahead was getting louder and louder. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at the crocodile under his feet. He asked, "Do you know who is fighting ahead?" "I don't know. I was just going to take a look. But I heard that it is a man and a woman whose cultivation has reached the 9-star combat emperor." The crocodile said, "A man and a woman?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Young?" The fierce crocodile said, "It said that he's quite young, but we'll have to go and take a look to know the specifics." "I am well aware of your strength. Even if they are 9-star war emperors, they are not your opponents. Why haven't you taken them down after so long? It even alarmed your entire race." The ant emperor asked suspiciously. The fierce crocodile said, It is said that they have mastered a divine art and have a divine beast by their side. What? Divine beast? Both the Ant Emperor and the Beast King turned pale with fright. Qin Feiyang also had a look of disbelief as he asked, "What divine beast? Could it be a fire Qilin? Or the Cerberus?" In his memory, only the fire Qilin and the infernal divine hound were divine beasts. "It looks like a big fish," the fierce crocodile said. "Big fish?" Qin Feiyang and the Ant Emperor exchanged a glance. No matter how big the fish was, it couldn't possibly be a divine beast. "I'm also puzzled," the fierce crocodile said. "Faster," Qin Feiyang urged. He really couldn't wait to see this so-called big fish mythological beast. "Then stand firm." After the fierce crocodile said that, its speed suddenly increased by several times. All the way down, it set off a monstrous wave of mud. The Spider Emperor shook his head and said, "I really can't stand it here. It's too smelly." The Ant Emperor nodded in agreement. "Smelly? Don't you guys come here often?" The fierce crocodile sneered. "If it weren't for the water source, would we have come?" The two beasts were disdainful. Time passed breath by breath. After about half an hour, Qin Feiyang could already faintly sense the aura of two humans. In addition to the aura of the two humans, there were also the aura of many fierce crocodiles. Moreover, among these auras, he really felt the pressure of a divine beast. Is it really a divine beast? Qin Feiyang looked at the swamp in front of him. Strong shockwaves from the battle surged forward in the form of giant waves. The swamp in front of him was like a turbulent ocean, rolling endlessly. And the fierce crocodiles in front of him were getting stronger and stronger. Basically, they were all 8-star war emperors, and a few of them were even 9-star war emperors. Their bodies had all reached 60 to 70 feet, and there were even giant crocodiles that were 100 feet long. "We can't go any deeper." The fierce crocodile under Qin Feiyang's feet suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The fierce crocodile said in a deep voice, "If they see me with a human like you, they will kill me. If I have to take you out of the swamp, I suggest we take a detour." "Detour? Then we won't have a chance to see that big fish?" The Ant Emperor said. The fierce crocodile said angrily, "Is it more important to see the big fish or your life?" The Ant Emperor turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, glancing at the fierce crocodiles in front of him, his eyes surging with blood light, and said, "Continue forward, kill one by one. Don't. If you kill them, you can leave after patting your butt, but I still have to live here. Do you think they will let me go in the future?" "Even if they let me go, Lord Crocodile Emperor will not let me go. Please, don't make things difficult for me, okay? If you really force me, I will die together with you." The fierce crocodile was burning with anxiety. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Although the fierce crocodile said it out of anger, one had to understand that even a rabbit would bite when it was anxious. If this guy was really forced into a corner, it might really do such a thing. How should I solve this? Qin Feiyang secretly pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at the fierce crocodile and said, "I thought of a way that won't implicate you and can also take a closer look at that big fish." "What?" The fierce crocodile was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Let me hide in your mouth." "Good idea. This guy's mouth is so big, not to mention one person, even if dozens of people hide inside, it won't be a problem." The Ant Emperor and the two beasts said, "Hide in my mouth? Aren't you afraid that I will swallow you into my stomach when you're not prepared?" The fierce crocodile joked. "You can try. Let's see if your actions are faster or if I erase your soul faster. Besides, it's not like I haven't been swallowed by a beast before. Back then, when I just stepped on the path of cultivation, I was swallowed by a big fish, but in the end, I still escaped alive." Qin Feiyang sneered. This incident happened in Iron Ox Town. At that time, he had just been reborn. It was also the first time he met the white-eyed wolf. He remembered at that time. Facing the pursuit of the Lin family's disciples, the white-eyed wolf took him to escape. They jumped down from a mountain peak and fell into a river below. Just then, they bumped into a water beast and swallowed him and the white-eyed wolf. Even though this matter had happened a very long time ago, Qin Feiyang still remembered all the details of that time very clearly. Because it was precisely because of this incident that he and the white-eyed wolf truly came together. You have such an experience? The Ant Emperor and the other two beasts looked at him in shock. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. To say something conceited, what I have experienced over the years is not something you can imagine. This is a human with a story. The two beasts muttered. When the fierce crocodile heard this, it smiled embarrassedly and didn't dare to say anything more. It raised its head and opened its mouth, revealing its black fangs. Qin Feiyang didn't have the slightest fear and directly stepped into the mouth of the fierce crocodile. The moment he entered the mouth, Qin Feiyang immediately blocked his nostrils. There could only be one word to describe it: stinky. It was simply stinky. The Spider Emperor and the Ant Emperor almost fainted from the smell. The Ant Emperor resisted the urge to vomit and said, "Boss Qin, why don't you let us go to the castle too?" Yeah. The Spider Emperor also looked at him pitifully. Since we are brothers, we must share our blessings and hardships. Qin Feiyang held back his laughter and said. The two beasts felt extremely bitter in their hearts. "I'm just joking with you." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. With a wave of his hand, the two beasts disappeared without a trace. Then he said, "Let's go." The fierce crocodile immediately lowered its head and sped forward. But its mouth was still slightly open. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the row of fangs in the fierce crocodile's mouth and looked at the situation outside through the gap. To be honest, he couldn't stand the stench in the fierce crocodile's mouth. Most importantly, it wasn't clear whether the fierce crocodile did it on purpose or not. From time to time, a piece of mud would surge in from the outside and directly hit his body. Not long after, Qin Feiyang's body was covered in mud. One had to know, why was the fierce crocodile so smelly? It was because it lived in this kind of mud all year round. In other words, this mud was the source of the stench. If he could use battle chi, it wouldn't be like this. Because the battle chi barrier could separate the stench and mud. But now, Qin Feiyang didn't dare to use his battle chi. Because once he used his battle chi, he would be immediately detected by the surrounding fierce crocodiles. Anyway, every minute and every second in this place was torture. He also thought of the concealment spell. Using the concealment spell to avoid the fierce crocodile's sight. But after thinking about it, in such a dangerous place, it was better to use the concealment spell at the critical moment. After all, the concealment spell could only be used once a day. Each time, it could only be used for an hour. As he got closer and closer to the battlefield, the mud waves became more and more fierce. He encountered more and more fierce crocodiles. Naturally, the battle fluctuations became more and more terrifying. Gradually, Qin Feiyang frowned. The two human auras gave him a sense of familiarity. But because there were too many auras mixed together, he couldn't tell who they were. However, he was sure that they were definitely not the white-eyed wolf and Fatso. Because if they were the white-eyed wolf and the rest, no matter how mixed their auras were, he would be able to distinguish them instantly. Boom. Flash. Roar. Another moment passed. The sounds of battle and the roars of the fierce crocodiles became more and more deafening. Qin Feiyang looked through the gap and saw countless fierce crocodiles more than 10 miles ahead. They were all 8-star combat emperors. They gathered together and no matter how the mud waves hit them, they remained motionless and focused on the front. Obviously, the battlefield was right in front of them. This aura, Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows tightly. Here, the two auras became more obvious and more familiar. Chapter 1453. In the end, two figures were fixed in Qin Feiyang's mind. It was a man and a woman. Their looks were ordinary, but their temperaments were extraordinary. But how was that possible? Qin Feiyang shook his head again. Although he was not very familiar with this man and woman, Qin Feiyang still knew about their talents. How could they break through to the 9-star war emperor in such a short time? And there was a divine beast by their side? It can't be. It should be my imagination, not theirs. Qin Feiyang muttered. Boom. Crash. The fierce crocodile faced the huge waves and continued to move forward. Not long after, it brought Qin Feiyang into the group of crocodiles. The attention of the group of crocodiles was on the battlefield in front of them. In addition, Qin Feiyang hid his aura, so no one noticed him for a while. The fierce crocodile also brought Qin Feiyang and continued to move forward without batting an eyelid. The battle fluctuations were getting stronger and stronger. About 100 breaths passed. The fierce crocodile suddenly stopped, its eyes filled with shock, and thought, "Look, it's really a big fish." Qin Feiyang said, "Your head is too high, open your mouth a little wider." The fierce crocodile raised its head and opened its mouth half a meter wide. Qin Feiyang stood at the mouth of the fierce crocodile and looked up. His eyes were filled with shock. A few hundred miles away from the swamp, there was a huge monster floating. Its appearance was like a whale, and its body was more than 10,000 feet long. Its entire body was black and gray, like a giant mountain standing in the swamp. Its aura was also very strong. It was a 9-star war emperor. But the most shocking thing was that the divine power it emitted was a very pure divine beast power without any impurities. And around the big fish, countless fierce crocodiles roared and attacked it crazily. Each of these fierce crocodiles was more than 100 feet long. But compared to the big fish, their size was like the difference between a giant and a pig. However, their strength was very terrifying. They were all 9-star war emperors. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang looked at the big fish and muttered to himself, his face full of disbelief. "Do you know what it is?" The fierce crocodile's voice rang out in Qin Feiyang's mind. Legend has it that there is a fish in the northern underworld called the Kuan. The Kuan is so big that I don't know how many thousands of miles it is. It transformed into a bird, and its name was Peng. Its wings were like the clouds in the sky. It is the owner of this legend. Kuan Peng. Qin Feiyang said word by word. "What? Kuan Peng?" The fierce crocodile's eyes trembled as it asked, "Who are those two humans?" "Human?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Previously, his attention was all on the Kuan Peng and those ferocious crocodiles. He did not pay attention to the two humans. He quickly scanned the battlefield. The bodies of the crocodile and the Kuan Peng were too big. The two humans were like ants in a pile of elephants. It was very difficult to find them. However, not long after, Qin Feiyang also found the two humans. They stood on the back of the Kuan Peng, and their auras were like rainbows. They crazily launched a counterattack against the fierce crocodiles that pounced at them. "It's really them," Qin Feiyang muttered, and his heart was in turmoil. "Who is it?" the fierce crocodile asked. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Two old friends. The man is called Ling Yu, and the woman is called Luo Dan." "Old friends?" The fierce crocodile was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Since they are old friends, why does your tone sound so strange?" "Because their cultivation is too strange. Back then, their cultivation was about the same as mine. Later on, I even left them behind. But now, not only have they caught up with me, they have even surpassed me and broken through to the 9-star combat emperor realm." Qin Feiyang said. The most important thing was that he had the ancient castle, a cultivation artifact. One day outside was 10 days inside. Logically speaking, even if Ling Yu and Luo Dan were lucky these years and obtained some great fortune, it was impossible for them to surpass him, let alone leave him far behind. When the fierce crocodile heard this, his heart was also full of shock. "Humans, no matter how strong you are, you can't escape death today. Brothers, kill them for me." The group of crocodiles roared again and again. The battle had already reached its climax. Although the group of crocodiles had a large number of casualties, Kuan Peng and Ling Yu were also covered in wounds. Looking at the crocodiles, Ling Yu and Luo Dan's expressions were extremely grave. "We don't have much battle chi left in our bodies. Kuan Peng is also seriously injured. We can't continue to waste time with them like this," Luo Dan said. As she spoke, battle chi rolled out and turned into golden battle swords, filling the entire void. Immediately, as she waved her hand, the battle swords whistled out, carrying a world-destroying sharpness, slashing at the group of crocodiles that pounced from all directions. Clang! But when those battle swords slashed the bodies of the fierce crocodiles, they only sent them flying and broke the scales on their bodies. It was obvious. How thick were the scales of the fierce crocodiles? I also know that we can't continue to waste time. But their numbers are too large. We can't break through their encirclement at all. Unless, Ling Yu glanced at the group of crocodiles, his eyes flickering. Unless what? Luo Dan looked at him suspiciously. Ling Yu said, unless one of us self-destructs and perishes together with them. How can that be? Let's not talk about them first. If they really self-destruct, for example, if you self-destruct, Kunping and I won't be able to escape either, Luo Dan said in a deep voice. The self-destruction of a 9-star war emperor could even kill a 9-star war emperor in an instant, so this was not a solution at all. Look, isn't that Qin Feiyang? Suddenly, Ling Yu pointed to the front and said in surprise. Qin Feiyang? Luo Dan was slightly stunned and immediately looked in the direction Ling Yu was pointing at. But other than the fierce crocodiles, there was nothing else. Luo Dan was about to remind Ling Yu that it was an illusion. But suddenly, she also saw two familiar figures on the right. These two figures were Wolf King and Fatso. They're here. We're saved. Ling Yu roared excitedly. The joy on Luo Dan's face could not be concealed. What's the situation? Qin Feiyang, who was standing in the mouth of the fierce crocodile, had a trace of suspicion on his face. He was clearly on the right side of Ling Yu and Luo Dan. Why would Ling Yu say that he saw him in front? But at this moment, the Kunping under Ling Yu and Luo Dan's feet suddenly roared deafeningly. Ling Yu and Luo Dan suddenly woke up like a bolt from the blue. After waking up, Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King disappeared without a trace in an instant. Is it an illusion? The two of them were stunned. Just as the two of them were confused by the illusion, a group of fierce crocodiles pounced on the Kunping. Blood spurted out as they bit the Kunping's body. Those sharp fangs tore off pieces of flesh, and the flesh that was torn from the Kunping's body was swallowed by them. One had to know. The Kunping was a divine beast, and its status among the divine beasts was not inferior to the fire Qilin. Flesh and blood were simply great supplements for ordinary beasts. After tasting the flesh and blood of the Kunping, the group of crocodiles became even crazier. One by one, their eyes turned red and they bit crazily. And at the same time, 4 fierce crocodiles pounced on Ling Yu and Luo Dan on the back of the Kunping. Their fangs were dense and their hostility was monstrous. In the nick of time, Ling Yu and Luo Dan suddenly came back to their senses and quickly retreated. But it was still too hasty. Although the two of them avoided the fatal attack, they were swept by the huge tail of the fierce crocodile. Instantly, blood splattered in the sky and they almost fell into the swamp. Damn it. Chapter 1454. We really can't go on like this. Otherwise, we will be killed by the illusion before we die under the crocodile's jaws. Luo Dan said. Blood was also gushing out of her mouth. Don't worry about the crocodiles in other directions for the time being. Let's work together to tear a hole and see if we can escape. Ling Yu said. Okay. Luo Dan nodded. The two of them got up suddenly, took out a healing pill, threw it into their mouths, and ran to the head of the Kunping, looking straight ahead coldly. There were 50 to 60 crocodiles in front of them, and they were ferocious. Ling Yu and Luo Dan looked at them, and the murderous intent in their eyes suddenly burst out. 9 Heavens Ice Phoenix. Seal of Nirvana. The two of them roared at the same time, and their battle auras roared in all directions. Clang, clang. Accompanied by 2 earth-shaking loud noises, 9 ice phoenixes appeared above Luo Dan's head. Each ice phoenix was more than 10,000 feet tall, as if condensed from black ice. When they spread their wings, they covered the sky and the moon, releasing monstrous divine power. Above Ling Yu's head, a divine seal appeared. The divine seal was completely black, as if cast from divine iron. It was like the incarnation of the god of death, exuding a deathly aura. Sure enough, they have mastered the divine seal. In the distance, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Not only was their cultivation unimaginably powerful, But they also had the divine beast, the Kunpeng, and mastered the divine seal. What kind of fortune did Ling Yu and Luo Dan get in these years? Were Zhao Yu and Feng Ran, who disappeared with the two of them, as strong as them? Bastards, go to hell. Ling Yu roared into the sky. The 9 ice phoenixes and the seal of Nirvana immediately blasted towards the crocodiles in front of them. Seeing this, the crocodiles' pupils constricted, and they escaped into the swamp without looking back. Boom! The 9 ice phoenixes and the seal of Nirvana also blasted into the swamp. The miserable howls of the crocodiles immediately sounded in the swamp. Although they hid in the swamp, the 9 heavens ice phoenix and the seal of Nirvana were divine seals after all, and more than half of them died in an instant. Blood, the swamp red. Kunpeng quick, Ling Yu urged. Kunpeng immediately prepared to take the two to escape. But at this moment, a large group of vicious crocodiles rushed out of the swamp. At a glance, there were at least 200 to 300 of them. The hole torn open by the 9 heavens ice phoenix and the seal of Nirvana was instantly blocked by them. And without exception, they were all 9-star combat emperors. How is this possible? Ling Yu and the other two were dumbfounded. How many ferocious crocodiles were hiding underneath? Can't we kill them all? Luo Dan smiled sadly and said, "It seems that we have really reached a dead end today. It doesn't matter if we die. After all, this life was saved by the old man back then. But Kunpeng, I'm really sorry for implicating you." Ling Yu sighed. Kunpeng glanced at the crocodiles around and shouted, "Cheer up. As long as we are still alive, we can still survive." His voice was as loud as a bell, deafening to the ears. A way out? With so many vicious crocodiles, do you think we can survive? Ling Yu mumbled. Luo Dan was also completely disheartened. She could not see any hope. You feel despair after encountering such a small setback and want to give up. Are you worthy of the old master's nurturing over the years? Kunpeng said angrily. Their bodies trembled. That's right. It was not easy for them to get to where they were today. How could they give up so easily? His gloomy eyes instantly became incomparably sharp, like the edge of a blade. They exuded a strong desire to survive and fighting spirit. Even if we die, we have to die with a bang. Ling Yu fight. Luo Dan shouted. Ling Yu nodded. He took out a large number of battle chi pills and stuffed them into his mouth. The depleted battle chi was instantly replenished. The two of them regrouped and continued to fight. Instantly, the sounds of killing shook the skies and blood stained the sky. In the distance, the vicious crocodile who was watching the battle suddenly said, "If nothing goes wrong, your 2 old friends will definitely die." Qin Feiyang did not deny it. Although Ling Yu and the other 2 regained their confidence, they were already at the end of their rope. As for Kunpeng, the situation did not look good either. Looking at the group of crocodiles again. Although the casualties were heavy, the number was huge. Therefore, there was only one outcome to this fierce battle. Ling Yu and the other 2 and Kunpeng were dead. But how long have they been fighting here? Qin Feiyang asked. The vicious crocodile thought for a moment and said, "It is said that they have already started fighting during the morning." Doesn't this mean that they have been fighting here for a day? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Almost. The vicious crocodile said. What a pair of unlucky kids. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. According to the time, the 2 should have directly descended here when they entered the miracle. This meant that, as soon as the 2 entered the miracle, they had been fighting with these vicious crocodiles until now. After such a long and fierce battle, even a machine would be exhausted, let alone 2 people made of flesh and blood. The vicious crocodile suddenly asked, "Aren't you going to help them? Do you want me to help them? If I help them, your companions will die." Qin Feiyang asked. Then forget it, don't help them. The vicious crocodile was stunned and smiled awkwardly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. This guy was quite interesting. Boom. Crack. Roar. The battle was still going on. But as Qin Feiyang and the vicious crocodile expected, even though Kunpeng and Ling Yu were full of fighting spirit, they were no match for the endless crocodiles. Their injuries were getting worse. A few hundred breaths passed. Both of them were dripping with blood. Ling Yu was missing a leg. Luo Dan was also missing an arm, which was bitten off by the vicious crocodile. At this moment, they needed to support each other to stand on Kuan Peng's back. Ling Yu said, "Kuan Peng, we have tried our best." Kuan Peng smiled. "As long as you have tried your best, there will be no regrets in life. It is worth dying." Ling Yu nodded. Luo Dan suddenly said, "Actually, there is one more regret." Ling Yu looked at her in confusion. Luo Dan whispered, "Have you forgotten? Until now, Qin Feiyang still doesn't know our true identity." Ling Yu fell silent. "But it doesn't matter because he has never forgotten us and has been taking care of our family." Luo Dan smiled. Although her appearance was ordinary, her smile was so charming that it made the world lose its color. Ling Yu glanced at Luo Dan, then raised his head to look at the full moon in the sky. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as he muttered, "Qin Feiyang, I'm sorry. I can't accompany you on this journey. Promise me you must live on well." After saying that, she closed her eyes. "Mother, I am sorry." Luo Dan also looked up at the full moon and murmured to herself. Then, she closed her eyes silently. Sigh. Kuan Peng heaved a long sigh and closed his eyes. Chapter 1455. But just as the crocodiles approached, Ling Yu and Luo Dan opened their eyes at the same time. Two cold lights flashed from their eyes. At the same time, a destructive aura roared out from their bodies. Self-destruct. Retreat. The crocodiles were stunned and their expressions changed. They quickly turned around and fled. Although they were beasts, they still understood the power of self-destruction. Two 9-star combat emperors self-destructing at the same time was enough to wipe them all out. Ling Yu and Luo Dan were not scaring them. They were really going to self-destruct and destroy everything. However, although they were about to die, there was no fear of death on their faces. Life is so beautiful. It's not worth it to seek death. But suddenly, a faint laughter rang out and entered their ears. This voice, Ling Yu and Luo Dan were stunned and quickly scanned their surroundings. They were extremely excited. There are still humans? The crocodiles were also very surprised. But they searched the surrounding swamps and did not see anyone. Is it an illusion again? Luo Dan muttered. I think so. Ling Yu smiled bitterly. Kuan Peng said, it shouldn't be an illusion. Look there. The two were stunned again and looked in the direction Kuan Peng was looking. They saw a dirty young man stepping on a fierce crocodile and rushing towards them. If it was not Qin Feiyang, who else could it be? Is it an illusion? Ling Yu stared at Qin Feiyang with an extremely excited and nervous expression. Luo Dan raised her hand and slapped Ling Yu's face. Why did you hit me? Ling Yu said angrily. Does it hurt? Luo Dan asked. Nonsense. Ling Yu glared at her unhappily. But then, he understood Luo Dan's intention and turned to look at Qin Feiyang again. He was still there. This meant that this was not an illusion. The two immediately stopped self-destructing. Looking at that familiar face, their bodies could not help but tremble. There was always a way out. There are really other humans? The roads nearby have long been destroyed. How did he sneak in? We didn't notice it at all before. The crocodiles were in an uproar. Brothers, kill him. It was unknown which fierce crocodile it was, but it suddenly roared. The crocodiles from all directions immediately bared their fangs and rushed toward Qin Feiyang murderously. If I were you, I would run away with my tail between my legs. Qin Feiyang stood on the back of a vicious crocodile and coldly scanned the group of crocodiles. This vicious crocodile was not the vicious crocodile he had controlled, but a temporary foothold he had found. Arrogant. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the fierce crocodile under his feet suddenly became furious. Its huge body turned in the air, wanting to throw Qin Feiyang off. Qin Feiyang naturally knew the vicious crocodile's intentions. He stomped down, his battle chi surging. The vicious crocodile let out a wail and its body was instantly torn apart. Blood dyed the sky red. At the same time, he jumped up and landed on the back of another crocodile. That was it. He killed his way through like a hot knife through butter. All the vicious crocodiles that came to block his way were killed on the spot. It could be said that he was invincible. So strong. Ling Yu and Luo Dan looked at each other, their eyes filled with unresolvable fear. Although their cultivation levels were stronger than Qin Feiyang's now, they could not even catch up to him in terms of methods. More than 10 breaths later, Qin Feiyang landed steadily on the back of the Kunpeng. His entire body seemed to be bathed in blood and his murderous aura was torrential. Brother Qin, the two of them hurriedly limped over, their faces filled with gratitude. If not for Qin Feiyang's sudden appearance, they would have probably perished together with the crocodiles here. Humans, no matter how many of you there are today, you will all die. Brothers, attack! The crocodiles pounced towards the three of them in a frenzy. You don't know what's good for you. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold. The Ant Emperor, Spider Emperor, Li Jian, Zhou Zheng and the Miss of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all." The Ant Emperor and Beast Emperor snickered and immediately revealed their true forms. Standing on the back of the Kunpeng, they began a frenzied massacre. Li Jian and Zhou Zheng were also merciless in their attacks. Now that there was a Kunpeng beneath their feet, they did not have to worry about falling into the swamp. The two of them were completely unrestrained. The crocodiles could not kill them at all. In fact, Qin Feiyang and the Miss of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not even have to make a move. And Emperor, Spider Emperor, you guys actually followed a human. You're simply a disgrace to us beasts. Seeing the Ant Emperor and Beast Emperor appear, the crocodiles roared in anger. Being oppressed by you guys for so many years is the true disgrace. The Ant Emperor snorted coldly, his killing intent soaring into the sky. The Spider Emperor was also filled with hostility. All these years, the Crocodile Emperor had occupied the water source while the crocodiles relied on the swamp to do whatever they wanted. It had long thought of getting rid of these bastards. How could it let go of such a good opportunity? Brother Qin, what's going on? Looking at the Ant Emperor and Beast Emperor and Li Jian, Ling Yu was stunned. Qin Feiyang pointed at the Ant Emperor and Spider Emperor and said with a smile, "These two are the nearby Beast Emperors. I subdued them not long ago." Beast Emperor. Ling Yu's face was blank. Qin Feiyang said, "As for Li Jian and Zhou Zheng, who were once the Imperial Tutor's subordinates." The Imperial Tutor's subordinates? Ling Yu was stunned. He looked at Li Jian and Zhou Zheng and said, "Don't tell me that they have also submitted to you? If they did not submit, would they be with me now?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Ling Yu and Luo Dan looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. He could even subdue the Imperial Tutor's subordinates. This guy was getting more and more terrifying. Qin Feiyang asked, "Did you guys descend here as soon as you entered the divine site?" "How unlucky." The two of them nodded helplessly. Ling Yu said, "What about you? Did you find Wolf King and the rest?" "I was lucky to appear in the Ant Emperor's territory. As for the white-eyed wolf and the rest, I'm going to look for them now," Qin Feiyang said. A glint flashed across the depths of Ling Yu's eyes. He smiled and said, "Then let's go together. We can take care of each other on the way." Take care of each other? The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at Ling Yu and chuckled. "You're looking for protection, right?" "Ah." Ling Yu was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, "We're all understanding people. Miss, why do you have to expose me?" The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled faintly. Ling Yu glanced at the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix house, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Brother Qin, how about it? Going together? Sure." But, as Qin Feiyang said this, a killing intent suddenly surged from his body, locking onto Ling Yu and Luo Dan. The smile on his face disappeared. It was replaced by coldness. "Brother Qin, why are you doing this?" The two of them tensed up and hurriedly asked. Qin Feiyang said, "I really want to know, who exactly are you? Am I forcing you to reveal your true forms, or are you going to say it yourself?" Ling Yu hurriedly said, "Brother Qin, this." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "I don't want to listen to nonsense." The two of them fell silent. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix house suddenly took a step forward and landed in front of Ling Yu. She grabbed Ling Yu's shirt and tore it into pieces. A potential imprint was immediately exposed to his field of vision. Qin Feiyang stared at the potential imprint on Ling Yu's chest. And this imprint was purple gold. The purple gold imprint required one to open the 8th level of the gate of potential. In other words, Ling Yu had already broken through the extreme realm of the War King. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House said, "Don't tell us that your gate of potential was opened by your own ability." Ling Yu lowered his head, looking rather flustered. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House looked at Luo Dan and said, "You should have already opened the gate of potential." Luo Dan remained silent. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House said, "If you don't answer, it means that you agree." Ling Yu suddenly gritted his teeth, raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang, and said, "There are some things that we really can't say right now. I can only tell you that we have no ill intentions towards you. Do you know? After you disappeared, Lu Xingchen specially went to Yuzhou and Feng Zhou to investigate the identities of you, Zhao Yu, and Feng Ranran. According to his investigation, you are not from Yuzhou and Feng Zhou at all. You are only using the holy palace of Yuzhou and Feng Zhou to enter the 9 Netherworld Yellow Springs and the imperial capital," Qin Feiyang said. Ling Yu and Luo Dan looked at each other. Luo Dan looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Do you believe Lu Xingchen's words?" "Of course I do. Because there's no need for him to lie to me about this kind of thing," Qin Feiyang said. The Miss of Longfeng House suddenly frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Could they be Lu Xingchen's men? Lu Xingchen's men, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. In the current world, other than him and the Lu family, it seemed that only Lu Xingchen had the potential pill. However, if Ling Yu and the other 3 were really Lu Xingchen's men, then why did Lu Xingchen say those words to him in the past? Trying to cover it up only made it more conspicuous? Ling Yu said, "We are not Lu Xingchen's men." Qin Feiyang said, "Then it's the Lu family?" "It has nothing to do with the Lu family." Ling Yu shook his head. "Then whose men are you? I advise you not to challenge my patience. If I want to kill you now, it would be as easy as flipping my hand," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. He was rather annoyed. Since they were not Lu Xingchen's men, nor were they from the Lu family, didn't that mean that there were still people in this world who had the potential pill? The 2 of them shook their heads. "You'd rather die than say it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I can't say it," Ling Yu said. "All right, I'll fulfill your wish." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent as he slammed his palm towards Ling Yu's head. But at this moment, Kuan Peng said, "Tell him, otherwise he will really kill you." Qin Feiyang immediately looked at Kuan Peng. Ling Yu also hurriedly said, "Kuan Peng, is this okay? The old man has instructed us not to tell him now." "Who is the old man?" Qin Feiyang grabbed Ling Yu's throat and shouted. "It doesn't matter. Now that you have all broken through to the 9-star War Emperor, Qin Feiyang has also grown up, there's no harm in telling him. Moreover, didn't you want to reunite with him for a long time?" Kuan Peng laughed. Ling Yu and Luo Dan looked at each other, and a happy smile gradually crept onto their faces. Reunite? But when Qin Feiyang heard Kuan Peng's words, he became even more suspicious. Why did he say reunite? Chapter 1456. Let go. You'll know who we are soon? Ling Yu looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and let go of Ling Yu's neck. Ling Yu rubbed his neck and looked at Luo Dan. At the same time, he took out an elixir from his Qiankuan bag. Facial Restoration Elixir. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. The elixirs in their hands were actually facial restoration elixirs. He immediately looked up at their faces. Were these 2 faces fake? Roar! The Ant King, the 2 beasts, and Li Jian's massacre continued. Blood rained down. Broken limbs piled up like hills in the swamp around the Kuan Peng. The bloody scene was like Azura purgatory. But these... Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye and stared at Ling Yu and Luo Dan. The 2 of them took a deep breath and slowly raised their arms. However, just as the 2 of them were about to take the facial restoration elixir, an earth-shattering beast roar suddenly came from the swamp in front of them. Following closely, a terrifying ferocious aura surged over like a tidal wave. The Ant King's expression changed and he shouted, "Boss Qin, this is not good. This is the Crocodile Emperor's aura." "That's right. This bastard, we are too familiar with it. Even if it turns into ashes, we can still recognize it." The Spider Emperor said. "Crocodile Emperor." Qin Feiyang, Ling Yu, Luo Dan, Li Jian, and the Kunpeng immediately turned their heads to look in front. Flash. Boom. In the swamp in front of them, waves of mud hundreds of feet high came crashing over with great momentum. Roar! The fierce crocodiles in this area also roared excitedly, shaking the heavens and earth. It was as if they were welcoming their emperor. "The Crocodile Emperor with a divine artifact," Qin Feiyang murmured, his eyes full of anticipation. Roar! Very soon, a huge, fierce crocodile broke through the waves and entered the line of sight. Its body was hundreds of feet long and its aura was unfathomable. It stared at Qin Feiyang and his group. Its eyes, which were as large as millstones, were blood red. It was as if a sea of blood was rolling inside, flickering with a terrifying, ominous light. "You damned humans, how dare you harm my subjects?" The Crocodile Emperor roared loudly. "Emperor, quickly kill them!" The crocodile group roared. "Get out of my way!" Crocodile Emperor shouted. The group of crocodiles in front immediately retreated to the side. The Crocodile Emperor came to the front of the Kunpeng with a ferocious aura. It scanned Qin Feiyang and the others before looking at the Ant Queen and the Spider Emperor. A trace of fear crept into the eyes of the two beasts when they saw this. "You two useless pieces of trash. How shameless of you to submit to a mere human. I'll kill you first." The Crocodile King roared and a surge of blood chi emerged from its body. It turned into a bloody wave that covered the sky and rushed towards the two beasts. "Kill us. Do you really think we're afraid of you?" The Crocodile Emperor's contemptuous attitude angered the Ant Queen and the Spider Emperor. Their battle chi rolled out like two giant pythons, roaring in the sky and colliding with the Crocodile Emperor's blood chi. Boom! A destructive aura suddenly surged in all directions with this place as the epicenter. The surrounding crocodiles retreated as if their lives depended on it. The Ant Queen and the Spider Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. Their huge bodies were sent flying. "Boss, save us!" The Ant Queen screamed. God knows how many ferocious crocodiles were lurking in the swamp. If they fell into the swamp, they would lose their lives instantly. Asking for help from humans? It's a compliment to call you trash. The Crocodile Emperor sneered. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and took a step forward. He stood behind the Ant Queen and the Spider Emperor and reached out with both hands. Although the two beasts were huge in size, they were nothing to the current Qin Feiyang. He caught them easily. "Thank you." After landing steadily on the back of the Kunpeng, the two beasts immediately looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully. "It's okay. You guys can leave." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The two beasts nodded and quickly shrank their bodies and retreated to the side. "Get ready for battle," Ling Yu said. Luo Dan shook her head and smiled. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, she said, "With this man here, do we still need to do anything? Let's recuperate, as long as we don't drag him down." "What about this facial restoration pill?" Ling Yu looked at the facial restoration pill in his hand. "Let's talk about it when he's done," Luo Dan said. Ling Yu nodded. Then the two of them took out healing pills, regeneration pills, and battle chi pills and put them into their mouths. While recuperating, they looked at Qin Feiyang and the crocodile. "Young master, do you need our help?" Li Jian and Qin Feiyang glanced at the motionless miss of Longfeng Pavilion and the others, then walked behind Qin Feiyang and asked. "No need," Qin Feiyang said. "Then be careful, young master." The two of them warned and retreated to the side. The Crocodile Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and walked to the top of the Kunpeng's head. He looked up at the Crocodile Emperor and said, "I heard you have a divine artifact?" "What? Divine artifact?" Ling Yu and Luo Dan looked at each other in disbelief. The Crocodile Emperor was also stunned. It looked at Qin Feiyang strangely and said, "Are you eyeing my divine artifact? You're smart. You guessed it right away." Give me the divine artifact, and I'll spare your life. Qin Feiyang said lightly. The Crocodile Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and said, "What did you say? Say it again for me to hear?" Qin Feiyang smirked and said, "Give me the divine artifact, and I'll spare your life." Ha! The Crocodile Emperor couldn't help but laugh. Is this human stupid? How dare he say such words in front of me? Qin Feiyang said seriously, "I'm not joking with you." The Crocodile Emperor was stunned again. It suddenly opened its mouth and laughed, "I'm not joking with you either. Kneel down and accept your death, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse." Qin Feiyang sighed and shook his head. "I didn't want to use violence to solve the problem, but you're too insensible. Keep pretending, keep pretending." The Crocodile Emperor's eyes were full of sarcasm. Pretending? Qin Feiyang laughed. A monstrous murderous aura suddenly erupted. The place was suddenly filled with a strong gust of wind. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Qin Feiyang's blood-red hair fluttered. He pointed his hand in the air and an invisible force roared out. The 4 moves of the ultimate art, landslide, ground fissure, sky fissure, and ultimate. The mighty divine aura shook the entire place. Li Jian exclaimed, "Using the 4 great divine arts in one move. There's only one person in the younger generation who can do this." Not to mention the younger generation, even among the older generation, how many people can do this? Zhou Jing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Seeing this, the Crocodile Emperor was also shocked. But its eyes were full of disdain. "Human, give up. No matter how many divine arts you have, they're useless in front of me. Then let's try." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The 4 great divine arts carried with them the power to destroy the world. They set off huge waves and blasted towards the Crocodile Emperor. "Ignorant." The Crocodile Emperor sneered. It raised its mountain-like giant tail and slapped the 4 great divine arts. Clang, clang. In an instant, the giant tail and the divine arts collided, creating a deafening metallic sound. Under Qin Feiyang's shocked gaze, the 4 great divine arts were smashed into pieces by the Crocodile Emperor's giant tail. Qin Feiyang's mouth dripped with blood. He lost control of his feet and took a few steps back. How is this possible? Li Jian, Zhou Jing, Ling Yu, and Luo Dan were all in disbelief. One must know. The 4 forms of the end of the ruins were not battle arts, but divine arts. And Qin Feiyang's cultivation was not at the 4-star Combat Emperor realm, but the peak 9-star Combat Emperor realm. It was no exaggeration. With Qin Feiyang's current strength, killing a peak 9-star Combat Emperor realm expert was not a problem. But he could not defeat the Crocodile Emperor? Look at its body carefully. The Ant Emperor's voice suddenly rang out. Its body? Everyone was stunned and immediately looked at the Crocodile Emperor carefully. Gradually, they realized that the scales on the Crocodile Emperor seemed to be different from the surrounding crocodiles. The scales on the surrounding crocodiles were as thick as an iron shell. It was uneven and there was a lot of mud on it. But there was no mud on the Crocodile Emperor's body. It was shining brightly. This obviously did not make sense, because the Crocodile Emperor's entire body was soaked in the swamp. It was impossible that there was no mud on its body. Moreover, the scales on the Crocodile Emperor's body did not have the thickness of an iron shell. Instead, it had a soft feeling like silk. This was too strange. That divine artifact is an armor. After blood recognition, regardless of shape or size, it will change according to the owner's body shape. The Crocodile Emperor is wearing that armor. The Ant Emperor said in a deep voice. "I see." Everyone was enlightened. "You talk too much." The Crocodile Emperor looked at the Ant Emperor coldly. A blood-red battle chi burst out from its body. Accompanied by a loud clang, a blood-red battle sword appeared. The blood-red battle sword was overflowing and its sharpness was shocking. It slashed towards the Ant Emperor. "You want to kill me? You have to ask if my boss allows it." The Ant Emperor sneered. "Then I'll kill your boss before killing you." The Crocodile Emperor laughed sinisterly. The battle sword turned in the air and its aura locked onto Qin Feiyang. Interesting. The corner of Qin Feiyang's lips curled slightly. Boom. Flaming battle chi surged. Dark moon. Eclipse. Eclipse and moon. 3 divine arts appeared instantly and suspended above his head, exuding a vast aura. What? 3 divine arts again. How many divine arts does this human have? The Crocodile Emperor's eyes trembled. If it could capture this human and obtain all his divine arts, plus the divine artifact on its body, who would dare to cause trouble in front of it in the future? It might even be enough to dominate the first level of the divine ruins. At the thought of this, the Crocodile Emperor's heart was burning with passion. Boom! In the blink of an eye. In the air, the 3 divine arts and the blood-red battle sword clashed. The battle sword instantly disintegrated. The Crocodile Emperor's body trembled slightly and blood gushed out from its mouth. However, it looked more and more excited. It raised its giant tail again, and with a clang, the 3 divine arts were instantly destroyed. Kid, do you know what it means to go for wool and come home shorn? You want to rob my divine artifact? You're too naive. Let me tell you, I'm robbing you now. Hurry up and hand over all your divine arts to me. Chapter 1457. Rob me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Relying on the protection of the artifact, this guy was getting cocky. Artifact? With a divine weapon like pale snow in his hands, the so-called armor was nothing in his eyes. Back then, the jade pendant in the hands of the national master was destroyed by Chang Shui. And it was destroyed. However, it would be a waste to use Chang Shui to destroy the Crocodile Emperor's armor. Because Qin Feiyang was lacking in armor. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, don't test my patience. The Crocodile Emperor yelled like a proud little rooster, overbearing and domineering. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with mockery. He said telepathically, Spider Emperor and Emperor, is its armor protecting its entire body? That's right. Only its facial features are exposed. The Ant Emperor thought. Qin Feiyang immediately glanced at the Crocodile Emperor. According to the Ant Emperor, if he didn't want to destroy the armor, he had to start from the Crocodile Emperor's facial features. Because the rest of its body was protected by the armor. However, for a beast at the level of the Crocodile Emperor, its facial features weren't fatal. Even if it was destroyed with a punch, it could slowly recover with time. And doing so would most likely scare the Crocodile Emperor away. If the Crocodile Emperor sneaked into the swamp, he could only watch helplessly. Hence, he had to think of a way to kill it in one blow. Still not saying anything? Did you hear me? Or are you pretending to be deaf? Let me tell you, if you don't hand over the divine art, I'll swallow you. The Crocodile Emperor said angrily. Swallow me? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked at the Crocodile Emperor's wide mouth and suddenly had an idea. He smiled and said, What did you just say? The Crocodile Emperor was furious and laughed, still playing dumb in front of me. It seems like you won't cry until you're in the coffin. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Sure. If you don't swallow me today, you're a coward. Qin Feiyang looked at it with a smile, full of provocation. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. You little minion, die for this emperor. The Crocodile Emperor was enraged. It opened its bloody mouth and bared its sharp fangs as it lunged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang chuckled to himself. With a leap, he charged towards the Crocodile Emperor's mouth with a murderous aura. What is he trying to do? Ling Yu turned pale with fright. Wasn't it courting death to take the initiative to fly into the Crocodile Emperor's bloody mouth? Li Jian, Zhou Zheng, and the Emperor Ant were astounded too. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked at Qin Feiyang, her eyes flickering. She seemed to have sensed Qin Feiyang's goal but did not dare to be sure. Crocodile Emperor was equally stunned. Was this human really that stupid? Suddenly, it closed its bloody mouth and shrank back into the swamp. Furthermore, he had retreated far away. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang almost vomited blood. Because in his current situation, he had no choice but to release the arrow. Other than the Crocodile Emperor, there were no other crocodiles around the Kunping. In other words, if he could not find a foothold now, he would fall into the swamp directly. If he could fly, this would naturally be a small matter. But the problem now was that he could not stay in the air for long. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion saw that the situation was not good and quickly shouted, "Kunpeng, quick!" The Kunpeng immediately sped through the swamp like an arrow, setting off huge waves. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to fall into the swamp, the Kunpeng finally arrived and stopped below Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang landed on the back of the Kunpeng with a bang. That was close. Everyone patted their chest with lingering fear. Qin Feiyang also broke out in cold sweat. He climbed up awkwardly and looked at the Crocodile Emperor. "What are you doing? I offered myself to you and you don't want it?" "Humph. I haven't gotten the divine art yet. I can't bear to kill you." The crocodile snorted. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. His veins were bulging. He was angry and amused at the same time. Wasn't this fellow a little too cute? The Crocodile Emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang and the rest. Finally, it looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "As long as you hand over the divine art, I can promise to let you live." "What if I don't?" Qin Feiyang said. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I have a lot of time. I can slowly play with you." The Crocodile Emperor snickered. It was relying on the poisonous gas in the swamp. The poisonous gas here did not affect it at all. But it posed a fatal risk to Qin Feiyang and the rest, because the illusion could appear at any time. Qin Feiyang felt helpless. If it was in the human world, this guy would be a hooligan and a scoundrel. "Here, I'm the ruler. You have to think carefully." The Crocodile Emperor looked at him mockingly. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Killing the Crocodile Emperor was easy. But the armor on the Crocodile Emperor would be destroyed. However, if they continued to be so passive, it would not be a good thing for their current situation. The Miss of Longfeng House glanced at the Crocodile Emperor, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Just give up. There are many divine artifacts in the divine ruin." The Crocodile Emperor sneered, "There are many divine artifacts in the divine ruin. But it depends on whether you have the ability to get them." Crocodile Emperor, don't be so arrogant. Boss Qin wants your armor. That's why he didn't go all out. Otherwise, you would have been a corpse. The Ant Emperor snorted. That's not necessarily true. I'm not a pushover. Also, a shameless guy like you doesn't deserve to talk to me. Get lost. The Crocodile Emperor sneered. You, the Ant Emperor was furious. Calm down. Qin Feiyang comforted it secretly. He looked at the Crocodile Emperor and smiled. When I first saw you, to be honest, I hated you. You flatter me. The Crocodile Emperor laughed. A row of black lines appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead. Where did this guy get the idea that he was praising it? Is it okay to be so thick-skinned? Don't be angry, don't be angry. He let out a long breath and looked at the Crocodile Emperor. But now, I realize that I like you a little. Why don't you follow me? The Crocodile Emperor was stunned. It looked at Qin Feiyang strangely and said, "There must be something wrong with your brain. Otherwise, why would you say such a stupid thing? I'd like to ask, who do you think you are to ask me to follow you? Don't you want the divine art? As long as you follow me, I'll satisfy you." Qin Feiyang was not angry. He smiled faintly. "Cut it out. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? So easy to fool?" The Crocodile Emperor's eyes were full of disdain. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a jade slip appeared. Divine might surged. It was the black dragon scripture that he got from Zhuge Mingyang's Qiankuan pouch. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "With your eyesight, I don't think you need me to tell you what this is, right?" The Crocodile Emperor stared at the jade scroll longingly. "The divine art that I have is not something you can imagine. Forget it. I'll let you experience it yourself." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The 4 moves of the ultimate, the 3 moves of the eclipse, the first 2 moves of the Divine Dragon formula, and the first 2 moves of the Fire Phoenix formula appeared one after another. This, the ferocious crocodile was stunned. Especially the Divine Dragon formula and the Fire Phoenix formula. Even though it was wearing armor, it still felt a great sense of danger. The Emperor Ant and the other beasts were also stunned, because it was their first time seeing the Divine Dragon formula and the Fire Phoenix formula. The Divine Dragon formula and the Fire Phoenix formula have the third and fourth moves. Moreover, I have mastered a few other super divine arts. They are even more powerful than the Divine Dragon formula and the Fire Phoenix formula. They are the Return formula, the Battle formula, and the Kill formula that I have just activated. Of course, there is also the Seal of Slavery and the Soul Tampering art that few people know about. Qin Feiyang chuckled. The Crocodile Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang, dumbfounded. It murmured, "So many divine arts? Tell me, are you really human?" "Of course I am. However, I am a little different from ordinary humans. That is because I have the bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragon in my body." Qin Feiyang said. Purple gold divine dragon. The Crocodile Emperor's body trembled. It looked at the blood at the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth. No wonder there was a strong dragon aura in the blood. "Now that you have seen what I can do, you should know that it is easy for me to kill you. So, instead of continuing to mess around with me, why don't you just follow me? I promise that you will get whatever you want in the future." Qin Feiyang said. The Crocodile Emperor remained silent. However, if one looked closely, one could see a hint of struggle in its eyes. The Ant Queen stared and sent a telepathic message to the Spider Emperor. "This guy is obviously tempted. Why don't we add fuel to the fire and drag it down with us?" "Sure. I would like to see how much backbone it has." The Spider Emperor nodded. From the moment it saw them, the Crocodile Emperor had been mocking and ridiculing them. They were already filled with resentment. The two beasts hit it off. The Ant Queen looked up at the Crocodile Emperor and said, "Actually, divine arts are just child's play for Boss Qin. His greatest strength is that he can unlock the gate of potential for everyone." "What? Gate of potential? You are not joking with me?" The Crocodile Emperor looked at the Ant Queen in shock. "Who is in the mood to joke with you? Let me tell you, Boss Qin has a dagger. That dagger is also a divine artifact. And it is an extremely terrifying divine artifact. I'm not bragging. If that dagger were to break through your armor, it would be as easy as blowing off dust." The Ant Queen snorted. The continuous bombardment left the Crocodile Emperor in a daze for a long time. "This human is so terrifying? You only have one chance. Think carefully about whether you want to cherish it or not. Anyway, the Spider Emperor and I have no regrets," the Ant Queen said calmly. The Spider Emperor was taken aback and sent a telepathic message. "Old friend, what are you talking about? I have not agreed to follow him." "You did not object either." The Ant Queen chuckled. The Spider Emperor smiled helplessly and looked at the Crocodile Emperor. "That's right. We have no regrets." Hearing the Spider Emperor's words, the happiest person was of course Qin Feiyang. Because this way, the Spider Emperor would be officially under his command. Chapter 1458. In fact, in a sense, subduing a beast emperor like the Ant Emperor was more worth it than getting the artifacts and techniques here. Because whether it was the artifacts or techniques, they all had their limitations. For example, battle arts. Low-grade battle arts only had the power of low-grade battle arts. Middle-grade battle arts only had the power of mid-grade battle arts. Perfect battle arts only had the power of perfect battle arts. No matter how heaven-defying it was, it couldn't unleash the power of a divine art. But beasts like the Ant Emperor were different. They had wisdom and talent. They could continue to sublimate through cultivation. In short, they could grow. Perhaps one day in the future, a god of war would be born among them. So, these were all potential stocks. At the same time, facing all kinds of temptations, the Crocodile Emperor was hesitant. If you don't follow boss, only death awaits you. If you follow boss, not only can you keep your life, but you can also get a lot of benefits. I really don't know. What's there to hesitate about? The Ant Emperor continued to instigate. The Crocodile Emperor glanced at the Ant Emperor and then looked at Qin Feiyang. It gritted its teeth and its huge body quickly shrank to the size of a palm. It rushed in front of Qin Feiyang and roared, "Boss, I surrender." "Ha, Crocodile Emperor. Oh, Crocodile Emperor, I thought you had a backbone. Turns out that's all there is to it. Do you remember how you mocked us before? Do you feel like you're being slapped in the face now? The ant emperor and the other two beasts suddenly laughed. The crocodile emperor was embarrassed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, all right. In the future, everyone will be a family. Let the past grudges and grievances disappear with the wind. Little crocodile, did you hear that? If you dare to bully us in the future, boss won't let you go. The ant emperor said proudly. Can you not talk about boss? Do you have the ability to fight one-on-one with me? The crocodile emperor smiled disdainfully. The ant emperor shut up. Sorry, we're all civilized beasts. We'll try our best not to fight. The crocodile emperor glared at it and looked up at Qin Feiyang. It smiled and said, Boss, when are you going to unlock the door of potential for me? After living for so long, I still don't know what the gate of potential looks like. Wait, shouldn't there be a first come, first served rule for everything? If you want to open the door of potential, you're still behind us, right? The ant emperor said angrily. Not convinced? Duel. What? You don't dare? Shut up if you don't have the strength. You're asking for a beating. Crocodile emperor said contemptuously. You? The ant queen was infuriated. They were already on the same side, yet they still didn't give him any face? Qin Feiyang swept his gaze over the three beasts. Then, he turned his head to look at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young Mississippi. He smiled bitterly and said, It's over. I feel that there are a few more of them. Don't you have enough top-notch people around you? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house looked down on him. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. He looked at the crocodile emperor and said, Cripple its cultivation first. Why do you want to cripple my cultivation? The crocodile emperor asked suspiciously. Of course, it's to use the slave seal to control you. The ant emperor briefly explained the slave seal to Qin Wenin. After listening, the crocodile emperor's eyes were suddenly filled with anger. It stared at Qin Feiyang and said, I've always been a man of my words. You still don't trust me? You're a man of your words? Come on. Do you think we don't know what kind of person you are? The ant queen and the other two beasts sneered at it. I say, the two of you are really asking for a beating, aren't you? The crocodile emperor was enraged. You're feeling guilty. You can only fool people like boss who don't know you well. The two beasts said. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. The ant queen and the other two beasts had known the crocodile emperor for so many years. They definitely knew its character well. And now, they didn't look like they were joking. It seemed that he had to be careful. Qin Feiyang coughed and looked at the crocodile emperor with a faint smile. One must always be wary of others, not to mention you're a beast. Of course, I won't control you forever. When I completely trust you, I will remove the slave seal for you. The crocodile emperor was still a little hesitant. Don't tell me you're really hiding something. The ant queen asked. You're the one who's hiding something. The crocodile emperor roared. Boss isn't going to kill you. He's just preventing you from suddenly betraying us. If you really want to follow boss, what are you afraid of? The ant queen joked. Who says I'm afraid? Isn't it just a slave seal? Why wouldn't I dare? The crocodile emperor roared in anger and destroyed its own sea of qi on the spot. Qin Feiyang immediately dispersed all the divine arts and formed a seal with both hands to control the crocodile emperor. Until then, everyone finally let out a long breath. Ling Yu cupped his hands and smiled. Brother Qin, congratulations. You have another warrior under your command. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out a spiritual sea elixir and gave it to the crocodile emperor. After the crocodile emperor swallowed the spiritual sea elixir, it looked at Qin Feiyang flatteringly. Its fierce eyes were filled with desire. The lady of the Dragon Phoenix house leaned over and stroked the crocodile emperor's head. She smiled and said, This guy is really cute. The crocodile emperor was furious. Bitch, you think you can touch my head? Take your stinky claws off me. Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned. There was a hint of gloating in his eyes. This woman, who even he did not dare to offend, dared to scold him in front of everyone? Wasn't she looking for trouble? As expected, the crocodile emperor soon tasted what it was like to live a life worse than death. In front of the lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, it was as obedient as a lamb. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He turned to Ling Yu and Luo Dan and said, "Let the Kuan Peng go." Ling Yu nodded and walked to the Kuan Peng's head. He patted the Kuan Peng's head gently and asked with concern, "Have you recovered from your injuries?" "Almost," the Kuan Peng replied. Ling Yu smiled and said, "Then let's go." The Kuan Peng nodded and then dragged its huge body and swam towards the northeast direction. But soon, the Kuan Peng stopped, because the crocodiles around them did not disperse. They were surrounded tightly. Qin Feiyang and the rest immediately looked at the Crocodile Emperor. The Crocodile Emperor raised its eyebrows and looked at the crocodiles around it. He shouted, "What are you doing? Rebelling?" The crocodiles shook their heads in horror. A 9-star combat Emperor Crocodile asked, "Lord Crocodile Emperor, are you really going to leave with that human?" The Crocodile Emperor nodded. "What are we going to do if you leave?" The crocodiles were anxious. "What are we going to do? Can't you live without me?" The Crocodile Emperor said angrily. The crocodiles lowered their heads. The Crocodile Emperor sighed deeply and said, "Actually, I can't bear to leave you. But I have been staying here all these years. I don't want to go out for a walk. When I'm not around, everything will be the same." The crocodiles nodded. "Besides, Qin Feiyang is my boss now. That means he is your boss. You have to listen to his words in the past. Do you understand?" The Crocodile Emperor shouted. The crocodiles responded respectfully. Then, they looked at Qin Feiyang in unison and shouted, "Greetings, boss." Tens of thousands of crocodiles roared at the same time. One could imagine how spectacular the scene was. "His foundation is getting stronger." Ling Yu transmitted his voice to Luo Dan when he saw this. Luo Dan smiled happily. "All right then. You can all disperse. Wait. If you see other humans, don't give me any face. Kill them all." The Crocodile Emperor said fiercely. "Lord Crocodile, why don't we understand? Do other humans have anything to do with you? Why do you say don't give you any face?" The crocodiles looked at it, puzzled. "How unromantic. Can't you tell that I am joking?" The Crocodile Emperor rolled its eyes. Joking? The crocodiles were helpless. They really couldn't tell. Moreover, it wasn't funny at all. "Lord Crocodile Emperor, take care." The crocodiles left in groups of 2s and 3s. Kuanpeng also brought Qin Feiyang and the others and continued to move forward. "Boss, there's still me." But suddenly, an anxious roar came from behind. Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned his head to look. It turned out to be the crocodile that brought him here. The crocodile cried, "Boss, we've been through hardships. Aren't you going to bring me along?" "Hardships? What do you mean?" The Crocodile Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang didn't explain. Because with the Crocodile Emperor's temper, if it knew that it was the crocodile that brought him here, it might kill it on the spot. Qin Feiyang looked at the crocodile and smiled, "Don't follow me. We're just acquaintances. I won't treat you badly." With that said, Qin Feiyang took out 3 sea spirit pills and essence soul pills from his arms, put them into an iron box, and threw it to the crocodile. And then he removed the slave seal. Then, Kunpeng took Qin Feiyang and quickly left. The crocodile sighed, silently put away the iron box, and turned to leave. Its figure seemed a little disappointed. It also wanted to follow Qin Feiyang. But it knew. Qin Feiyang didn't care about its strength at all. "Cultivate well, we'll meet again." But suddenly, a familiar voice rang in its mind. The crocodile suddenly became spirited and turned to look at Qin Feiyang's back. Its big eyes were filled with joy. At the same time, on the back of Kunpeng, the Crocodile Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Boss, do you have any suitable divine arts for me to cultivate?" The Ant Emperor said angrily, "Little crocodile, I'll say it again. First come, first served. Get lost." The Crocodile Emperor shouted impatiently and looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Looking at its impatient look, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but want to laugh. He shook his head and said, "Not now, but don't worry. When I find a suitable divine art for you, I'll give it to you first. But your armor, let me tell you, Although I'm with you now, don't even think about my armor. Because it has been with me for many years and has saved me countless times. In my heart, it's as important as my life. The Crocodile Emperor took a few steps back and looked at Qin Feiyang warily. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He didn't expect the Crocodile Emperor to have such a deep relationship with the armor. It could also be seen that although the Crocodile Emperor was ferocious, it actually valued friendship. However, for him, the armor wasn't that important now. Anyway, the Crocodile Emperor was with him. It didn't matter who wore it. And Zhou Zheng and Li Jian at the side kept looking at the Crocodile Emperor and the other two beasts. Suddenly. Chapter 1459. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang looked at them suspiciously. Li Jian chuckled, we want a mount. Mount? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at the Crocodile Emperor and the other two beasts. Zhou Zheng said, Li Jian and I are both at the peak of 9-star Combat Emperor realm. If we have a peak 9-star Combat Emperor realm mount, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Qin Feiyang asked, you want the Crocodile Emperor and the others to be your mounts? What? Mounts? When the Crocodile Emperor and the other two beasts heard this, they immediately looked at Zhou Zheng and Li Jian. The two of them nodded. You want us to be your mounts? Are you looking for death? The Ant Emperor said angrily. Why are you so arrogant? Although you're strong, don't forget that the young lord has the final say. Whatever the young lord wants you to do, you have to do it. The two of them sneered. Boss Qin. The three beasts quickly looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and signaled the three beasts to calm down. He then looked at Zhou Zheng and Li Jian and said, do you think that humans are superior to beasts? The two of them did not answer, but their expressions said it all. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang raised his arm and slapped the two of them. The two of them were stunned. Blood flowed from the corner of their mouths and a bright red palm print appeared on their faces. I don't care what you think, but to me, beasts and humans are equal. If you want them to be your mounts, I don't object. But it depends on whether you have the ability to make them submit to you willingly. Qin Feiyang snorted. Yes. The two of them quickly lowered their heads and admitted their mistake. Remember, whether it's the people around me or the beasts around me, I will not force them to do anything they don't want to do. Don't let me hear such words again. Otherwise, even if you are at the peak of 9-star Combat Emperor realm, I won't be merciful. You have to understand that I want you to follow me not because of your value, but purely to anger the national master. Qin Feiyang said. Remember. The two of them nodded. The three beasts looked at Qin Feiyang with gratitude. If Qin Feiyang really wanted them to be Li Jian and Li Jian's mounts, they wouldn't dare to resist. However, Qin Feiyang didn't do that. What did this mean? This meant that Qin Feiyang respected them a lot. This was a person who was trustworthy. He was. Qin Feiyang glanced at Li Jian and the other man before raising his head to look at the swamp in front of him. With the Crocodile Emperor around, no more crocodiles came out to block their path. The entire swamp was calm and tranquil. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Ling Yu and said indifferently, now, please reveal your true forms. Do we have to do this? Ling Yu asked. This is a matter of principle. Since you are asking me for protection, I must know your background. Because I don't want two restless elements around me. Qin Feiyang said. Ling Yu and Luo Dan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They took out the facial restoration pill and put it in their mouths. Their appearance changed quickly. Qin Feiyang stared at the two of them. Miss Longfeng House, Li Jian and the three beasts also looked at them curiously. Not long later, two completely different faces appeared before everyone's eyes. Originally, Ling Yu and Luo Dan were both very ordinary people. But now, one of them was handsome and the other was peerless. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that putting cultivation aside, the two of them could be said to be dragons and phoenixes among men. Luo Dan. She was 1.8 meters tall and had a slim figure, waterfall-like black hair, gem-like eyes, long eyelashes, exquisite facial features. Although there was some mud on it, it still couldn't hide her peerless appearance. And the temperament she exuded at this moment was completely different from before. In the past, She was silent, giving off a cold feeling that kept people thousands of miles away. But now, she looked gentle and polite, like a lady from a noble family, natural and unrestrained. Look at Ling Yu at this moment. His 7 feet body was tall and straight like an iron pine. And his facial features could be said to be better than those beautiful women. Especially his eyes and long hair, they were sky blue like sapphires. The overall feeling he gave off was very demonic. If he didn't have an Adam's apple, many people would definitely mistake him for a woman when they first saw him. So this is their true appearance. The 3 beasts mumbled and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. They were surprised to find that Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely exaggerated. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. Miss Longfeng and Li Jian also noticed Qin Feiyang's behavior. Their faces were full of suspicion. What's going on? Who in the world didn't know Qin Feiyang's character? Who didn't know? Even if the sky fell, he wouldn't be moved. But at this moment, looking at the man and woman in front of him, he actually had such an expression of disbelief. Could it be? What's the relationship between them? Ling Yu and Li Jian, who had recovered their true appearance, also looked at Qin Feiyang without saying a word. But there was a bright smile on their faces. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Other than the sound of the Kuan Peng swimming in the swamp, there was no other sound. It was dead silent. No one knew how long had passed. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang abruptly raised his arm and ruthlessly slapped his own face. Boss Qin, what are you doing? Why did you hit yourself for no reason? The Crocodile Emperor and the other 2 beasts hurriedly went forward and asked in surprise. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to them. Touching his burning face, he looked at Ling Yu and Li Jian and kept muttering, "It's not a dream." It's not a dream? The Crocodile Emperor and the other 2 beasts, as well as Miss Longfeng and Li Jian, became more and more surprised. You guys, suddenly, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and walked towards Ling Yu and Li Jian. His hands were trembling. His feet were also trembling. His body, soul, and gaze were all trembling. Even his eyes were uncontrollably filled with a mist, blurring his vision. Looking at Qin Feiyang, although Ling Yu and Li Jian were smiling, tears were flowing from the corners of their eyes. Finally, Qin Feiyang walked to the front of the 2 and looked at their faces without blinking. As if he was afraid of recognizing the wrong person, he whispered, "Is it really you guys?" "It's us." The 2 nodded. Their voices were somewhat whimpering. "How could this be? Back then in the Swallow Pan Mountain Range, didn't you guys already die?" Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of disbelief. Luo Dan said, "We didn't die, it was the old master who saved us." "Didn't die," Qin Feiyang murmured. Suddenly, he stretched out his hands and grabbed each of their shoulders, saying, "Don't move, let me take a good look at you guys." At this moment, his emotions were already out of control. Both of their hands grabbed tightly, and Ling Yu and Li Jian couldn't help but feel pain. But they didn't say a word and silently endured it. The smile on their faces was still there. "It's you guys. It's really you guys," Qin Feiyang whispered. The 2 faces in front of him were too familiar, like an iron seal, branded in the depths of his soul. In this lifetime, he would never forget it. When he was young, there were not many people who could make him care about them. Many people were just passers-by in his life. But these 2 people were one of the people he cared about the most. He had thought. He had completely lost them. However, he didn't expect that after so many years, the 2 of them would actually appear in front of him again. He couldn't believe this scene. He couldn't calm the excitement in his heart. Suddenly, he opened his hands and hugged the 2 of them tightly. If this was a dream, he didn't want to wake up again. "I'm sorry. It's our fault. We shouldn't have hidden it from you. Let you bear this pain alone." Ling Yu and Li Jian's hearts ached, their faces full of self-blame and guilt. "Don't say anything. Let me feel your aura, your taste," Qin Feiyang whispered. The 2 of them fell silent and hugged Qin Feiyang tightly. From the current situation, they should be old acquaintances of Boss, and their relationship is not ordinary. The Ant Emperor transmitted his voice. "Do I need you to say that? If their relationship is ordinary, with Boss's character, why would he be so agitated?" Why would he be so hesitant? The crocodile emperor secretly said. But then again, who are these two people? The spider emperor muttered. Swallow Pan Mountain Range, people who have died, at the same time. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at Ling Yu and Li Jian thoughtfully. She had once inquired about Qin Feiyang's experience in the Great Qin Empire, and it was very detailed. Once, a tragedy seemed to have happened in the Swallow Pan Mountain Range. No way they were, but how was this possible? The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house had a trace of doubt in her eyes. Time passed breath by breath. The emotions in Qin Feiyang's heart were hard to calm down. People who had died for so many years suddenly appeared in front of him. How could he accept this? No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to accept it. The most important thing was that they had been hiding it from him. Why was this? He shouted in his heart as a wave of anger surged in his heart. Bang! Suddenly, his gaze turned cold as he sent the two of them flying with a punch. The expressions of the crocodile emperor and the other two changed. Why did he suddenly attack? Ling Yu and Li Jian got up and looked at Qin Feiyang with a puzzled expression, saying angrily, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing? Since you're still alive, why didn't you tell me earlier? Back then, when I woke up, White-Eyed Wolf and the others looked for you everywhere. But in the end, we turned the place upside down and couldn't find you. You know how much pain and self-blame I felt at that time. I wished that the person who died was me." Qin Feiyang roared. When the two of them heard this, the anger in their hearts was immediately extinguished. They lowered their heads guiltily and said, "I'm sorry. I don't want to hear any apologies. I just want to know, why is this? You don't have to think about me, but what about your mother? Do you know how Aunt Shui and Aunt Lu Ji spent all these years? Do you know how many tears they have shed for you all these years?" Qin Feiyang roared. "Feng, calm down. They must have their reasons for doing this." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly went forward to persuade him. Difficulties. Mother has her difficulties, Uncle Yuan has his difficulties, second grandpa has his difficulties, they also have their difficulties. How can there be so many difficulties in this world? Don't tell me that my heart doesn't suffer? Qin Feiyang was furious and roared again and again. The Dragon Phoenix house's young lady sighed and didn't say anything more. Chapter 1460. Feiyangui, Luo Dan said. "Don't say anything now, let me calm down by myself." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and walked to the top of Kuanping's head, silently looking at the swamp ahead. Ling Yu and Li Chia looked at each other and wanted to explain. Miss Longfeng stopped the two of them and said, "Don't go, explaining now will only add fuel to the fire. Give him some time, he can handle it." The two of them sighed and fell silent. Seeing this, Crocodile Emperor, the three beasts, and Li Jian also tactfully shut their mouths. They had all seen Qin Feiyang's methods, and did not dare to provoke him at this time. Time flew. The night receded, and 10 suns slowly rose. The swamp entered a sultry state again. After this period of recuperation, everyone's injuries were more or less healed. Finally, Qin Feiyang looked at the 10 suns and let out a long sigh. Without turning his head, he said, "Come here." Ling Yu and Li Chia had been waiting at the back. When they heard Qin Feiyang's words, they immediately walked to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the two of them. After a long time, he said, "I'm sorry." "What are you talking about? We should be the ones saying sorry." The two of them quickly waved their hands. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and hugged the two of them, patting their backs and smiled. "It's good that you're alive, welcome back." Ling Yu and Li Chia finally smiled. Miss Longfeng asked, "Feiyang, aren't you going to introduce us?" Crocodile Emperor, the three beasts, and Li Jian were also curious. Qin Feiyang let go of the two of them, looked at everyone and shook his head with a smile. He pulled Ling Yu over and smiled. "This is Ling Yunfei, my best brother." Ling Yunfei. Li Jian and Li Chia's eyes trembled. As the state preceptor's subordinates, they had once gone to the spirit state to investigate Qin Feiyang's deeds. Therefore, they were not unfamiliar with this name. But it was said that this person was killed a long time ago, So how was he still alive? What do you mean, in the past? Isn't it now? In the meantime, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Ling Yunfei was also very dissatisfied. But Qin Feiyang deliberately kept him in suspense and said with a smile, "Of course. That's more like it." Ling Yunfei smiled smugly. Then he looked at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young miss and the others. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I'm very happy to meet everyone. Please take care of me in the future." Qin Feiyang pulled Luo Dan to his side and said, "As for this one, her name is Luo Qingzhu. She was once a genius girl in the county of Yen. Her admirers could line up from Iron Ox Town to the imperial capital." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, the Crocodile Emperor, and the other two beasts were astonished. However, Li Jian and the other man's hearts were in turmoil. Luo Qingzhu. This was also the person who had died together with Ling Yunfei. What was going on? Facing Qin Feiyang's slightly teasing words, Luo Qingzhu also had a helpless look on her face. She glared at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the others. She smiled gently and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. At most, I'm just a person with decent talent." "Miss, you're too modest." The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion chuckled, then looked at Qin Feiyang and teased, "I'm very curious, are you also her admirer?" Everyone was slightly stunned and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. A playful look appeared in their eyes. Luo Qingzhu also turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Her eyes seemed to be filled with anticipation. Qin Feiyang was also somewhat stunned. Obviously, he did not expect the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to ask such a question. "Don't tell me you're really her admirer." But even so, it's understandable. After all, Sister Qingzhu is indeed extraordinarily beautiful. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not speak for a long time, the ridicule on the face of the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion became even stronger. Luo Qingzhu's cheeks immediately flushed red. "Have you said enough?" Qin Feiyang glared angrily at the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and laughed. "We were good friends in the past, and we will still be good friends in the future." When Luo Qingzhu heard this, her body trembled slightly, and a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. However, he quickly covered it up. "Silly boy." The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also cursed in her heart. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was once the most high-end and famous restaurant in the Central Divine Kingdom. As the owner of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, what kind of person had she not seen before? As a result, she could tell with a glance that this little girl was obviously interested in Qin Feiyang, which was why she asked this question on purpose. In other words, she wanted to point it out and matchmake Qin Feiyang and Luo Qingzhu. But she didn't expect that. Not only did Qin Feiyang not realize it, he had even made this relationship stiff. However, feelings were personal matters, so she couldn't interfere too much. Qin Feiyang looked at Ling Yunfei and asked, "What exactly happened back then? Who exactly is the old man who saved you?" "It's a long story. As for the person who saved us, it's an old man you know well." Ling Yu said, "An old man I know well?" Qin Feiyang was startled and couldn't help but recall in his mind. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something, and his body suddenly trembled. He looked at the two of them and said, "It can't be, yes. It's old Master Qin Yuan." The two of them nodded. "It's actually Uncle Yuan." Qin Feiyang was startled. After regaining his senses, he looked at the two of them and said, "Then Uncle Jiang, Zhao Shuang, and Feng Ling aren't they still alive?" Luo Qingzhu said, "Yes, you've seen them all before." See? Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Zhao Yu is Sister Shuang. Feng Ranran is Sister Ling. As for my father, do you remember a person called Jiang Qianqing?" Luo Qingzhu said with a smile. "So it's them." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood, then frowned and muttered, "Jiang Qianqing." Suddenly, his gaze trembled. He finally remembered this person. Back in the city, after he killed the Lu family's ancestor, it was this person called Jiang Qianqing who took over the position of City Lord of the East City of the city. And when the Battle of the Nine Regions began, it was also Jiang Qianqing and Wang Hong who sent them to the Netherworld. So he was Jiang Jingyi. Wait, Jiang Jingyi, Luo Qianxue, Luo Qingzhu, Jiang Qianqing. In this name, there was the Qian of Luo Qianxue and the Qing of Luo Qingzhu. Wasn't this a combination of the names of Jiang Jingyi's family? What a fool. Qin Feiyang slapped his head hard. Why didn't he notice this earlier? Luo Qingzhu said with a smile, although you didn't know that we were still alive all these years, we have always been by your side. Ling Yunfei also nodded, feeling very emotional. Thank you. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them for a long time and said, we're all brothers, why are you saying this? Moreover, if we really want to say thank you, it should be us thanking you. If it weren't for you, old Master Qin wouldn't have saved us at all, let alone nurtured us, and we wouldn't have today's achievements. Luo Qingzhu said with a smile. This shows that Uncle Yuan has good taste. However, isn't your cultivation rising a bit too quickly? Qin Feiyang frowned. This matter. Chapter 1461. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and asked, by the way, Tanwu has followed Uncle Yuan for a long time. Do you guys know each other? Of course. The two nodded. Then why didn't you guys come together when you entered the miracle? Moreover, when you saw each other, you guys just greeted each other normally? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Because you know Tan Wu's background. If we came with him, you would definitely be suspicious of us. That's why we put on a show. Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu laughed. You guys really put in a lot of effort. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. There's no other way. Who asked you to be so shrewd? We definitely have to be careful. Ling Yunfei shrugged. Or is it my fault? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Ling Yunfei said, actually, it's all old Master Qin's idea. He doesn't want you to know these things too early. Uncle Yuan, Qin Feiyang murmured, shook his head and sighed. Last time Tan Wu told me that Uncle Yuan is nurturing a force for me. I was still thinking about who it was, but I didn't expect it to be you guys. Besides you guys, who else is there? It's not the quantity but the quality. It's enough to have us. Ling Yunfei smiled confidently. Is that so? Qin Feiyang asked. He really didn't dare to believe what these guys said now. Ling Yunfei didn't answer and just smiled evilly. There's more. Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something again. He turned to look at Luo Qingzhu and said, when your father took over the position of city lord in East City, he was investigated by old Master Ren. Does old Master Ren also know the true identity of your father? Luo Qingzhu said, old Master Ren doesn't know, but there is one person who knows. Qin Feiyang asked. Ju. Luo Qingzhu said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It turned out that this ugly old woman was also one of Uncle Yuan's people. Then when she asked me to go to the Forgotten Continent to train and snatch the heavenly thunder flame, it was also Uncle Yuan's idea? Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Luo Qingzhu nodded. Uncle Yuan, for me, how much effort have you done behind the scenes? Thank you. How am I going to repay you for all the kindness you've shown me? Qin Feiyang looked towards the horizon and muttered to himself. In this life, the person he was most grateful to was Uncle Yuan, because it was Uncle Yuan who gave him hope and the courage to continue living. In this world, anyone could betray him, but there were two people who wouldn't. His mother, Uncle Yuan Yu. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows and retracted his gaze. He looked at Ling Yunfei and asked, you two have followed Uncle Yuan for so long. Do you know his true identity? I don't know. We've asked as well. But in the face of our inquiries, old Master Qin just smiled and let it go. In short, the feeling that old Master Qin gives me is that he is very mysterious. But his kindness to you is true, no one can deny it. Ling Yunfei smiled. Of course I know. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled, looking down at the kunpeng under his feet. He said, it was also given to you by Uncle Yuan. This time it came with us to the miracle, on one hand to protect us, and on the other hand to see if it can encounter any good fortune. Luo Qingzhu said, even such a divine beast, Uncle Yuan, is really unfathomable. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, becoming more and more curious about Uncle Yuan's identity. After such a long time, old friends reunited, Naturally, there were a lot of things to say. The three of them sat side by side on the Kunpeng's head, chatting about the past and reminiscing about the past. From time to time, there would be laughter. As for the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix house, Li Jian, and the Crocodile Emperor, they quietly sat on the back of the Kunpeng and cultivated. Time flew. A day passed and night fell. The end of the swamp finally appeared in the line of sight of the group. Qin Feiyang and the other two suddenly stood up and looked at the scene in shock. Outside the swamp, there was a majestic mountain range. The mountains were stacked on top of each other, and the vegetation was lush. That's right. In the mountain range, there was verdant vegetation. The lowest of the old trees was 100 meters tall, and dozens of people couldn't encircle them. The vines were like horned dragons, wrapped around the old trees, filled with a strong aura. The ground was also overgrown with weeds. As far as the eye could see, this place was verdant and full of vitality. It was a completely different world from the swamp, the plains, and the mountain range where the Spider Emperor was. And as they got closer, the temperature also became cooler. Seeing all this, everyone was dumbfounded. It was like an oasis in the middle of a desert, making people wonder if it was real or not. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said warily, "Could it be an illusion?" Illusion? Ling Yunfei was stunned and shook his head. It shouldn't be an illusion, because we can't have the same illusion. An oasis under the scorching sun of 10 suns? This is too inconceivable. Luo Qingzhu muttered. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and shouted, "Crocodile Emperor, Ant Emperor, Spider Emperor, what's going on?" The three beasts immediately rushed to Qin Feiyang's shoulder. The Ant Emperor said, "Let the little crocodile answer this question, because this is the water source, and it knows best." This is the water source? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. The Ant Emperor and Spider Emperor nodded. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He turned to the Crocodile Emperor and said, "No wonder you have been occupying this place." Then, he looked at the Ant Emperor and Spider Emperor and smiled. "No wonder you want to take this place away from the Crocodile Emperor." In such a cruel and harsh environment, this mountain range was no exaggeration to say that it was heaven. Who wouldn't want to take it for themselves? During the conversation, the Kunpeng had reached the shore of the swamp. Qin Feiyang and the others jumped down one after another and landed on the grass by the shore. A cool breeze suddenly swept over them. This feeling was like suddenly falling into water after being exposed to the sun. They felt cool from head to toe. Even they couldn't help but moan in comfort. This is how a human should live. Ling Yunfei sprawled on the grass, his face full of enjoyment. In this place, even a cool breeze had become a luxury. The Kunpeng also became palm-sized and landed on Luo Qingzhu's shoulder, enjoying this rare, refreshing feeling. Miss Longfeng turned to look at the Crocodile Emperor and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" The Crocodile Emperor's expression changed. It quickly jumped onto Qin Feiyang's other shoulder and distanced itself from Miss Longfeng. Miss Longfeng smiled playfully and stepped forward. She reached out and grabbed the Crocodile Emperor and said, "Why are you running? Are you afraid that I'll eat you?" "Boss Qin, save me. Show me your masculinity and conquer this bitch." The Crocodile Emperor roared in horror. Ever since it was educated by Miss Longfeng, it was very afraid of this woman. However, its way of asking for help made Qin Feiyang's face turn black. Conquer? Don't you know how to talk? Was this woman someone he could conquer? Not to mention him, there was probably no man in this world who dared to conquer this woman. Originally, Qin Feiyang wanted to help it, but now it was better to forget about it. He didn't want to get into trouble. He gave it a look that said, "Good luck. If you scream again, I'll really roast you on the fire." Miss Longfeng's veins were also bulging. Her forehead was dark. The Crocodile Emperor immediately shut its mouth. Like a little lamb, it looked pitifully at Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and pretended not to see it. Chapter 1462. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Seeing that no one cared about it, the Crocodile Emperor was scared. It quickly bowed and apologized to Miss Longfeng. "What's wrong?" Miss Longfeng teased. Crocodile Emperor said, I shouldn't have let you sing conquer? The miss of Longfeng House slapped its face and said, hurry up and say it. I don't know why this place is different from other places. Because this place existed a long time ago. Crocodile Emperor said. Luo Qingzhu asked, you didn't investigate such a magical thing? Of course. But I've searched every corner here and didn't find anything suspicious. Crocodile Emperor said. Everyone couldn't help but frown. Miss Longfeng pondered for a while and said, there must be some treasure hidden in this place. Everyone looked at her in unison. To tell you the truth, before I left, my mother told me that in this miracle, whenever I encounter such a unique place, I have to look carefully. Because there might be a treasure hidden in such a place. Miss Longfeng looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be moved. One must know. The mysterious lady had been to the first level before, so she naturally knew the situation here. Since she said so, it must not be groundless. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Crocodile Emperor and asked, where's the water source? Crocodile Emperor said, in the center of this mountain range, there is a lake. The water source is there. There's a lake? Miss Longfeng and Luo Qingzhu looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy. Along the way, they were already sweating profusely. Especially when they fought with the crocodiles in the stinky swamp, their bodies were covered in mud, and even they couldn't stand the smell. So, they had long wanted to find a place to wash up. After all, women love to be beautiful. But there was no water, and it was a luxury to want to take a bath. And now, suddenly hearing that there was a lake in front, they couldn't help but be excited. Actually, not to mention Luo Qingzhu and these two women, even Qin Feiyang and the other men had long wanted to soak in the water. Because their bodies were too smelly. They were worse than those beggars. Lead the way. Qin Feiyang looked at the fierce crocodile and said. The fierce crocodile took the opportunity to escape from the clutches of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and quickly rushed forward. Qin Feiyang and the others quickly followed. Why are all the people I meet so impatient? Can't they just let me lie down a little longer? Ling Yunfei shook his head and helplessly got up. He chased after the crocodile and asked, Little crocodile, are there any other fierce beasts here? This is this emperor's territory, who dares to enter? Crocodile Emperor said arrogantly. Awesome. Ling Yunfei gave him a thumbs up. Half an hour later, the group cut through the thistles and thorns and arrived in front of a mountain ridge. The mountain ridge was like a giant python, traversing the north and south of the earth. The vegetation on it was lush. However, just as the Crocodile Emperor said, they did not encounter any ferocious beasts along the way. Moreover, they did not sense any ferocious beast's aura on the mountain ridge in front of them. Under the Crocodile Emperor's lead, everyone climbed up the mountain ridge. They stood in a forest and looked ahead. This place was surrounded by mountains on all sides, forming a basin with a diameter of about 2 to 3 miles. The lake was located in the middle of this basin. Under the sunlight, the clear water of the lake glowed with layers of light. By the shore, the vegetation was lush, presenting a scene full of vitality. Everyone was overjoyed. They quickly followed the Crocodile Emperor down the mountain, through the forest, and arrived at the lake. A cool breeze blew, making everyone feel refreshed. You guys, turn around. Don't peek. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house scanned the lake water. Her eyes were filled with little stars, as if she had seen a peerless treasure. Ahem. Ling Yunfei coughed dryly and asked, shouldn't men go first? What did you say? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and Luo Qingzhu immediately turned around and glared at Ling Yunfei. At this moment, the two women tacitly chose to form an alliance. Looking at their eyes, Ling Yunfei could not help but feel anxious. Women are tigers. Don't provoke them. Qin Feiyang patted Ling Yunfei's shoulder and thought to himself. If I can't provoke them, can't I just hide? Ling Yunfei snorted, looked at the lake, and pointed to the opposite side of the lake. Let's go there and take a bath. That's not good. What if an accident happens? Qin Feiyang frowned. Didn't Little Crocodile say that there are no other beasts here? What are you worried about? Ling Yunfei glared at him angrily. All right then. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and smiled. We'll go there. Come and find us when you're done. Sure. The two women thought for a moment and nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the Queen Ant and the Spider Emperor. Stay here and protect them in case anything happens. Although Luo Qingzhu was accompanied by the Kunpeng, the Kunpeng was only a 9-star combat emperor. The Queen Ant and the other two beasts were different. They were genuine 9-star combat emperors. If anything happened, they would be able to deal with it. No problem, leave it to us. The Queen Ant and the other two beasts laughed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why was this bastard laughing so wretchedly? Could it be that the beasts of the divine ruins were like men and were interested in human beauties? Let's go. It's okay if we don't see the water. Now that we see the water, we feel so uncomfortable. Ling Yunfei dragged Qin Feiyang along the lake and ran to the opposite side. Li Jian and the other two looked at each other and quickly chased after them. They also wanted to take a bath. After Qin Feiyang and the others left, the Queen Ant glanced at Luo Qingzhu and the other two and smiled. Two beauties, it's our honor to be able to take a bath with you. Sit. Come. I'll take off your clothes. The Spider Emperor also smiled. Their faces immediately darkened. Seeing that the situation was bad, the Queen Ant quickly waved its claws and laughed. Look at how scared you are. We're just joking. We're not interested in human women. Get lost. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house shouted. The two beasts shrunk their necks and quickly turned around to run. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house snorted coldly, like master, like spirit pet. This sentence is indeed true. Luo Qingzhu covered her mouth and laughed. Sister, you seem to have a big prejudice against Qin Feiyang. It's not as if it's the truth. You don't know how he has schemed against us all these years. If it weren't for some relationship, I would have destroyed him long ago. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was unhappy. Some relationship? Luo Qingzhu was stunned and asked curiously, what relationship? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house instinctively wanted to answer, but she suddenly became alert. She looked at Luo Qingzhu with flickering eyes. Sister, don't misunderstand. Luo Qingzhu quickly waved her hand. Misunderstand what? You're thinking too much. Let's go and wash up. Your body is so dirty. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled, took off her outer clothes, and slowly walked into the lake. Luo Qingzhu looked at the back of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, and her clear eyes flashed. She also took off her muddy clothes and walked into the lake. Comfortable. The two girls found a good position and leaned side by side on a piece of bluestone. They closed their eyes and enjoyed it. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house suddenly asked, Sister Qingzhu, you like Qin Feiyang, right? She didn't open her eyes as if she was just casually asking. Luo Qingzhu was slightly stunned and immediately blushed. She said angrily, Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? You know very well whether or not I'm talking nonsense. I just want to tell you that Qin Feiyang is a blockhead. If you don't take the initiative, I'm afraid he won't understand in this lifetime. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled faintly. Luo Qingzhu said, Sister, you don't understand. It's not that he can't understand, he's just avoiding it. Because he already has someone in his heart. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house opened her eyes and looked at her suspiciously. Mermaid Princess. Luo Qingzhu said dejectedly. Mermaid Princess. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house muttered. I'm different from the Mermaid Princess. She's a person who dares to love and hate. If she likes someone, she will say it directly. As for me, Luo Qingzhu didn't continue. After a long silence, she took a deep breath and looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. She smiled and said, Perhaps this is fate. I don't know if it's fate or not. I only know that if I like something, I have to fight for it. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Fight for it? Luo Qingzhu muttered and asked, What about you, sister? After spending so much time with Qin Feiyang, have you ever had a good impression of him? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was stunned. She shook her head and smiled. I do have a good impression of him, but it's impossible for me to be with him for the rest of my life. But Luo Qingzhu was curious. You'll know in the future. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled mysteriously. Luo Qingzhu glanced at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and retracted her gaze. She looked at the calm lake and her eyes flickered. What should be perked up is perked up, what should be concave is concave. I didn't expect that there would be such a peerless beauty among the humans. Boss Qin is really lucky. The Ant Emperor hid behind a rock and stared at Luo Qingzhu and Luo Qingzhu, commenting. That's right. The Spider Emperor nodded, then glared at the Ant Emperor and said angrily, It's all your fault for smiling so wretchedly. Otherwise, you would be able to take a bath with them right now. Before you talk about me, can you wipe the saliva off your mouth first? The Ant Emperor looked down on him. The Spider Emperor smiled embarrassedly. On the other side, Qin Feiyang and his group weren't so refined. They directly jumped into the lake. The moment they were submerged by the lake water, they felt an indescribable sense of carefreeness. Following that, Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei started to play in the water, having a lot of fun. They're really like children. They were young to begin with, but because they had to bear too much, they had no choice but to bury their innocence. Li Jian and Luo Qingzhu quietly soaked in the water and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. As for the Crocodile Emperor, after sending Qin Feiyang and the others here, it slipped away alone. No one knew where it went. Qin Feiyang and the others didn't care. Chapter 1463. After tossing and turning for a moment, Ling Yunfei found a rock and laid on it. Looking at the full moon in the night sky, he laughed. I really miss the time when we were in Yan County. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded and sat beside Ling Yunfei. His mind was filled with thoughts. After a while, Ling Yunfei suddenly got up, hooked his arm around Qin Feiyang's shoulder, and laughed evilly. Do you really not have any thoughts about Sister Qingzhu? Qin Feiyang was startled. We all know what Sister Qingzhu is thinking. Of course. We also hope that you two can be together. After all, the two of you can be considered a perfect match. Ling Yunfei chuckled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I don't want to talk about feelings right now. You don't want to talk about it, or you don't want to talk about it. Actually, we all know that you like the mermaid princess. Ling Yunfei said. Qin Feiyang looked at Ling Yunfei in surprise and asked, How do you know about the mermaid princess? Back then, when Ling Yunfei and the others were killed, he had yet to meet the mermaid princess. Other than what you did in the Forgotten Continent, what else do we not know? Ling Yunfei said proudly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, That's right, I like her. Right now, my heart can only hold her. But even if I like her, I will silently hide it in my heart, because I don't know when I will die. Ling Yunfei shook his head and said, Life is short, we have to enjoy it while we can. What's the point of thinking so much? Aren't you just finding trouble for yourself? Maybe I'm different from you. In my opinion, when you are with a woman, you must give her a pure land and let her be happy for the rest of her life. But now, I don't even know what my future is like. How can I give her a pure land and happiness? Qin Feiyang sighed. You, after so many years, why are you still a blockhead? Don't you know what's going on? Ling Yunfei glared at him in exasperation. Isn't that good? At least I haven't hurt a woman yet. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You're exaggerating. You haven't hurt other women, but what about Lin Yi? Ling Yunfei teased. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He smiled bitterly and said, I told you a long time ago that I think of her as my younger sister. But she doesn't think so. In short, things like love are not as simple as you think. When you have time, learn more from me. Ling Yunfei patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and said meaningfully. Qin Feiyang said, Do you understand it very well? Ling Yunfei chuckled and whispered into Qin Feiyang's ear. What? Qin Feiyang looked at him in amazement and couldn't recover for a long time. What? I'm awesome, right? Ling Yunfei patted his chest and said proudly. You can even tame that tigress. Amazing. Qin Feiyang gave a thumbs up. Of course. Let me tell you. In front of me, she is as docile as a kitten. Ling Yunfei was not modest at all. Really? Qin Feiyang looked doubtful. You still don't believe it? Will I lie to you? Ling Yunfei said discontentedly. It's not that I don't believe it, but it's hard to believe. I know this woman too well. Even if she is a cat, she is a stray cat that is difficult to tame. Qin Feiyang said. So what if she is a stray cat? She is tamed by me. Ling Yunfei smiled disdainfully. When I find her, I really want to see how you tame her. Qin Feiyang said. Just you wait and see. Ling Yunfei said. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile and asked, When are you going to get married? Get married? Ling Yunfei was stunned and said, It's too far away to talk about this now. Qin Feiyang immediately frowned. You don't just want to play, do you? I tell you, I won't allow it because I promised her grandfather that I would take good care of her. I knew you're a person who favors outsiders. Ling Yunfei snorted coldly. You really think so? Qin Feiyang said. I'm kidding. No matter how bad I am, Ling Yunfei will not play with other people's feelings. Besides, I value this feeling very much. There is a reason why I don't get married. Ling Yunfei said. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief and asked, What's the reason? You're the boss and you're not married. How can I be shameless in front of you? Ling Yunfei smiled slyly. Get lost. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Ling Yunfei said angrily, You don't believe me when I tell you the truth. What do you want? If you want to wait for me, I advise you not to because you can't afford to wait. Qin Feiyang shook his head. It's okay. Anyway, I just want to get married. Just for a day. That little kitten also agrees. Ling Yunfei said. Up to you. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. Boss Qin, suddenly. Crocodile Emperor's voice came from the shore. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw Crocodile Emperor standing on a rock by the shore, looking anxious. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Ling Yunfei and Li Jian also looked at it suspiciously. Come with me quickly. Crocodile Emperor said and jumped into the forest. Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other and quickly got up to the shore. They took out a set of clean clothes from their Qinquan bags and put them on before chasing after Crocodile Emperor. Ling Yunfei asked, Why are you in such a hurry? Is there something wrong? Crocodile Emperor nodded and said in a deep voice, I wanted to give boss a surprise, but I didn't expect someone to beat me to it. What surprise? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously. A black tree with hundreds of fruits on it. The fruits are also black. Guess what it is? With your knowledge, you should be able to guess. Crocodile Emperor said. Black tree? Black fruit. Qin Feiyang and the other three lowered their heads and pondered. Seeing that the four of them didn't speak, Crocodile Emperor said, Let me give you another hint. The tree can emit an invisible energy that can sense the physique and talent of a living being. Invisible energy. It can change the physique and talent of a living being. Qin Feiyang was astonished, and he said, You can't be talking about the Tree of Fortune, right? It is the Tree of Fortune. Crocodile Emperor nodded. How is that possible? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Tree of Fortune. Ling Yunfei and the other two were also shocked. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and asked, Are you sure that the Tree of Fortune has hundreds of fruits? Of course. I usually cultivate under the Tree of Fortune. Crocodile Emperor said. This, Qin Feiyang was shocked. He knew. When he got the Tree of Fortune from the Mu family, it had 30 fruits and that already surprised him. However, he didn't expect. There was actually a Tree of Fortune here with hundreds of fruits. How big is this Tree of Fortune? How spectacular is it? Ling Yunfei was dissatisfied. Little crocodile, you're not honest. You have such a good treasure and you didn't tell us at first? I just wanted to give you a surprise. Crocodile Emperor felt wronged. Did someone beat us to it? Qin Feiyang asked. A wolf. Crocodile Emperor said. Wolf? Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other, and the figure of Wolf King appeared in their minds at the same time. Ling Yunfei said, Could it be that wolf cub? Wait, let me see. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and carefully sensed through the slave seal. A moment later, He suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light burst out. How is it? Ling Yunfei asked. It's really nearby. It seems that when we came here, it was also coming here. Qin Feiyang said happily. Ling Yunfei smiled evilly. I haven't seen it for many years. I wonder how it will react when it sees me? You know it? The Crocodile Emperor looked back at the 2 of them. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's my best and most trusted partner. I see. The Crocodile Emperor nodded. That's not right. The wolf cub's strength is far inferior to yours. Why didn't you chase it away? Qin Feiyang asked. This is what I'm going to tell you next. At the Tree of Fortune, other than the wolf cub that you're talking about, there are 4 other humans hiding. These 4 humans aren't very strong. One of them is a 5-star combat emperor, and the other 3 are 2-star combat emperors. However, that 5-star combat emperor human gave me an extremely strong sense of danger. So, I didn't dare to act rashly, so I ran back to find you. And those 4 people were sneaky. I felt that they wanted to harm the wolf cub. The Crocodile Emperor said. For humans? Qin Feiyang frowned. A mere 5-star combat emperor could make the 9-star combat emperor Crocodile Emperor feel threatened? Why didn't he know that there was such a terrifying person? Wait, there seemed to be such a person. Hurry up, Qin Feiyang urged. What did you think of? Ling Yunfei was surprised. I thought of a person. If it's really him, he will definitely kill the white-eyed wolf when I'm not around. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Heard of it? Ling Yunfei's heart sank. The group increased their speed and passed through the forest in a short while. They stood on a small hill at the edge of the forest and looked ahead. What? It's so big! Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were tongue-tied. Outside the forest, there was a vast plain overgrown with weeds. In the middle of the plain, there was a huge black tree. That was the Tree of Creation. That Tree of Creation couldn't be described as big. It was more than 100 feet tall. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even 50 to 60 people holding hands might not be able to go 1 round around the tree trunk. On the branches, black fruits of fortune were faintly discernible between the leaves, exuding a fatal temptation. Around the Tree of Creation, there was a clear stream that was 5 to 6 meters wide. The stream flowed like a giant python, meandering across the entire plain. How is it? I didn't lie to you. The Crocodile Emperor said proudly. Amazing. You're simply sitting on a huge treasure. Li Jian exclaimed. It's useless if you don't know alchemy. In the past, I used to eat the ripe fruits of creation as fruits. Although they don't look good, the taste is quite good. It's refreshing and delicious. The Crocodile Emperor said. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei looked at each other. Eat as fruits? Does this guy know the value of the fruits of creation? If any one of them were to be taken out, it would cause a bloodbath. This was simply a waste of God's gift. Extravagant. Chapter 1464. Where's the wolf pup? Ling Yunfei asked. It's soaking there. The Crocodile Emperor pointed to the stream on the east side of the Tree of Creation. Qin Feiyang and the rest looked over. Indeed, they saw a wolf lying in the stream with its head sticking out. It looked relaxed and was even humming a tune. That's it. Qin Feiyang smiled. This bastard really knows how to enjoy himself. Ling Yunfei pursed his lips. However, both of them heaved a sigh of relief. The white-eyed wolf was still there. This meant that the 4 of them had not made a move yet. Qin Feiyang asked, Where are the 4 of them hiding? Look over there. The Crocodile Emperor pointed to the southeast direction of the Tree of Creation. Qin Feiyang and the rest looked up. As the hillside was higher, their field of vision was wider. Very soon, they found 4 figures in a patch of grass. The grass was as tall as a person. The 4 of them stood there with their aura concealed. They looked at the Tree of Creation and the white-eyed wolf. The 4 of them were only half a mile away from the white-eyed wolf. The leader was a young man in purple. His stature was tall, and his appearance was dignified. There was a sense of arrogance between his eyebrows. It's really him. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. Who is he? The Crocodile Emperor was suspicious. Lu Xingchen. A very scary person. Fortunately, you didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, you would be a corpse now. Ling Yunfei said. The crocodile emperor was dumbfounded. A mere 5-star combat emperor could make these guys so fearful? What kind of heavenly means does this person have? This isn't right. Why is he on the first level? Logically speaking, he should be on the second level. Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingqian's soul now belonged to Mu Tianyang. In his sea of consciousness, he had already condensed his divine consciousness. Although his cultivation was only at the level of a combat emperor, his divine consciousness had already surpassed the level of a combat emperor. But why was he still here? Could it be that the power of law in the divine ruins only recognized cultivation and not divine sense? Ling Yunfei said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about why he's here. Let's go and meet up with the wolf pups, lest he tries to harm them." "There's no rush. I'd like to see what he's up to," Qin Feiyang said, his eyes flickering. Another moment passed. Lu Xingqian finally made his move. Like a ghost in the night, he silently walked towards the white-eyed wolf. The other 3 followed closely behind him. These 3 people all had the appearance of burly men. Although their cultivations were not strong, their eyes were extremely cold, like pairs of eagle eyes, piercing one's heart. Acting so sneakily, he must be trying to sneak up on the wolf pup. Ling Yunfei snorted coldly. Crocodile Emperor said, "Should we remind it?" "No need." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at the white-eyed wolf from afar. No one knew this guy better than him. In addition to being alert, its nose was also very sharp. Perhaps it already knew that Lu Xingqian was hiding in the dark. "You're my little apple, no matter how much I love you, it's never too much," looking at the white-eyed wolf again. It was humming a tune while swinging its feet, splashing waves of water. It was as if it was sitting in the spring breeze, unaware of the approaching danger. At this moment, Lu Xingqian and the other 3 were only 200 or 300 feet away from the stream. For them, this distance was not even half a step away. This wolf pup is too careless. We've already come here, but it didn't even notice. One of the burly men couldn't help but secretly ridicule. Which one of the people and beasts around Qin Feiyang isn't conceited? In their eyes, I'm the best in the world. Who dares to provoke me? The other 2 burly men also sneered. You'd better not have such thoughts. I know too well what kind of person Qin Feiyang is. People and ferocious beasts that can catch his eye and stay by his side all have an outstanding side. Lu Xingqian said lightly. The 3 men looked at each other. On the surface, they didn't dare to disobey, but in their hearts, they didn't care. If Qin Feiyang was powerful, they wouldn't dare to refute. Because this was something that everyone in the world had seen. But how many of the people and beasts around Qin Feiyang could be compared to this? Do it. Lu Xingqian suddenly waved his hand. The 3 burly men were not surprised or hesitant. They immediately rushed toward the white-eyed wolf like a snake baring its fangs. It was also at this moment. The white-eyed wolf, who was humming a tune, suddenly grinned and revealed a ferocious look in its eyes. The next moment, it suddenly raised its head and stared at the 3 burly men. Under the moonlight, its eyes glowed with a strong green light. A few small fries dare to come here and cause trouble. You're simply tired of living. It cackled and like an ape, it suddenly leaped up and swung its sharp claws at Chu Li. The 3 burly men didn't expect that the white-eyed wolf had already noticed them. Caught off guard, their chests were torn apart by the white-eyed wolf's claws. Blood gushed out. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After seriously injuring the 3 men, the white-eyed wolf returned to the stream, lying in the water and continuing to hum a tune. There was also a hint of playfulness in its eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 burly men fell to the ground one after another. The sharp pain in their chests made them howl miserably. Seeing this, Lu Xingqian didn't hide anymore. He walked out and looked down at the 3 men. This is the price for underestimating it. Remember this lesson. Yes, yes, yes. The 3 men quickly got up, clutched their chests, and nodded repeatedly. Quickly heal your injuries, Lu Xingqian said, turned around, and walked to the stream. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and smiled. Brother Wolf, you're so comfortable. The white-eyed wolf joked, "Are you trying to get close to me?" "If you say so." Lu Xingchen smiled. "Ha!" The white-eyed wolf laughed and said, "Do you know what you're doing? You're asking a weasel to pay a visit to a chicken. You're up to no good." "It seems like you're the wolf." Lu Xingchen shook his head helplessly. "You still know that I'm a wolf? Then why are you squatting over there? Do you think you can escape from my nose?" The white-eyed wolf mocked. Lu Xingchen smiled bitterly, entered the stream, and lay down opposite the white-eyed wolf. He said with a look of enjoyment, "It's so comfortable. I really don't want to go anywhere and just stay here forever." The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Hey, hey, hey, this is my territory now. Did you ask for my permission to take a bath here? Don't be so cold. At least we're on the same side now." Lu Xingchen said. "On the same side?" The white-eyed wolf laughed and said, "Just say it. What do you want to do to me?" "I wouldn't dare. Besides, I can't bear to do anything to you. How about this? You follow me. I promise you'll get something unexpected." Lu Xingchen said with a smile. Qin Feiyang was stunned and cursed in his heart. "So this bastard is going to steal my woman. I'd be surprised if he didn't do that." Li Jian sneered in his heart. The white-eyed wolf's fighting soul was the nemesis of all fighting souls. With a white-eyed wolf by his side, it was equivalent to having an ultimate trump card. And Lu Xingchen, as the incarnation of Mu Tianyang, naturally understood this. It was just that before, the white-eyed wolf had been hiding in the castle in seclusion, so he couldn't find a chance. At the same time, the white-eyed wolf was also quite surprised. He looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "What did you say? Can you say it again?" Lu Xingchen said, "I said if you follow me, I'll give you everything you want." "So I didn't hear wrong." The white-eyed wolf muttered, then smiled playfully and said, "You're asking me to betray little Qin Zi. You're not his master and servant. How can this be called betrayal? Besides, there's a good saying, even if you can't do business, you can still be friends." Lu Xingchen said. The white-eyed wolf thought for a moment and nodded. "That makes sense. Then what are you going to use to bribe me? What do you want?" Lu Xingchen asked. "What do I want?" The white-eyed wolf was silent for a moment, then said with a sneaky smile, "I want the moon in the sky. Can you pluck it?" "Wolf cub, I advise you not to go too far. Our Lord has taken a liking to you because you've accumulated good karma in your past life. Don't take it for granted." The three burly men reprimanded him sternly. Lu Xingchen didn't stop them. Obviously, he was also somewhat dissatisfied with the white-eyed wolf's attitude. "Who are you people? Do you have the right to speak here?" The white-eyed wolf slowly raised his head and glanced at the three men. Looking at the white-eyed wolf's contemptuous gaze, the three men immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Their eyes flashed with a terrifying light. "Be careful, I'll gouge your eyeballs out if you keep staring." The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and suddenly stood up. His terrifying aura rushed toward the three men like a tide. The three men subconsciously took a few steps back, their faces full of fear. The white-eyed wolf disdained them and lay back in the water. He looked at Lu Xingchen and shook his head. "Aren't you tired of having to bring these trash around?" Lu Xingchen chuckled. "If you like, you can kill them at any time." When the three men heard this, their faces instantly turned pale. "Not interested," the white-eyed wolf said faintly. Hearing this, the three men breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, they felt like they were on a roller coaster. They were extremely panicked. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed slightly and asked, "Then what are you interested in?" A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. "I'm interested in your space divine item. As long as you give it to me, I'll immediately agree to follow you. I'm even willing to be your spy and stay by Qin Feiyang's side to monitor him." The white-eyed wolf said. He said it very seriously. Although he didn't know what the white-eyed wolf was thinking, he couldn't find the slightest trace of falsehood on the surface. However, when he heard this, Lu Xingchen let out a long sigh and a trace of regret appeared on his face. "What's wrong? Or are you going to make a move?" The white-eyed wolf said. "You're the one who forced me. To be honest, I really think highly of you. Unfortunately, you're too stubborn. You have to know that you're the only one here. It's easy for me to kill you with my means. Lu Xingchen sighed. Is that so? The white-eyed wolf looked at him with a smile. Other than the war soul, what other means do you have? Lu Xingchen asked back. His demeanor and tone also carried a hint of coldness. Ha, ha, the white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. His laughter was full of sarcasm. Chapter 1465. Boom. All of a sudden, a strand of divine sense swept out from Lu Xingchen's head. Anything that threatens me, no matter what it is, I will wipe it out as soon as I have the chance. Lu Xingchen smiled coldly. His divine sense pierced through the sky, carrying with it a monstrous aura, and swept towards the white-eyed wolf's forehead. Damn. This is divine sense. The crocodile emperor was dumbfounded. No wonder this person gave it a great sense of crisis. It turned out that he was a false god. It seems that the rule power here only recognizes cultivation and not divine sense. Qin Feiyang muttered. Otherwise, Lu Xingchen would have been obliterated by the rule power. Mu Tianyang came here before, so he is very familiar with the rule power here. Since he dares to use divine sense, he must have a certain degree of confidence. But now, these are secondary. Hurry up and save the white-eyed wolf. Ling Yunfei said in a low voice. Facing Lu Xingchen's divine sense, the white-eyed wolf had no power to fight back. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, Crocodile Emperor, you go. Only the Crocodile Emperor could compete with Lu Xingchen now because it had armor to protect it. But just as the Crocodile Emperor was about to rush to the rescue, the white-eyed wolf suddenly laughed out loud. Lu Xingchen, you underestimate me. I know you are hiding nearby and I dare to continue to stay here. This means that I am not afraid of you at all. Little brother, do it. Following the white-eyed wolf's shout, Lu Xingchen, who was originally majestic, suddenly changed his expression and looked down into the water. In the water, a blood-red stream of light swept past. Immediately, a sharp pain came from his thigh. Following closely, the skin all over his body quickly turned black. His face and lips were the same. Of the next moment, he let out a blood-curdling scream as he lay prone in the water, screaming miserably. Just as the wisp of divine sense was about to enter the white-eyed wolf's glabella, it suddenly collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. What happened? The three men were dumbfounded on the spot. Qin Feiyang and the others were also dumbstruck, their faces filled with bewilderment. What did the white-eyed wolf do? He actually made Lu Xingchen scream so miserably? Go! Qin Feiyang suddenly waved his hand and dashed toward the stream like lightning. Ling Yunfei, Li Jian, Zhou Jing, and the Crocodile Emperor quickly followed. However, Ling Yunfei suddenly stopped. He rolled his eyes and chuckled. You guys go first. I'll give the wolf cub a surprise later. Meanwhile, the three burly men also came back to their senses and hurriedly grabbed Lu Xingchen and dragged him ashore. At this moment, Lu Xingchen's entire body was like a piece of charcoal and white foam was coming out of his mouth. This is a sign of being poisoned. The three men's expressions changed. Quick! Give me an antidote pill? Lu Xingchen roared. The three men quivered and quickly took out an antidote pill with 5 veins. They quickly stuffed it into Lu Xingchen's mouth. Swish! It was also at this moment Qin Feiyang and the others arrived. What? Qin Feiyang. The three burly men's expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. Lu Xingchen's pupils shrank slightly. The white-eyed wolf glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others and snorted. Continue to hide. Why did you come out? Obviously, it had already smelled the scent of Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Li Jian glanced at Lu Xingchen and looked at the Wolf King curiously. How did you do it? You are... The white-eyed wolf looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, his name is Li Jian. This is Zhou Zheng. They used to be the confidants of the state preceptor. But now they are following me. I see. The white-eyed wolf nodded in realization. He turned to look at Lu Xingchen and shook his head. I don't know what happened. He suddenly became like this. Maybe he was bitten by a rabid dog before. Now he has rabies. Rabies? The corners of Qin Feiyong and the others' mouths twitched. No one would believe such words. Swish. Suddenly, Qin Feiyong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He took a step forward and landed on the opposite shore. He raised his hand and waved. The 3 burly men died on the spot with a scream before they could react. But at the same time, Lu Xingchen suddenly disappeared without a trace. Where is he? Crocodile Emperor and Li Jian were both surprised. He has a space divine item. It's not that easy to kill him. Qin Feiyong shook his head and sighed. He landed in front of Wolf King and said, "Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us the truth." The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly and was about to speak. But at this time, Lu Xingchen appeared on the opposite shore again. Qin Feiyong raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Xingchen. "Are you provoking me? How would I dare?" Lu Xingchen's condition did not improve much after he took the antidote. But with his willpower, standing and talking was not a problem. "Then why did you come out?" Qin Feiyong sneered. "I can't hide forever." Lu Xingchen laughed and asked, "Why are you here?" "You wish I wasn't here. But I'm sorry. I was already here before you made your move." Qin Feiyong said. Lu Xingchen said, "If I said I was just joking with Wolf King just now, would you believe me? What do you think?" Qin Feiyong looked at him mockingly. Lu Xingchen smiled bitterly. This time, he really went for wool and came home shorn. Suddenly, he tore open his pants and exposed his thigh. "What are you doing? Seducing us? You're disgusting. Unfortunately, we're not interested in a man's white legs." White-eyed Wolf laughed, his eyes full of ridicule. Lu Xingchen's veins were bulging. He pointed to a small red dot on his thigh and asked, "What the hell is going on?" Qin Feiyong and the others finally saw the small red. It was located on the outside of Lu Xingchen's thigh. It was only the size of a rice grain and was bleeding at the moment. But the blood was actually black. And it had a stench. Why does it look familiar? Crocodile Emperor looked at the small red dot and was puzzled. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something. It looked down at the stream and snorted, "Poisonous scorpion, you're the one behind this." Poisonous scorpion? Qin Feiyong and the others were surprised. Not long after Crocodile Emperor finished speaking, a blood-red light suddenly swept out from the water and landed beside White-Eyed Wolf. It was a scorpion. It was small in size and its whole body was blood red. It had no aura at all, just like a ghost. "It's really..." Crocodile Emperor snorted. Scorpion looked at Crocodile Emperor and sneered, "It's not good to be so cold when meeting an old friend. You're just a loser. How dare you be my friend?" Crocodile Emperor was disdainful. This sentence seemed to have touched Scorpion's scar. Boom! A terrifying evil aura erupted. Its body also expanded. In an instant, a giant scorpion that was more than 100 feet tall appeared in everyone's sight. Its aura had reached the peak of 9-star combat emperor. Spirit demon scorpion. Qin Feiyong was shocked. "I see." Lu Xingchen also came to a realization. Not many people had seen the spirit demon scorpion, but many knew its name. Because it was the same as the spirit snake, spirit demon spider, and spirit blood ant. It was a terrifying existence. It was born without aura. And the most terrifying thing about the spirit demon scorpion was its venom. Its venom was even more terrifying than the bloodthirsty scorpions. The spirit demon scorpion stared angrily at Crocodile Emperor and roared, "Take off your armor if you dare. Let's fight and see who's the loser." "Are you stupid? You have a divine artifact but you don't use it. Just for show?" Crocodile Emperor looked at it in disdain as if it was looking at an idiot. "You bastard!" The spirit demon scorpion roared again and again, shaking the world. Suddenly, it turned to look at Lu Xingchen and laughed. "I heard from Boss Wolf that you're very powerful. Come, if you have the guts to fight with this emperor." Obviously, it wanted to use Lu Xingchen as a punching bag. Lu Xingchen's eyes turned cold, and a hint of hostility rose between his eyebrows. "You're not going to make a move? Then this emperor will force you to make a move." The spirit demon scorpion raised its huge tail and slammed it towards Lu Xingchen. It's a small world. I'll let you see my strength in the future. Lu Xingchen smiled coldly and looked at Qin Feiyang. Don't forget what you promised me. After saying that, he disappeared into thin air again. Ant. The spirit demon scorpion roared again and again. The greatest pain in the world was having nowhere to vent your anger. This emperor, it's the spirit demon scorpion's emperor? Qin Feiyang looked at the spirit demon scorpion in surprise. Yes. The spirit demon scorpion's territory is not far from here. This guy is the same as the ant emperor and the spider emperor. They have long wanted this water source. But the three of them are trash. Every time they see this emperor, they can only run for their lives. The crocodile emperor sneered. When the scorpion emperor heard this, it became even angrier and roared, "If not for the armor, you would have been cut into pieces by us. What are you still so arrogant for?" Another hot-tempered one. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. "Who are you talking about? Are you looking for death?" The scorpion emperor was furious when it heard this. It raised its huge tail and slammed it towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Li Jian and the crocodile emperor were also stunned. It actually dared to attack Qin Feiyang? Zhou Zheng moved closer to the white-eyed wolf and whispered, "Brother Wolf, didn't you tell it about the young master's strength? But it won't believe it if it doesn't experience it for itself." The white-eyed wolf laughed. At that moment, the crocodile emperor and Li Jian looked at the scorpion emperor gloatingly. Seeing that the scorpion emperor had no intention of stopping, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Boom! He raised his hand and waved it violently. Golden light burst out from his palm, and he slapped the scorpion emperor's huge tail. Return formula. Immediately, the scorpion emperor let out a miserable howl. Its huge tail was torn open and its huge body was directly blasted away. With a bang, it landed on the plains a few miles away. A deep crater immediately appeared. Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps and quickly rushed in front of the scorpion emperor. He stepped on its head and said coldly, "I can understand that you want to vent your anger, but you've found the wrong target." What a powerful move! The scorpion emperor trembled both physically and mentally. The white-eyed wolf rushed over and looked at the scorpion emperor mockingly. "How about it, little brother? Are you convinced now?" I'm convinced.